Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Deku. The Sharingan Hero Part 3 Chapter 20, The Battle of Hypnotists. Sorry, I went overboard, I was angry, Shoto said as he began melting the ice glacier with his left hand. Shoto then glanced at Izuku, who the ice glacier was only a few centimeters away from his face. Izuku looked back at Shoto who was staring at him with cold eyes, as if he's telling him that this is the fate that awaits him. He looks sad, more than intimidating. Izuku thought as he could tell something was troubling Shoto. So, he made his decision, that he will help Shoto. While Shoto was busy melting the ice glacier he made, Izuku was writing some stuff in his notebook. To be more precise, he was changing Ochako's stats and adding new paragraphs about her quirk. He wrote down. Name. Ochako Uraraka Quirk, 0 gravity. Ochako's quirk gives her the power to nullify the effects of gravity on solid targets, living and non-living, by touching them with the pads on her fingertips, causing them to become weightless and float. She is able to cancel the effect of her quirk by touching her finger pads together. The main drawback is that if the upper weight limit is exceeded, or if Ochako floats herself, she will suffer from severe nausea. Stats. Power. 2/5 D speed, 1/5 E technique, 5/5 A. Intelligence. 3/5 C cooperativeness, 5/5 A. Uraraka, did you still feel nauseous when you used your new ability? Izuku asked the brunette, halting his writing for a second. She gave a thoughtful look, trying her best to remember the sensation before she gave a nod. Yes, I still felt nauseous, but I think it was lighter than before, not so sure. It's okay, Izuku replied. Quirk awakening, gravity manipulation? A new level of gravity control on objects around her much more powerful, to the point of it being easy to confuse it for telekinesis. Nausea weakness is still present. Quirk awakening state stats. Power, 4.5, 5B plus speed, 1/5 E. Technique, 6.5, 5S plus intelligence, 3/5 C cooperativeness, 5/5 A. I don't have a lot of information about her quirk awakening or whatever it was, but for the meantime, I think these notes should suffice. But man, I have to say, you really should be proud of yourself, Uraraka. If I had gone against you, I would have definitely lost. It's a shame that your first opponent was Kachan, whose quirk helped him a lot to counter yours, but with that kind of power you could have easily gotten first or second place today, he said in his head, as he reread the notes he just wrote. Deku, is that me? Ochako asked. She leaned closer as she observed the sketch and the notes with interest. Uraraka, so close, Izuku stuttered as he blushed. Oh, I am sorry, she pulled away with her own blush. Wait, why am I getting all flustered? She mentally asked herself, but they quickly snapped out of their embarrassment. However, this didn't go unnoticed by Mina, who decided to observe for now. Deku, you've been amazing since I met you, but the sports festival is making me think that you're amazing all over again. Ochako exclaimed, as she read Izuku's notes. She agreed with everything Izuku wrote. Wait, what's in this notebook of yours? Ojiro asked Izuku with visible interest. It's my hero analysis journal. I write notes about heroes and their quirks in it. Nothing really, but a hobby I've had since I was a kid. I wrote some stuff about you guys too, he said with a sheepish smile. All the students were now interested by the revelation. They were eager to see what did Izuku write about them. Tisk, nerd. Bakugo muttered under his breath. May I take a look? Ojiro asked his friend. Sure, why not? He exclaimed as he gave him his notebook. Ojiro flipped through the pages until he stumbled on the ones about him. Soon enough, his eyes widened in surprise. Midoriya, this is amazing. You have everything noted down, strengths, weaknesses, applications and much more. Ojiro was truly impressed. His earlier statement managed to get Class A and B's attention, who began to pass the notebook to one another. Seeing this made Izuku happy and managed to put a smile on his face. He was happy that people appreciated and liked his little hobby. I have to say, Midoriya, in terms of analytic skills yours might be better than a pro. I can't believe you managed to find about my quirk's weakness without me mentioning it. Kiro. Tsuyu exclaimed. During the battle trials when Todoroki froze the whole building, I noticed how you were shivering. I put 2 and 2 together and immediately deduced that it was your weakness. Glad to know I was right. Izuku explained, to which Tsuyu gave a nod. Hey, Toru, look, Midori has an idea on how to create an invisible hero costume for you, Mina said, grabbing the invisible girl's attention. Yeah, after what happened during the second round I tried to think of a way for you to do hero work without resorting to get rid of your clothes. I heard that when they made Mount Lady's hero costume, they used a piece of her hair or something. That way her clothes become bigger whenever she activates her quirk. Izuku explained with a blush, as he remembered Toru's naked body. Hearing this made the invisible girl so happy that she pulled Izuku in a hug, with the latter's face becoming as red as Kirishima's hair. That's so brilliant, Midoriya. Thank you so much. I don't know how I didn't think about this before, but thank you, she exclaimed before pulling away. Izuku muttered something between a no problem and Itsuka. Momo and Ochako frowned, with the latter two not knowing the reason. Lucky, Mineta murmured with a drool coming out of his mouth, but Tsuyu slapped him with her tongue. Everybody, sorry for the long wait. The stage that was frozen in the second match is finally dry, so on to the next match. Offense and defense in one body. The Dark Samurai accompanied by Dark Shadow. Or maybe he's a stand user. From the hero course, it's Fumikage Tokiyami. Versus Manly and Passionate Hardening. From the hero course, it's Eijiro Kirishima. Hell yeah, Kirishima shouted with enthusiasm. He really liked his intro. Let's start the 7th match. I believe this is more of a rematch, don't you think, Tokiyami? Kirishima exclaimed, while cracking his knuckles. Indeed, this time however Ojiro isn't here to help you, Tokiyami replied. Well, may the best man win then, Kirishima said as he activated his quirk and immediately sprinted towards the Dark Samurai. Seeing this, Tokiyami activated Dark Shadow, who punched Kirishima right in his forehead, but it didn't even faze Kirishima thanks to his quirk. Kirishima then threw several punches at Dark Shadow, but the Dark Being swiftly dodged them, going left and right. Dark Shadow then uppercut Kirishima's chin, which stunned him for a second. However, this second was more than enough for Dark Shadow to land a barrage of hits on Kirishima, keeping him away from his master. After all, Tokiyami knew that it would be in his best to keep the other teenager at a distance. Is that all you got? Kirishima taunted Dark Shadow, as he endured more hits. Bold of you to say that when you can't even get past me, the Dark Being replied, as he pushed back the red-haired teen. Midoriya, who do you think will win? Tenya asked the Sharingan user. Izuku only looked at the sky, before he gave his answer. Tokiyami will win this. Kirishima may have a strong defense, but it's not unbreakable, not to mention he can't harden his body for long. I assume that knowing this Kirishima intended to get close to Tokiyami where he excels and push him out of the ring. However, Tokiyami excels at long-range combat thanks to Dark Shadow. Also, he then pointed at the sky, specifically at the sun. It's past noon, meaning that Dark Shadow is much stronger now than he was at the start of the festival. Izuku finished as both Tenya and Ochako listened carefully. Kirishima punched Dark Shadow in his beak, but the Dark Being grew even more ferocious and even slightly bigger. He began attacking Kirishima again, who couldn't harden his body any longer, and with one final push he knocked him out of the ring. Eijiro Kirishima is out bounds. Fumikage Tokiyami wins and advances to the next round, Midnight announced as she cracked her whip. An overwhelming victory. A completely overwhelming victory. Tokiyami's Dark Shadow. Could it be the greatest quirk ever? Present Mike cried out, as the crowd cheered. Before heading out of the arena, Kirishima extended his hand to Tokiyami, who kindly answered the gesture back and shook the other team's hand. It was a manly match, Tokiyami, but know that next time I won't lose. But today, I hope you make it to the finals, Kirishima said. Thank you, I will do my best today, but I also look forward to the next time we face each other. Tokiyami responded, which made Kirishima's eyes teary while saying how manly the Dark Samurai was. So youthful, Midnight squealed with a blush on her face. And now, for the final match of the first round. He's one of those WHO have been in the lead today. The one WHO got second place in Capture the Flag. From the Hero Course, mhaXnaruto Ojiro. Versus. Also from the Hero Course. He's the one WHO was popular in elementary school for helping you when you forget your glue, YOSETSU Awase. The fuck? Awase exclaimed, clearly not happy with his introduction, but before he could say anything more the match started. 8th match, start. All right Yosetsu. Remember all you had to do is bind him and restrain him. Simple, man who am I fucking kidding? Do I really have a chance against him? He's the only guy who was able to stand alongside Midoriya in the front lines. Awase screamed in his head as Ojiro sprinted towards him. Ojiro threw a punch at Awase, but the latter dodged to the side and used his quirk to bind Ojiro's arm to his forearm. I got you now, he shouted with newfound confidence. He was so close to victory now, all he had to do was just bind Ojiro to the floor and then it would be done. However, unluckily for Awase, he was the one who was caught in Ojiro's plan. I'm the one who got you now, Ojiro said with a smirk, before giving the teenager a karate chop to the neck. The crowd was silent for a moment, waiting for the match to continue, but nothing happened. The silence was quickly broken by Ojiro. Midnight Sensei, Awase is unconscious. Ojiro exclaimed, and true to his words the other teen was unconscious. Seeing this, everyone gasped in shock except Daisuke. Midnight raised her eyebrows for a moment, trying to comprehend the situation, before she snapped out of her shock. Yosetsu Awase is unconscious. Nishirao Ojiro wins, Midnight announced as she cracked her whip. Unbelievable everyone. mhaXnaruto Ojiro defeated YOSETSU Awase with one hit. What power, Present Mike cried out, but the crowd was still silent. However, the silence was once again broken by Ojiro, who realized that his plan had one mistake in it. Midnight Sensei, I don't think you know how to deal with this, right? He motioned at his arm that was still bound to Awase's. Seeing Ojiro carrying Awase's limp body, earned him cheers, claps and even laughs from the crowd. But sure enough, they respected him and were satisfied by the display of power he showed. I guess it's my turn now, Izuku murmured as he stood up from his chair. He looked at Itsuka who was staring at him and gave her a simple nod before going. Hey Ojiro, nice match back there, Izuku exclaimed as he approached his friend. Thanks Midoriya, but aren't you running late on your match? Ojiro asked, while still holding Awase. Izuku chuckled before replying, don't worry about it, so, how much are you still holding back? Ojiro flinched for a second before he smiled. As expected from you. You already figured out that I was holding back, Ojiro said, before Izuku grabbed his forearm. I see, so that's how you were able to knock Awase down with one hit, Izuku exclaimed, as he let go of Ojiro's forearm. Well, it's kind of an advantage and disadvantage in the same time. I also asked Aizawa sensei about it and he said it was fine. Ojiro explained before giving the other teen a smirk. When we meet in the finals, I'll go all out, so be careful. Now go, you have a match to win and I have to get Awase to recovery girl, Ojiro said before walking away. Yes, see you in a bit. Izuku replied as he clenched his fists. A menacing aura was surrounding him. He was still angry about what Shinso did to Itsuka. Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A, please come to the arena to start the first match of the second round, Present Mike announced. His voice was easily heard in the corridors. Better hurry then, Izuku murmured to himself as he ran to the arena. Now everyone, no need to worry, because Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A, the powerhouse is finally here, Present Mike announced as the crowd began cheering. Wait a second. How is he here? Last time I saw him he was too tired to even walk, Shinso said in his mind, as a lot of questions began to pop in his head. It doesn't matter, it doesn't change what I had to do. Sorry for being late, Izuku told Midnight with a sheepish smile while rubbing the back of his head. It's okay, you weren't that late. We were supposed to have a short break, but we're running behind schedule so we decided to speed things up, she replied. Because you kids keep destroying the arena, Cementos shouted from the back. VERSUS the guy who's from the general studies, but WHO is slowly making his way to the top. Hitoshi Shinso walked into the arena. Both he and Izuku were looking intensely at each other. And now, start, Present Mike cried out. Izuku activated his Sharingan and won for all full cowl, before taking a battle stance. He was ready to fight. Tell me, how did it feel to be attacked by villains during the USJ? Shinso asked, but to his surprise he got no answer. Izuku was just staring at him silently. I see, that bitch told you, right? She told you how my quirk works, right? Tell me, was she crying and being pathetic like the useless hero she is? Shinso exclaimed, trying his best to taunt Izuku and force an answer out of him. But Izuku didn't reply, only a frown began to appear on his face. Fine, if you won't talk, I'll use another trick, he said in frustration, as he brought his hands together to form a triangle with his indexes and thumbs. Mind transfer, he shouted. Izuku's eyes widened, he was taken by surprise. He didn't know what was happening and then suddenly, his control over his body slipped away. On the other hand, Shinso fell on his knees, he wasn't moving. Shinso is unconscious, but Midoriya isn't moving too. What's going on? Present Mike asked with visible confusion. Aizawa was confused, Midnight was confused and the crowd was confused. Silence filled the air for a moment until Izuku raised his hand. Midnight-sensei. I didn't want to use this until the finals, but it doesn't matter. I managed to take your body Izuku Midoriya and defeating you will surely be a great feat in itself. Shinso thought, as he was in control of Izuku's body. Oh right, you defeated Shinso. Sorry I was confused for a moment on how you did it. Midnight began but was interrupted by Izuku. No Midnight-sensei, Shinso didn't lose. What I want to say is Izuku Midoriya, would like to give, Izuku exclaimed. Up. Shinso gasped in shock as he heard his own voice finishing the sentence. He took a quick look at himself and realized that he was in his own body and not Izuku's. He then looked at where his body was supposed to be and his shock grew even more, his unconscious body was still there. What's going on? He asked himself with visible confusion. The next thing he saw was his unconscious body standing up and changing into Izuku. What? You shouldn't be able to move freely, yet alone do these tricks? What did you do? He shouted. His incomprehension of the situation was making him go crazy. Hey, Izuku simply said as his eyes were closed. You made fun of Itsuka for how she dealt with the villains, right? You said that she wasn't a hero, that she was useless and called her a bitch. He calmly exclaimed, but not without a terrifying aura rapidly filling the air around him. Then let's see how you'll deal with them. He finished as he opened his eyes revealing his Sharingan. At that moment, everything became dark. Shinso was no longer in the arena. The whole stadium disappeared. Usually, it was so hard for anything to phase Shinso, not even Bakugo managed to do it. But when he saw himself in the USJ surrounded by the black Nomu and the green one, he felt utterly terrified. He never imagined that the Hero Corps students had to deal with these beasts. He wanted to run, but he couldn't move his legs. The Nomus then grabbed him, restrained him and were slowly dragging him to Shigaraki. Stop, release me, stop, he cried out, truly terrified by what he was experiencing. He took a quick look at Shigaraki and saw Vlad in a puddle of blood and Aizawa broken and beaten, before Shigaraki decayed them both, turning them to dust on the spot. His eyes widened, he tried to break free of the Nomus's grasp but it was useless, and so right now, his brain couldn't comprehend anything except fear. With each passing second his fear doubled as Shigaraki's hand was closer and closer to his face, until it was a few millimeters away. No, stay away from me. He begged and pleaded but to no avail. Please, he repeated with a shaky voice. He closed his eyes waiting for Shigaraki's hand to touch his face and kill him, but he never felt it. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the arena once again, in front of Izuku. What did you do to me? Shinso asked angrily, while panting and shaking. I showed you how USJ was like when we got attacked by villains. What you just saw was a common scenario that many of us had to see in our nightmares after the attack. This is what the students who mocked them had to deal with, Izuku explained. You arrogant bastard, Shinso yelled. He got up and tried to punch Izuku but the punch went through him, which made Shinso stumble on his feet and fall on the floor. He got up again and tried to kick Izuku but his leg passed through the Sharingan user. Don't even try, you're trapped in my genjutsu, Izuku replied calmly. A what? A genjutsu, an illusion I created. You're in my world, my territory, my word is rule here. Your quirk won't work and nothing you'll do will work. Izuku continued with his explanation. How did you counter my mind transfer ability? He asked the Sharingan user. Simple, when the match first began, I looked in your memories with my Sharingan and learned all about your quirk, and then trapped you in an illusion before you even tried to use your mind transfer ability. Izuku replied. He still had his dark gaze. Of course, how stupid of me, Shinso said as he fell on his knees. And here I thought I could beat the number 1 freshman, how foolish of me, I guess I'm not blessed after all. Shinso murmured, before he received a punch from Izuku. Izuku then grabbed Shinso by his shirt. You really are getting on my nerves, you know, always complaining about how your quirk is useless and how the hero course students are blessed with powerful quirks to help them. Think again, moron. How the hell is your quirk useless if you managed to secure a spot among the top 8 students today, huh? Answer me. You have one of the most amazing quirks, you fool. Like you're one to talk, your quirk gives you so many abilities at once. You can produce lightning that can easily shatter the arena. What do you know about my pain? I'm jealous. Thanks to my quirk, I've been behind from the start. Someone who's been blessed like you can't understand, can you? He retaliated in frustration. All of his emotions were bubbling to the surface, but the same thing could be said about Izuku. I understand because I felt the same way too, Izuku shouted. But, it's true, I've been blessed. See, you're someone who was born with the ideal quirk. You're someone who can easily reach his goal. You know, if you had worked on your quirk and physical abilities instead of comparing yourself to others, you would have been in the hero course today. Like look at my classmates, we have an invisible girl and a guy with a tail. But instead of being held back by their jealousy they worked hard every day to get here. I'm Ojiro's rival and let me tell you something. When Ojiro trains, he doesn't compare himself to me or to anyone else, he compares himself to what he was the day before, because this is the true path to strength, to self-improve, to go beyond plus ultra. Izuku exclaimed with visible anger. However, his anger quickly subsided and he let go of Shinso. Shinso was utterly speechless, there was nothing he could say. Izuku was right about everything he said, he couldn't deny it. One last thing Shinso, try to put some trust in others. I know how hard it may seem now, but open up to other people. You're not alone, Izuku said with a hint of sadness, before he undid the genjutsu. As soon as Shinso snapped out of the illusion he was met with a roundhouse kick from Izuku that knocked him out of the arena. Hitoshi Shinso is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya advances to the next round, Midnight announced as she cracked her whip. Yahoo and yet again folks, your favorite cinnamon roll won and will advance to the semifinals. Is there anything that can stop him? I honestly don't know, Present Mike cried out as the crowd cheered. But first Midoriya, Present Mike called out the Sharingan user, which caught Izuku's attention. What happened between you and Shinso? You two seemed out of it for a while, until you finally kicked him out of the arena? Care to explain? Sure, no problem. You see Shinso's quirk is brainwashing and since I don't know how it works, I decided to trap him in an illusion, but Shinso was a lot stronger than I thought. So, it ended up being a battle of minds. A battle of hypnotists you may say. It was really a hard battle, more than you think, but I managed to win. Like at some point Shinso had control over my body and mind and almost won. And after finally winning the battle of minds, Shinso was tired and so I knocked him out. That's it really. Izuku explained and lied about what really happened. Incredible. All of this time you two were fighting in your minds. That's crazy. Give them the respect they deserve everyone. Present Mike cried out as the crowd began cheering and clapping, while Izuku walked over to Shinso and helped him to stand up. What are you saying? Why didn't you tell them the truth about your overwhelming victory? Shinso whispered, which made Izuku chuckle. Consider this an apology for being so harsh on you earlier. I really went overboard with that USJ illusion. Izuku replied, as he clearly looked sincere about it. Shinso paused for a second as he thought about his next words. No, don't apologize, I deserved it. I kept mocking you guys from the hero course because you got so much attention after the USJ attack, because I was jealous. But, after seeing how terrifying the experience really was, I realized that I was wrong. Also, it doesn't help that I insulted your girlfriend and your friends. Shinso said with an apologetic tone. He clearly regretted the things he said earlier. Girlfriend, no, Itsuka and I aren't like that, we're just friends. Izuku replied with a blush on his face. Really, so, you guys aren't dating? He asked once again with a teasing smirk. Absolutely, Izuku began, but suddenly felt all control over his body slip away. People are usually wary when they talk to me, though, at this rate, someone will trip you up in no time. At least, Shinso said with a smirk before he undid the brainwashing. Don't lose in an unseemly way. Shinso added, which made Izuku laugh. Then, when they were finally heading to the arena's exit, Izuku and Shinso were interrupted by several comments coming from the crowd. Music. You can become a hero Ost. You're so cool Shinso. One of the general studies students shouted, who was quickly followed by others. Good job. I was really surprised. You're the star of general studies. You managed to come out of the top 8 and put up a great fight against the number 1 freshman. Besides, one student said, as he pointed at some pro-heroes. That quirk would work quite well against villains. I wish I had it. One of the pro-heroes pointed out. Uo is not very smart if he's in the general studies. Well, they've got a ton of people applying, so some things just can't be helped. It was the difference in their experience, I guess. Yeah, it ends up making a big difference. Waste. You hear that, Shinso? You're amazing. For the first time in his life, Shinso felt happy. For the first time in his life, he truly appreciated his quirk and what he had. He didn't know how to react all, he felt blessed. Izuku put a hand on Shinso's shoulder, before saying, "You see Shinso, you too can become a hero." Shinso was truly conflicted, he couldn't stop himself from smiling and he also couldn't stop his tears. He touched his cheeks and was surprised. He was so happy that tears of joy were filling his eyes. Seeing this, Izuku decided to leave Shinso alone so that he could enjoy this moment. "Midoriya. Thank you so much," Shinso shouted as he bowed in respect. Right now, Shinso had mad respect for Izuku. I mean, how couldn't he? Izuku managed to guide him on the right path. He helped him realize his worth, he saved him. "Don't mention it," Izuku replied as he waved his hand and went on his way. "Depending on the results, they'll consider our transfer into the hero course. Remember that. Even if it didn't work this time, I definitely won't give up. I'll get into the hero course, get certified, and I'll definitely become a better hero than you guys, but I'll also become a better version of myself, of what I was today," Shinso yelled, while Izuku gained a smile. Many of us believe that saving someone means saving their lives or saving them from danger. The truth is a lot of people suffer from mental health problems, and sometimes all it takes for them to feel better, all they need to feel better, is just to hear a few words. And in its own way this is saving someone too. Izuku knew well what Shinso wanted to hear. Izuku saved Shinso. Staff room. Death Arms, Mount Lady called her coworker. "Yeah," he responded. "You said that Midoriya won't be able to continue participating in the sports festival, right?" she exclaimed. "Yes," he replied. "Then how did he just win his second match and advance to the semifinals?" Mount Lady asked. "You're kidding, right?" Death Arms said as he raised an eyebrow. Not believing her, she pointed at the TV, and the pro hero took a look. He then put a hand on his chin and tried to think of an explanation. "Does UA have a healer better than Recovery Girl now?" "No," Present Mike said that she was the doctor. "I don't know what happened to him, but seems like he's back in the game I guess," he shrugged. "How do you think Kamui will?" Mount Lady began but was interrupted by Kamui himself. "Midoriya. Thank God you're still in the sports festival. You saved my savings," Kamui Wood comically said as he hugged the TV. Tears of joy were escaping his eyes. After all, the man thought that his salary and savings were all gone. The sight made all the pro heroes present in the room sweat drop. "By the way, I'm going to bet on that Bakugo kid," Death Arms pointed out. "What? I thought you were betting on Todoroki," Mount Lady said. She was surprised that Death Arms changed his mind. "The boy defied gravity itself with his willpower and explosions. He has guts and I like that. Besides, why does it matter to you? If I lose, it just means more money for you," he replied. "In that case I don't mind at all," she exclaimed as her pupils became bright stars. "Young Midoriya," All Might called his successor with a smile on his face. "Toshinori-sensei, you did it, you're going to the semifinals. I have to say good job on making it this far, my boy," All Might exclaimed. He was so happy by his disciple's performance. "Yeah," he murmured, but loud enough for All Might to hear him. He wasn't sharing the same energy his mentor had. "What's wrong, young Midoriya?" All Might questioned. He wanted to know why his successor seemed troubled. Izuku told him the truth about their battle in details and what really transpired. He also told him about the USJ illusion and what he did to Shinso. "I couldn't smile at all. I didn't like how the match went." "Well, his cries hit close to home for you, huh?" All Might replied. "But that didn't mean that I could do that to him," Izuku protested. All Might sighed before he patted Izuku's head. "Listen, young Midoriya, you were consumed by anger at the time and that's totally human. You're someone who cares about his friends after all. Even I sometimes can't control my anger, it's normal, we're humans after all and we always do mistakes. But let me tell you something, when you understood him, your anger subsided and you decided to help him, right?" All Might said, to which Izuku nodded. "And you managed to help him." His expression at the end of the match was much different. He was happy and grateful. "Sure, you were a bit harsh on him, but in the end, you did the right thing and quickly fixed your mess. And remember, you're still a hero in training. You're here to learn to be a hero. What's important is to learn from what happened today and become a better version of yourself tomorrow. Isn't that what I taught you?" All Might explained, as Izuku listened carefully. "Yes, sir. You taught me great valuable life lessons that I'll never forget about," he replied as he regained his smile. "And I'm glad to hear that. You're doing a great job today, so keep at it, okay?" All Might exclaimed as he patted his successor's shoulder. "I will, I had to prove myself today." "Good, now I believe we should go and see who will be your next opponent." "Right, see you later, Toshinori-sensei," Izuku said as he headed back to the stands. "Hey kid, you're Shinso, right?" a familiar voice asked the brainwash user. "Yes, wait a second, you're that old man," Shinso exclaimed as he recognized Kurogane. "The name is Kurogane. I wanted to talk to you," the older man replied. "Sure, no problem," the teen said. "I'm sorry if Midoriya was a little harsh. He doesn't hate you. You probably don't know this, but Midoriya had a really hard childhood, being quirkless and all. In fact, he never had any friends and was constantly bullied for not having what everyone had, just like you. Still, I've never seen him give up on his goals, and no matter how harsh my training was, he always complied. He was always and still someone who's ready to put his life on the line to achieve his goals in a heartbeat." Kurogane talked about Izuku with a serious tone, while Shinso was looking at him with interest. "I even forced him to stay underwater for 5 minutes and more. I threw some knives at him. I made him climb a cliff while carrying a heavy katana on his back. but he never complained. Excuse me sir, but what the hell is wrong with you and your training methods? Shinso said with utter shock, while Kurogane laughed. Shinso was worried about what this man had put Izuku through, but he was also amazed. He never knew that Izuku had to go through all that to get this strong. This only made him understand more how wrong he was about Izuku. Now I know that his quirk may seem like one of the strongest quirks out there, but let me tell you. When he first awakened his quirk, it was just like yours. A quirk that wasn't flashy at all. A quirk that would have been useless in the UA entrance exams. He only had increased perception and could copy fighting styles for 15 minutes, and that is if his body was up to the task. And let me tell you, that was a big if. You should have seen how he looked like a year ago. But you see, my guess is that over time he got tired of crying, of being weak, and decided to do something about it. Even though he's still young, he knows what it means to be strong, and I think he knows better than any of us what you're going through. Whatever Midoriya has told you earlier, as cruel as it sounded, he has probably told himself that 1,000 times. Kurogane finished his explanation, leaving a shocked and silent Shinso. I can't believe this, while I was just wasting my time doing nothing, he had already taken matters in his hand and worked so hard to get to the top. I can't believe how foolish I was. Shinso said in his head as he regretted the life choices he made so far. I promised myself a long time ago that I wouldn't take any disciples again, but I ended up taking Midoriya because I saw how worthy he was of my training, but I think I can make an exception again and take another one. Kurogane exclaimed as he walked away. Shinso was still silent as his mind was still processing all what he learned about Izuku, but soon enough he snapped out of his daze. Wait, how do I even reach? He began, but stopped when he saw a paper with a phone number in his hand. When did he? Shinso began, but ignored the question and put the paper in his pocket. Wait, how did he even know about what happened during the match? Hey, Midoriya, you're back, Kirishima greeted the Sharingan user. Yeah, hope I made it before the next match starts. Izuku replied. They just started, so don't worry. Anyways, nice match buddy, you were so manly. Kirishima said with his usual passion. Thanks, Kirishima, Izuku replied as he took his seat. Hey Four Eyes, remember what I told you the first time we met? I said that I would crush you, and today is the day I deliver my promise. Bakugo violently said. I had to admit, I was looking forward to this match as well. So, prepare yourself because I'm going to defeat you right here and right now, Tenya replied. Don't underestimate me you bastard, Bakugo shouted as he used his explosions to propel himself and attack Tenya. However, Tenya dodged and ran to the other side to evade Bakugo's explosion. He's not planning on giving me any time, huh? Tenya mentally said. But Bakugo fired a huge explosion in front of Tenya, stopping him in his tracks. You're not getting away from me Four Eyes, die, Bakugo yelled as he fired another explosion at Tenya. Bakugo's going in for the win right away. Present Mike cried out. However, out of the dust came Tenya who had managed to jump high in the air when Bakugo fired his explosion. Wow, a standing long jump, Ochako exclaimed in amazement. Recipro burst, Tenya shouted as his engines emitted blue flames. He tried to hit Bakugo's head with a roundhouse kick, but the latter ducked under the kick. I have about 10 seconds before my engines stall, I have to win it in that time, Tenya yelled in his head, as he once again attempted to kick Bakugo but this time he hit his mark. A direct hit, Present Mike yelled as Bakugo's body slammed into the arena. He got a pretty heavy hit in, Zero said with visible shock. That kick was way too fast, Denki added. 8 seconds left. I can do it, Tenya thought as he outstretched his hand to grab Bakugo. However, he never expected Bakugo to quickly recover and fire a huge explosion from point-blank range. Die! Bakugo shouted with a devilish grin. Tenya was immediately sent flying away and once he hit the floor, he kept rolling for a moment until he finally stopped. He couldn't move anymore and he was knocked out of the arena. Iida is out of bounds. Bakugo wins, Midnight said as she cracked her whip before the crowd began cheering. Bakugo advances to the semifinals. I have to say folks, even I can feel your excitement, Present Mike exclaimed, as Bakugo looked at Izuku with a shit-eating grin. He looked like a lion who finally caught his prey. Izuku stared at Bakugo, neither of them breaking the eye contact. To be honest, while he was a little bit nervous, Izuku was excited. He wanted to go all out against Bakugo. He wanted to face him, he wanted to have a chaotic battle with him. He didn't understand why, but he didn't care. Tensai, Tenya muttered his brother's name as he was being carried by the medics to Recovery Girl's office. Fame, money, they're all calling themselves heroes, a menacing voice said as a phone covered in blood was showing a missed call notification from Tenya. But you bastards aren't heroes. You're a fake who became one out of obligation. You became one in order to continue your family's mantle. Isn't that right Tensai Iida? How did you? No, Stain. The man, identified as Tensai, who's wearing a knight armor that resembles Tenya's weakly said. He was lying in a puddle of his own blood in a dark alleyway. I know everything, my eyes see everything. And what I see right now is your death. Stain explained as he stabbed Tensai's body with his katana. Tensai screamed in agony. The pain was unbearable. The only one I'll let kill me is All Might. Stain exclaimed as Tensai lost his consciousness. Stain then licked the blood that was on his blade, before he looked at it. It showed his reflection, it showed his special eyes. Midoriya, what do you think of this match? Ojiro asked Izuku. He wanted to get his friend's opinion. Yaoyorozu has a versatile quirk, there's no denying that.
However, its strength depends on her mind. I'm afraid when she goes against someone like Todoroki, her abilities won't be enough against his overwhelming power. Izuku explained, to which Ojiro agreed with him. Todoroki is a strong opponent. He's a recommended student just like me and someone who fought on par with Midoriya during the second event. I cannot underestimate him. In addition, Todoroki can freeze the entire arena with no time lag, so there's no doubt he will start with a preemptive strike. It would be best if I create a, Momo thought, as she tried to think of a plan to counter Shoto's ice glacier but was interrupted by Present Mike announcing the start of the match. Third match, start. As soon as Shoto heard the start signal, he froze the arena on the spot, trapping Momo in an ice glacier. Shoto was someone who understood well that against someone like Momo, the best defense would be an attack without hesitation. Not giving her the chance to think an attack was the best strategy. Kinda like chess when you think about it. Yaoyorozu is immobilized. Todoroki advances to the semi-finals. Midnight announced as she cracked her whip. The crowd then began cheering again. Todoroki wins again and advances to the next round. I have to say folks, I have a feeling that the next matches are going to be chaotic. Present Mike exclaimed as the crowd began to cheer louder. They were so excited for the next matches. No, I couldn't do anything, nothing, Momo murmured as tears began to form in her eyes. Todoroki's too amazing. I can't believe he defeated her in a second. Izuku exclaimed with visible shock. He never knew that the gap between the two recommended students was this big. That's how easy it was for him, huh? I wonder how strong he'll be if he used his fire. Ojiro questioned, which made Izuku think about it. Could Todoroki be stronger than me if he used his fire? Izuku thought.
Midoriya, Ojiro called Izuku, who quickly snapped of his daze. Don't tell me you're being nervous right now, he asked. No, not at all. Izuku responded. Well, there's no reason to anyway, because I'll be the one who defeats him. Ojiro said as he gave Izuku a thumbs up. Izuku nodded with a smile before he said, how about we go to the waiting room? I mean your match will start after Todoroki melts the ice glacier, right? You're right, let's go. Ojiro replied. The two of them stood up and walked away, but before leaving the stands, Izuku looked at Momo. She must feel really frustrated, he thought. While Izuku and Ojiro were walking in the corridors, they were talking about the sports festival, until they saw Endeavor in front of them. Endeavor. Both boys said with shock. They never imagined meeting the number 2 hero here. Oh, there you are. He said as he approached Izuku. Endeavor, what are you doing here? Izuku asked, clearly intimidated by the older man. I wanted to speak with you Midoriya and privately. He pointed out, making sure Ojiro understands that he should go away. Don't worry Midoriya, I have to go to my match now. I'll see you in a bit. Ojiro said as he walked away. I watched your fights. You have a wonderful quirk. You created so much wind pressure just by punching the air. If we're talking about power alone, yours is comparable to All Might's. Endicott exclaimed, which made Izuku even more nervous. What are you? What are you trying to say? He nervously questioned. Endeavor knows about One for All. No, from the way he talked, he doesn't know. Anyway, this is the one person I can't let find out. However, your Sharingan is still weak. Endeavor added, which immediately raised the red flags in Izuku's brain. He knows about the Sharingan, the Uchihas, Izuku thought. I don't really know how your Sharingan works since instead of having fire powers you have enhanced strength. However, based on the numbers of tomos in your eyes, you're still missing one in each, which means that you can still become stronger, Endeavor explained. Izuku gulped before he asked, how do you know so much about the Sharingan? Endeavor smiled before he gave a response. You see my boy, you're a special kid. You're the descendant of the only man who I can openly admit that his flames were stronger than my own. You're the grandchild of my mentor, Hajime Midoriya. Endeavor further explained. Hajime Midoriya, who's that? I don't know who's that guy. I never even met him before, Izuku replied. That's because he died long before you were born. Seems like no one really told you anything. Endeavor added with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Izuku's whole world was shaking. There were so many questions on his mind that he just forgot about the sports festival. Is he my grandfather from my father's side or my mother's? He asked. He's your grandfather from your father's side, Endeavor replied, before he decided to get to the main point. I came to give you an offer. I know that All Might, Kendo-sensei, Mori-sensei and that sadistic geezer Kurogane-sensei trained you. But I'm offering to train you, to develop your Sharingan and help you get stronger. And today will even be your first test. Endeavor further explained, which added more questions to Izuku's brain. What? How do you know that I trained with All Might and the 3 old men? And, how do you even know them? And, what do you mean by test? Izuku asked many questions as he started to mutter like usual, but stopped when Endeavor raised the temperature of his flames. He got annoyed by the boy's muttering. Calm down boy and listen to me. You get your answers after the sports festival, but for now I'll explain your test. It is my Shoto's duty to surpass All Might. I have no doubt that you and him will face each other in the finals. With that being said, his match with you will be a very instructive test bed. I want you to force him to use his fire side and see how you fare against it. He has rejected his left side due to a personal vendetta. But I'm sure that with you being the grandson of Hajime Midoriya, you'll be able to figure something. Without using his damn quirk, no, I'll reject him completely by winning first place without using it. Izuku remembered the conversation he had with Shoto after capture the flag. He gripped his fists as he nodded his head. I guess Todoroki was right after all. You only see us as tools. You see your son as a tool to surpass All Might where you failed, and now you see me as a tool to help your son fulfill your goals. You even used Todoroki's mother as a tool to create your so-called masterpiece, Izuku said with anger, which took Endeavor by surprise. Yes, this woman means nothing to me anymore. Her quirk is of no use to me now that I have Shoto. Endeavor replied with visible annoyance. Tell me, did you cast away Todoroki's siblings too? Just like their mothers, and what would happen if Todoroki is no longer able to use his quirk? Will you toss him aside like he's nothing too? A broken tool, man, that's so wrong, Izuku exclaimed with visible anger and sadness. His eyes were teary, and to be honest Endeavor was speechless. I will save Todoroki, but not in the way you want, because I'm not All Might nor my grandfather, Izuku added, breaking the silence. That's Endeavor began but was interrupted by Izuku. That's obvious, right? And Todoroki isn't you either, Izuku sternly pointed out as he began walking away. All this time Endeavor only had a puzzled look on his face. And let me tell you one last thing, my family may be small, but my family is a circle of strength of love, with every birth and union the circle grows. Izuku pointed out as he thought about his mother, Himiko and All Might. Endeavor gasped in shock as he remembered his mentor's words. Flashback. Music. Bleach Wool of the Heart. Welcome to our team Enji. You're part of our family now, Hajime said to a young Endeavor, who came to in turn with his mentor. Why is he here? I don't like him sensei, the young Endeavor said as he pointed at a young All Might, who was just smiling at the other teen. Now Enji, don't be like that. I'm sure you two and Heishi will get along and become wonderful heroes. After all, we're a family now and a family is a circle of strength of love, with every birth and union the circle grows. Hajime replied, while Enji let out a sigh and frowned. Fine, I will get along with them, he replied, to which Hajime gave a smile. Dad, I want to be a hero with you and big brother too, a little kid with dark green messy hair said. Now you little champion, you'll have to wait for your mother to pick you up, Hajime pointed out as he patted the little kid's head. Dad, stop treating me like a kid, I'm already 10. The kid said with visible embarrassment. Big brother, can you help me with my fireball training? The little kid questioned his brother. The older kid identified as Hisashi kneeled before he poked his brother's forehead with his 2 fingers. Forgive me, Hisashi. Next time, okay. You always do that and then say next time, but you never keep your word, big brother, Hisashi said with visible annoyance, but it was cute that it made everyone laugh. Hajime stopped laughing for a second as he looked at Enji and said, You see Enji, this is what it means to have a family, he said with a gentle smile. The memories then began to shift to a much darker day. The day when Hajime Midoriya was killed in duty. Why? Why did you go alone, sensei? Why? We could have been there for you. We could have helped you. A young adult, Endeavor shouted with visible tears in his eyes. I'm sorry, Enji, I did what I had to protect you guys, to protect my family. I already failed multiple times, and I couldn't bear to lose anyone again. But this time I think I did it, Hajime weakly said. What do you mean, sensei? I don't understand. Enji, don't cry. I'm sure you'll become a wonderful hero. But always remember your first lesson. Family is the most important thing. Family is a circle of strength of love, with every birth and union the circle grows. Hajime weakly muttered for the last time. Seems like I'll join you now, Nana, he thought before finally passing away. He died with a smile on his face. Endeavor, who was still holding his sensei's hand, noticed that it went limp. He noticed that his sensei stopped breathing. Sensei, no, sensei. This better be one of your illusions. Please don't go. I still need you. Don't go. This isn't fair, Endeavor yelled as tears streamed from his eyes. Medics came rushing in to take Hajime's body, but Endeavor wouldn't let them. Sir, please, we need to take him away, one of the medics said. No, he isn't dead. He isn't. Sensei is not dead. You hear me? He's not, Endeavor yelled in frustration. Enji, stop, a man with ginger hair and teal eyes ordered, but his eyes were also teary. Kendo sensei, please tell them that Hajime sensei is still alive. He can't be dead. He's the strongest. Endeavor was still in denial. I'm sorry, Enji, but even he wasn't a god, he's a human and that's our common destiny, Daisuke said, before he enlarged his fists and grabbed Endeavor, giving the medics the chance to take the body away. No, let me go. Let me go, Endeavor shouted. His spirit was broken. Enji Todoroki lost his mentor and father figure at age of 20. Present day. Sensei, Endeavor muttered as tears fell from his eyes. Your will has been passed on, but I'm afraid I failed you, he added as Izuku's words made him reflect on his life decisions. He was sure that if his sensei was alive, he would have been disappointed. Endeavor then felt the presence of a hand on his shoulder and heard Hajime's voice in his ear. You can still redeem yourself, Enji. Prepare them, prepare the next generation. Sensei. Endeavor quickly turned around but saw nothing. What was that? He asked himself. Player waiting room 1. While Endeavor was busy remembering the past, Izuku met Momo, who was crying. Yaoyorozu, what's wrong? Izuku asked with visible concern. Seeing him, Momo quickly wiped her tears. I'm sorry, I know you have an important match coming up next, she said with a shaky voice. She then stood up and headed towards the door, but Izuku grabbed her hand. Wait, please stay, Izuku asked her. Midoriya, she tried to protest, but Izuku wasn't having it. I insist. Momo nodded before she took back her seat. I feel like I'm useless, Momo began. Why? Why do you feel like that? Is it because you lost? Izuku asked. It's not just because I lost. It's because I've been doing a lot of wrong things since I came here. I let you get hurt by the villains in the USJ. And I was so afraid when I heard that you might never wake up again.
I felt guilty. I was so sad and I blamed myself for what happened to you. And then today, I tried to make it up to you during the second event by joining your team, but once again you did everything. I was useless. The moment Todoroki took our flag, Ochako and you went to get it back, while I did nothing. And now, I lost in less than 10 seconds during my match. It was a devastating defeat. She cried out as she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. That's not true, Yaoyorozu. During the USJ, no matter what anybody would have said, I would have still gone to save my teachers, which would have led to me fighting the Nomus again. It is how it is. And during the second event, if it wasn't for you being part of my team, I would have lost. I'm not a one-man army or anything, and without your Enmei's gauntlet I would have lost. It's a fact. We all contributed in some way and support is just as important as attacking. Not only did you support our team, but you defended the 1 million flag for 14 minutes. I don't know about you, but I think it's an achievement. You proved yourself time and time again that you're an excellent hero in training. I mean, look at you, you made it out of the top 8. And remember, there's always next year. Izuku replied, as he showed to Momo that she's not useless at all. I don't know Midoriya, I don't feel, she began, but Izuku interrupted her. Yaoyorozu, I bet that many pro heroes who are both present and not present will send you an internship. If this is not true, I, Izuku Midoriya, will leave UA. And yes, I'm betting my whole career on it. Momo gave a thoughtful look for a moment, thinking about what Izuku just told her. No matter how much she tried to deny it, he was right. Thank you, Midoriya, she simply said. No problem, he said before standing up and leading her to the door. However, he didn't expect her to hug him. Izuku was truly taken by surprise. He totally forgot about his family issues and his match with Bakugo, and no one could really blame the dude. Anyone would have done the same when you're feeling Momo's well-developed boobs rubbing against your stomach. He was so red and heating up that smoke was coming out of his ears.
No, Izuku. Pull yourself together. She needs this hug, and remember, don't be a pervert. Don't be like Mineta. You're better than this. He mentally told himself as he kindly hugged her back and comforted her. However, just like him, Momo was getting embarrassed. Oh my god, I don't know what came over me. I never knew that his abs were this hard. His muscles are really, what am I thinking? I'm totally abusing his kindness, she mentally scolded herself. They both stayed quiet for a while, before Momo pulled away. She was blushing and looked like she was thinking about something. Midoriya, I have 2 requests, she said as she brought her 2 index fingers together.
Sure, tell me, he replied. First, can you train me after the sports festival? You could teach me how to fight with weapons. Momo asked. Of course, no problem at all. I'm happy to help, and what's the other request? He asked, making her face brighten with a smile. Can you call me Momo? She asked. Now this wasn't expected. He took a deep breath to calm himself down, before he gave a response. Sure thing, Momo, you can call me Izuku too if you want. He replied. Alright, thank you for everything, Izuku. I won't take any more from your time, and good luck with your match. She exclaimed before she left. Yeah, like he could concentrate on his match after what just happened. I called a girl by her first name for the 3rd time. He though with a blush on his face. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Present Mike announcing that Ojiro had won his match against Tokiyami, and that it was time for his match against Bakugo. If Izuku had to guess, he would say that thanks to his new incredible speed and power, Ojiro managed to close the gap between him and Tokiyami before he landed some devastating blows. He left the room and headed towards the arena. His mind was back in the game now. Music. One Piece Ost overtaken. Now that we have our final 4, WHO, or surprisingly the same 4 WHO, have been dominating the sports festival so far. OR not so surprising. But now is the time to determine the best out of the best. Let's start the first match of the semifinals. Present Mike announced as the stadium screen displayed Izuku and Bakugo. The crowd cheered louder than ever as they knew this was going to be a good match. First off is the green powerhouse that has just kept dominating this entire sports festival with each and every round. From the hero course, your favorite cinnamon roll, Izuku Midoriya. Versus he's got some anger issues, but he's the man with the will that defies anything, even if it's the laws of physics. Also from the hero course, it's Katsuki Bakugo. Present Mike introduced the 2 competitors, but Bakugo had a tick mark on his face.
What do you mean by having anger issues? I'll kill you, bastard, he growled, which showed more than enough that he didn't like Mike's comment. Alright, I think it's time for me to wake up from my nap, Aizawa said, as he put his sleeping bag away. He knew about the heated history between these 2, having seen firsthand their first battle. However, unlike last time, he knew that things won't go the same way. Popcorn. He offered Present Mike, who gladly accepted it. Ready, Present Mike interrupted but was cut off by both Izuku and Bakugo.
Me and him. One-on-one with no rings outs, no disqualifications, Bakugo explained. No holds barred, the winner is decided when one of us submits or is completely knocked out, Izuku continued. This is a battle to determine, Bakugo said, raising his voice, unable to contain his excitement. Who's the better hero? Who's the strongest? Izuku raised his voice too, unable to keep his excitement in check. Right here and right now. Both shouted in unison as they activated their respective quirks. Chapter 21, Envy vs. Pride. Kyudai. A mysterious and malicious voice said with visible anger. It was the same voice that talked to Shigaraki through the monitor after the USJ attack. Yes sir. An old man of short stature replied while shaking in fear. He was completely bald and had a very large, bushy mustache and he wore rather peculiar goggles. Is something wrong? Did I forget your medicine? The man identified as Kyudai added with a shaky voice. He didn't like how his usually calm master called him. At first, he thought he forgot about his medicine but after doing a mental check he was sure he didn't forget about it, and even if he had his master wouldn't be this mad at him. The mysterious man who was attached to many medical equipment raised his hand with some effort and pointed at the screen that was playing the sports festival. To be more precise it was playing the moment when Izuku was running at top speed with the Chidori. 11 years ago, when Izuku Midoriya visited you in the hospital to find out about his quirk, you told me that he was quirkless, right? You were 100% sure of it and showed me his test results. So how? How come is he at UA? How come he has the Sharingan? He shouted as he slammed his chair's arm making the shorter man flinch, as his eyes shifted from the screen to his master. The blood tests. Did you do a blood test?
I only did, the X-ray, the doctor stuttered as he was overwhelmed by fear. You fool, you're lucky that I need you to make the nomus or else I would have killed you, All for One yelled. But this is not his own quirk, this is one for all, maybe, Kyudai began but was cut off by his master. You think that I don't know that this is one for all? Who do you think you're talking to? I'm All for One. I'm the creator of One for All and I know that quirk better than anyone.
All for One exclaimed with visible rage and if the doctor didn't know better, he would dare say his master was nervous. All for One took a deep breath to calm down and revert to his usual persona. Look carefully, he said as he stopped the replay when Izuku gathered lightning in his hand to create the Chidori. This isn't One for All, this is something else. I fought 8 users of One for All and none of them had lightning powers because that's not how One for All works at all. What are you implying All for One? Kyudai asked as he let out a breath, one he didn't know he was holding. He pulled out a notebook and a pen to write down what All for One was going to say next. I have many assumptions. I don't think his quirk manifested at age of 14 like he said during the player's pledge. I think it did when he was younger but he never noticed it, that or maybe it subconsciously fused with One for All. But he said that his quirk manifested when he saved someone and was later on acknowledged by another person, who I bet is All Might and who later on gave him One for All. However, if and that is a big if what he said was true, then there's another possibility. We both know that it's impossible to get a quirk at age of 14 and unlike these small-minded people, we know that the world is big. We know much more about its history and origins. He smiled, but it wasn't the bright and cheerful one All Might had, it was a twisted smile full of malice.
No way you don't mean, the doctor said as his eyes widened. Yes, Izuku Midoriya might be the key we need to obtain and conquer everything. I have to say, All Might misled us by choosing Izuku as his successor and now because of him we need to speed things up, but thanks to him we may have found the last piece to our puzzle. That's mean, Kachan, can't you see he's crying? If you come any closer, I'll get angry, Kid Izuku yelled as he took his fighting stance. However, he was scared, shaking and had visible tears in his eyes, but he just wanted to protect his peer, who was being bullied by Kachan. Ha ha ha, even though you're quirkless, Kid Kachan said, while he and his lackeys activated their quirks. You're pretending to be a hero, Deku. He added with an evil grin, before he and his lackeys began their assault on the poor green-haired boy. Izuku remembered the first time he stood against Bakugo and when the whole beating and torment started. He was walking through the stadium's corridors, heading to the arena and with each step he took, more memories flashed through his mind. Oi, Deku. You're below the rejects, you're a quirkless freak. How can you even stand in the same ring as me, you damn nerd? No, wait, Kachan, it's just that it has been my goal since I was little, and well, I won't know unless I try, Izuku replied while stuttering nervously. What do you mean, unless you try? You piece of shit. Are you taking the fucking test for fun? What the hell can you do? You're quirkless, Deku, Bakugo growled, while Izuku just remained silent, he was too afraid to retaliate after all. Same thing could be said about Bakugo, who was also remembering his childhood with Izuku. He clenched his fists as the next memories came to his mind. The name Deku. The same one that you always use as an insult to call me useless and worthless. Well, guess what? The name Deku isn't going to mean useless or worthless or good for nothing anymore. Kachan, from now on, Deku is a name that will mean you can do it. It will mean never give up. It will inspire others. From this day forward, Deku is not the name of the frail kid you bullied, but the strong man in front of you will become the greatest hero. Deku is the name of the person who will bring you down today. Deku, you bastard, I'll kill you. Bakugo rushed at Izuku, but the latter didn't wait and got closer to the ash-blonde hair boy. Bakugo released an explosion at Izuku, aiming for his chest, but Izuku immediately ducked. He already had predicted this with his Sharingan. Lowest round kick, Izuku shouted before performing the attack, making Bakugo fall off of his feet, but before Bakugo could hit the ground, Izuku punched him in the gut, sending him flying to the other side of the corridor. Kachan, Izuku paused for a moment. Uraraka and everyone from the monitor room were looking at him in awe. From now on, we're equals. Both Izuku and Bakugo were finally able to see their respective entrances to the arena and before each one of them could reach his, one finally memory came rushing in. I'm just getting started. You hear me? From now on you're my rival and I'm going to destroy you. Here. I will become number 1. I'll even surpass All Might. You won't beat me again, bastard, Bakugo yelled. His eyes were teary as he began to walk away. It was the first time that Bakugo had to admit that he's not the best, and he learned it the hard way. And I won't lose either, Kachan, Izuku shouted. Music. BNHA Ost S3 Yusei Run plus Bombing King. Bakugo gritted his teeth as he set foot into the arena while Izuku took a deep breath to concentrate. He had quite a serious look on his face. Now that we have our final 4, WHO or surprisingly the same 4 WHO have been dominating the sports festival so far, OR not so surprising. Now is the time to determine the best out of the best. Let's start the first match of the semifinals, President Mike announced as the stadium screen displayed Izuku and Bakugo. The crowd cheered louder than ever as they knew this was going to be a great match. First off is the green powerhouse that has just kept dominating this entire sports festival with each and every round. From the hero course, your favorite cinnamon roll, Izuku Midoriya. VERSUS he's got some anger issues, but he's the man with the will that defies anything, even if it's the laws of physics. Also from the hero course, it's Katsuki Bakugo. President Mike introduced the two competitors, but Bakugo had a tick mark on his face. What do you mean by having anger issues? I'll kill you bastard, he growled, which showed more than enough that he didn't like Mike's comment. Looks like we will be getting a rematch from their fight in hero training at the start of the school year, Suyu said as she and everyone were able to sense the tension in the air. Man, this is the worst matchup. These two become crazy when they fight each other, Kaminari said as he shivered. The fated battle between rivals, Ochako seriously pointed out. She couldn't take her eyes off Izuku and Bakugo. You're right, Uraraka, this is a battle between men. It's like they share a long history of fierce battles and this is yet another one. Kirishima exclaimed before he gulped. Even he was nervous. I wonder what kind of history the two of them share. Itsuka questioned to no one really but loudly enough for the others to hear her. No one knows and no one asks about it. I've known Izuku for quite some time now but he never told me anything. Whatever happened between these two, I'm sure that Midoriya doesn't want to talk about it, Ojiro said as his eyes were glued to the arena. Ochako and Tenya looked at each other for a moment. They both knew that Bakugo used to make fun of Izuku for some reason, but was that really the case? Was there something more? In the end they decided to keep their mouths shut. Alright, I think it's time for me to wake up from my nap, Aizawa said, as he put his sleeping bag away. He knew about the heated history between these two, having seen firsthand their first battle. However, unlike last time, he knew that things won't go the same way. Popcorn. He offered President Mike who gladly accepted it. Ready, President Mike interrupted but was cut off by both Izuku and Bakugo. Me and him. One-on-one with no rings outs, no disqualifications, Bakugo explained. No holds barred, the winner is decided when one of his submits or is completely knocked out, Izuku continued. This is a battle to determine, Bakugo said, raising his voice, unable to contain his excitement. Who's the better hero, who's the strongest? Izuku raised his voice too unable to keep his excitement in check. Right here and right now, both shouted in unison as they activated their respective quirks. Eraser, is this following the rules? Can they actually do this? President Mike asked. If both contestants agree to it then it's fine, which is the case. Aizawa shrugged as he ate his popcorn. Amazing, for the match between Izuku and Bakugo there will be no ringouts. The winner will be the one WHO makes the other submit or and knocks him out, President Mike announced making the crowd cheer loudly. Midnight climbed onto her stage and prepared her whip. Alright boys, I know you're both excited to get on with it, so I'll make it quick. You two ready? Both competitors nodded. She cracked her whip, start. Once they heard the signal both contestants dashed over each other with a roar, Izuku with his full cowl activated and Bakugo with his explosions propelling him. And as the distance between them got shorter both of them threw a punch. Their fists collided. Hey Kachan, remember that day, when the teacher revealed that I was going to apply to UA? I take back everything I said, Izuku said before he delivered the mother of all uppercuts with his other arm, sending Bakugo high in the air. He then jumped, following Bakugo but went even higher. I'm standing in the same ring as you today. He shouted before he did a front flip and delivered an axe kick to Bakugo's back. Manchester Smash. The whole crowd cringed as Bakugo's body slammed into the arena with a loud thud. However, Bakugo wouldn't go down that easily. While he was still in midair Izuku suddenly noticed a large explosion coming towards him, so he put both his arms in a cross motion and braced for impact. Then out of the dust Bakugo appeared and grabbed Izuku from his shirt. Don't act all high and mighty Deku. He angrily yelled as he threw Izuku towards the arena with a big explosion. Luckily for Izuku, he managed to land on both feet with a small crater under them. Unfortunately, Bakugo wasn't planning on giving Izuku a break as he propelled himself with his explosions towards Izuku. Combine the power of his explosions and the Earth's gravity pulling him back, he was too fast for the naked eye to track, unless you have the Sharingan. I can see his movements. I can track him, Izuku mentally said as he dodged the incoming explosion but its sheer power managed to push him away. When he opened his eyes, he was shocked. Half of the arena was pulverized. He had to thank his Sharingan for evolving last month. If it hadn't, well, let's say he didn't want to imagine what would have happened. Bakugo couldn't see where Izuku went after the last explosion. The dust was covering the entire arena. He began to look around as the dust began to settle, but suddenly his face was met by a powerful roundhouse kick from Izuku, which sent him flying across the destroyed ring. Wow, so much action. This match got me on the edge of my seat, President Mike yelled as the crowd cheered, showing their agreement. Eraser, since they're both your students, care to tell us more about them? President Mike asked, to which Aizawa groaned, but decided to give an answer. Honestly, both of them have been blessed with quirks that suit them well. Bakugo is nothing short of a combat genius. His instincts, physical strength, tenacity and explosive nature are all perfectly suited for battle. Combine this with his quirk, and there you have it, a warrior who shines on a battlefield. His biggest limitation is his ferocity, but I see this more as an advantage in this tournament. Midoriya, on the other hand, is what you can call a prodigy. Thanks to his brilliant analysis skills and his quirk that helps him with analyzing his opponents, he's nothing short but perfect when it comes to counter-attacking. He's what you call an analytical fighter. He was easily able to figure out my quirk after seeing it for a second during the first day of school, which isn't a small feat. And as we saw during the previous matches, he always finds new ways to use his quirk. However, his weakness is his quirk itself. Since it hasn't been long since he first awakened it, his quirk has more weaknesses than strengths. Hence, he always has to hold back, so when he gets overwhelmed, he tends to lose his composure and go all out, Aizawa explained. Oh, I remember that. Just like the day of the entrance exam when he fought the zero-pointer, President Mike added, as he could never forget the day when Izuku landed that impressive smash. He even forgot about the exam for a moment and cheered for the boy. Exactly, his quirk tends to backfire, Aizawa exclaimed with his usual monotone voice, before it picked up. But, to be honest, both of them made so much improvement compared to when I first met them. I can assure that these two will go far. I see, you got some really flashy students. Eraserhead, no wonder. You haven't expelled them yet, President Mike yelled as just like him. The crowd was greatly enjoying the match between the rivals. Bakugo stood up again as he spat some blood, before he dashed over Izuku once more. Don't underestimate me, you bastard, the explosive teen yelled as he prepared to attack his foe. This is his famous right hook, no, Izuku thought as he carefully read Bakugo's movements with his Sharingan. The right hook is a feint. And true to his words, Bakugo fired an explosion and moved over Izuku in an attempt to get behind, but Izuku was already prepared to counter-attack as he turned around. However, he didn't expect Bakugo to fire another explosion and quickly moved to his side. I won't be able to react in time, he mentally thought. Die! Bakugo shouted as he fired a large explosion directed at Izuku's ribs, making the crowd cringe once more. The Sharingan user couldn't help but shriek as he was sent flying away to the other side of the arena. He felt that his ribs cracked under the force of the explosion. A direct hit. Bakugo manages to fire a large EXPLSOSION at Midoriya from point-blank range. Is this the end for Midoriya? President Mike cried out. Once Izuku stood up again, a hole in his PE uniform revealed the nasty burn in his side caused by the explosion. It stung as hell. He gritted his teeth as the pain was almost unbearable, but the word give up no longer existed in his dictionary. Is that all you got, asshole? He shouted as was the one to dash over his foe this time. What? Is Deku going in blindly? No, this isn't him. Knowing him, I'm sure he's planning something. Bakugo thought as he knew that Izuku was an analytical fighter, who analyzed before counter-attacking. But to Bakugo's surprise, Izuku was just running towards him and didn't seem like he'll stop anytime soon. He was running towards him like, Ochako. That bastard. Did he copy Round-Face's movements now? It doesn't matter, he'll share the same fate as her. Bakugo fired an explosion at Izuku, just like he did with Ochako, but to his surprise this whole act was a feint. Izuku jumped in the air and rested his hand on Bakugo's head, before landing on his feet behind the explosion boy. Bakugo quickly turned around, but not fast enough to defend himself against Izuku's next attack. Lowest round kick. Izuku shouted as he knocked Bakugo off his feet, then without showing signs of stopping, he kicked Bakugo high in the air. Deku. Bakugo gritted his teeth as he was sent flying to the air. As much as he wanted to move and counter-attack, he couldn't. And before he even knew it, Izuku was in front of him. That is what I brought you here to talk about. The next All Might, the fledgling symbol of peace, Izuku Midoriya. I want you to tell the world I am here. All Might's words came to Izuku's ears, which made him remember his responsibilities as All Might's successor. It made him remember what he needs to do, but from now on, we're equals. All Might's and his words made him remember something more important. It made him remember what is he fighting for. He's fighting to prove his worth to everyone, to prove he's no longer that useless little kid, to prove himself to everyone including Bakugo. Yes, although he hates to admit it, Bakugo is the most important person he wants to prove himself to. I'm going to win, Kachan, he shouted as his Sharingan began to spin and the lightning of One for All filled the air and moved intensely around him. Resonating deep within him, the past wills and power of One for All echoed in his body, granting even more power within him. One for All 8% Green Dragon Ultra Kick. He yelled as he delivered a powerful kick to Bakugo's gut. The green aura morphed into a dragon who let out a mighty roar before Izuku's kick landed, sending Bakugo back to the arena with a loud thud once again. Did I get him? Izuku thought as the dust began to settle down. Much to everyone's surprise, Bakugo stood up again as he spat some blood. He was frowning but was quickly relieved when he felt more sweat building up in his hands. I hate to admit it, but Deku is strong, although, when it comes to mobility, I'm superior, but still, those eyes of his are a real problem. Good time as any to use my new special attack. Bakugo sneered as he shot forward once more. Midnight, Cementos called his colleague. What's wrong? She asked. Aren't these two going a bit too far? he asked as the fight was starting to get too violent for a sports festival match. What? Are you unhappy that your precious arena got destroyed again? She chuckled, but she realized that Cementos was being serious. Alright, let me check with Nezu on how far these two can go, she added before she called Nezu. Izuku instantly began to move to the side. His eyes easily followed Bakugo's advancing form and his outstretched hands. If I can go around this explosion, I can catch him off guard, he thought as he dodged to the side, then immediately pushed himself forward, moving around his opponent in 2 quick bursts of speed. He pulled his fist back and waited, time moving in slow motion thanks to his Sharingan. Right when he notices me and turns, that's the perfect angle to land a Texas smash. True to his plan, Bakugo turned his head around slightly to get a good look at his foe, only to catch a fist straight to the jaw, causing more blood to fly from Bakugo's jaw as he gasped in pain. Texas smash. Unfortunately for Izuku, this was his biggest mistake. In an effort to not injure Bakugo so badly, he couldn't help but throw that previous punch at 5%, which wasn't enough to knock Bakugo by all means. The latter's jaw morphed into a savage grin beneath Izuku's fist, before he raised his hand and faced his palm towards Izuku's eyes. Izuku's heart sunk in his stomach. Stun grenade. Bakugo yelled as the entire arena lit up and a shrill filled the air. Izuku screamed in agony, his eyes were burning and he could barely hear anything. What was that? How did Kachan do that? On instinct, Izuku closed his eyes, deactivated his Sharingan and covered his eyes with his hands, and to make it worse, Bakugo fired another explosion at him which sent Izuku flying until he slammed into the arena's wall, the one separating the arena from the stands. Izuku landed painfully on the ground. He couldn't do anything. Bakugo really managed to exploit his only weakness. He couldn't use his Sharingan anymore. For the first time in a long time, he felt utterly defeated. Bakugo laughed loudly like a maniac. This was the moment he was waiting for since the battle trials. This was the moment he kept dreaming of every day for the past month as he went through his hellish training. How do you like that, Deku? I made that stun grenade especially for you. But don't blame me, Deku. If you want to blame something, blame your stupid Quirk. After all, I told you before, didn't I? Bakugo exclaimed as he began to remember what he told Izuku long ago when they were kids. You're so lucky, your Quirk is so cool, I hope I get mine soon, too, Kid Izuku said as he and Kid Bakugo were walking through a forest, while Kid Bakugo had a fishing net in his hands. No matter what Quirk you get, you'll never beat me. No matter what Quirk you get, you'll never beat me. I almost feel bad because you can't see the current look on my face, Bakugo added with a shit-eating grin on his face. Normally, flashbangs can make you blind for a few seconds, so with those sensitive eyes of his, Deku must be in hell, he mentally told himself. All Might clenched his fists nervously, he was so worried and he couldn't take his eyes off his successor's collapsed form. One is fighting to prove himself and be acknowledged and the other to prove he's the best. Young Bakugo really wasn't kidding when he pledged to become the strongest student in UA. His plan to take down young Midoriya was flawless. I know that I shouldn't play favorites, but young Midoriya, you worked so hard for the past year just for this moment. You worked so hard to prove yourself to the world, you can't go down like that, young man. In the stands below, Inko was tightly gripping Himiko's hand. Her face clearly showed that she was unable to bear witness the sight of her son in distress. Himiko uncomfortably shifted in her seat too when the Jumbotron displayed a close-up of Izuku's pained expression. Even Mitsuki herself couldn't help but think that this has gone too far. She wanted to yell at Katsuki, but there was nothing she could do. Midnight didn't know whether to announce Bakugo as the winner or not, as she looked at the heavily panting and injured Izuku on the ground. Nezu said it's fine as long as no injury is life-threatening or truly severe, and according to his words, they're the one who made it into a no-holds-barred fight, but still, isn't this a bit too much, she thought? However, the whole crowd was surprised as Izuku began to stand up again. He was heavily panting and it was really hard for him to stand up as the pain made him so dizzy. Seeing this, Bakugo couldn't help but smirk. You know what they say, don't you, Deku? When two warriors are powerful enough, they're able to read each other's thoughts simply by an exchange of fists. Without ever uttering a single word, get it? Izuku panted more as he desperately tried to stand up. You've always been naive, Deku, tell me, do you know my thoughts? Bakugo approached Izuku. Can you tell what's on my mind? What are you trying to say, Kachan? Izuku mentally thought, but his thoughts were interrupted by a loud boom as pain resonated in his entire body once more. Bakugo fired an explosion, so strong that it made Izuku stuck to the wall. You make me so angry, Deku, do you know that? You sicken me? Bakugo exclaimed with a frown. Meanwhile, Izuku felt a throbbing pain in his chest. That last explosion left a serious burn mark on his skin. You have always been following behind me, ever since we were kids. You were always behind me. No matter how much I beat you up, you were always stuck to my back like glue. But then you disappeared for a year and became so strong out of nowhere, so strong that the roles were reversed. I couldn't help but ask myself every day why? Why did I end up chasing after a small fry like you? You, who were once a pebble in my way, humiliated me in front of everyone during the battle trials. You defeated me without using your full power, as if I wasn't even worth the effort. You made me look like a total fool. Tell me, during our final year in middle school, while you've been getting stronger every day, you've been looking down on me the entire time, haven't you? Izuku gasped in shock as he heard Bakugo's words. It was the first time in his life where Bakugo expressed his feelings. Is this what you truly believe, Kachan? Bakugo clenched his fists in anger. Say something, you fucking bastard. Bakugo shouted before he punched Izuku in the face. Is this true? Hey, watch it Bakugo. This may be a no-holds-barred but you really are going too far now. I'm sorry Midoriya but I'm afraid I'll have to end this match, Midnight announced but was quickly interrupted by none other than Izuku. No, don't stop the match. Everything is under control. This is between him and I, he said which made Bakugo angrier. Still acting all high and mighty Deku. Still looking down on me, then how about this? Bakugo shouted before he slapped Izuku twice. Izuku grit his teeth in anger. What, Deku? Are you feeling angry, humiliated, is that it? You don't know what true humiliation is, you fucking nerd. But don't you worry, I'm going to teach you what true humiliation feels like, just like you've done during the battle trials. Just like you've done during the sports festival and just like how you've been looking down on me this entire time. He yelled before kneeing Izuku in the stomach, making him spit more blood. You're an idiot Kachan, Izuku muttered. What was that? Bakugo asked half angry half confused. I said you're an idiot, Izuku shouted before he slammed his head into Bakugo's head, giving him a powerful headbutt. When I first met you and we became friends, I was so happy. You were someone who was amazing and I just wanted to see how far you would go. I was so eager to get a quirk, to be able to keep up with you, to become a pro hero with you. But I didn't get a quirk while you got an amazing one. You were always able to do everything and everyone was always fawning over you. You were so far ahead of me and I knew it. To me you were the image of victory. You were so amazing that I couldn't help but become jealous of you. I envied you. Even after everything you did to me, I couldn't help it, so I ran after you and chased you. Once I got my quirk, I worked so hard on myself to become like you. I saw you as a rival who I had to surpass, who I had to prove myself to. Even now, I still feel the same way. The truth was, I really just wanted to be like you. You were everything I aspired to be, that's why. I'm just getting started. You hear me? From now on you're my rival and I'm going to destroy you. You have no idea how happy you made me that day. It was the first time you ever said anything, acknowledging me. I was overjoyed to hear this from you. Izuku shouted as he punched Bakugo in his chest, knocking him away. That's why you are a fucking bastard, Izuku yelled. You truly think you could still win, huh, Deku? Look at you, you're blind. You can't even use your quirk anymore. You're a quirkless loser, just like the old days, Bakugo exclaimed. If there's one thing I've learned from this journey, it's that it's okay to be weak, but it's not okay to stay weak. That's why I'll turn my greatest weakness into my greatest strength. I will win no matter what. I already said this before, but I'll say it again. I won't give up. I never go back on my word, because that's my hero way, Izuku said as he retook his fighting stance. I'm sorry All Might, I'm so sorry. I know how much you warned me about not using both powers individually to mask the true nature of One for All but, there's no other way. Izuku mentally said as he activated One for All once again. The scent of ozone filled the air and the green lightning began to swirl around him. Seeing this, everyone gasped in shock. They all thought that for Izuku's quirk to activate, he had to activate it from his eyes first. After some thinking most people shrugged it off as him activating his quirk from every part of his body except from his eyes. Class 1A were even more convinced by this, since they saw Izuku activating his quirk only from his eyes during the battle trials. However, this wasn't the case for people like Endeavor, the three elders and certain dark figures who were watching the match and knew a lot about the Sharingan or so they thought. Izuku was desperate and he knew it. Forget about fighting without his Sharingan, he had to fight without his sight and this was a big disadvantage on its own. Music. Naruto asked my name, extended, asterisk, Deku, Bakugo shouted as he propelled himself with his explosions to reach Izuku. I'm gonna show you that my quirk is superior to yours. He tried to fire an explosion at Izuku, but the latter swiftly kicked his hands and elbowed him in the chest before he could make his sweat explode. Izuku Midoriya manages to block Bakugo's attack despite being blind. Oi, what is going on here? Eraser say something, Present Mike said with visible shock as he and the crowd were in awe. They didn't understand how was Izuku able to fight despite being blind for the moment. Aizawa couldn't help but stare in pure admiration at Izuku. He had done the one thing that he himself was never able to do. What that he managed to kick my hands before I fire an explosion? How? Bakugo thought as million questions popped in his head. However, his thoughts came to a stop once he saw Izuku moving in to attack him. Bakugo's eyes widened, while Kurigane had a smirk on his face. Izuku wasn't someone who would waste time. Right now, he knew where Bakugo currently was and this was his chance to counterattack. First off, he delivered a powerful roundhouse kick to Bakugo's ribs, before he kicked the explosive boy's chin. Izuku carefully calculated when will Bakugo start falling, and at that precise moment he did a backflip and landed a devastating kick. Midoriya is actually relying on his other senses to pinpoint Bakugo's location, Aizawa exclaimed, his eyes glued to Izuku. I can't believe what I'm seeing. This first-year student who just awakened his quirk last year already managed to cover up for its weakness. Something that a pro hero like me wasn't able to do with my quirk. Eraser, are you 100% sure of what you're saying? I mean even you, Present Mike said, but Aizawa gave him a sharp nod. He was sure of it. Present Mike took off his glasses for a moment and looked seriously at his friend. I don't know what to say, just teach him well Shota, make sure he reaches his full potential. You don't need to remind me, Aizawa replied. Flashback. Sensei, I made it back, Izuku said, as he was trying to catch his breath. You cheated. You used your quirk, didn't you? Kurigane questioned the younger boy. How did you? Izuku was going to ask about how he knew about his quirk, but figured out that Mori probably told him. Was I not allowed to do that? Izuku changed his question. Yes, using your quirk defeats the purpose of this training, Kurogane replied. You have to be kidding me, sensei. I barely made it out alive using my quirk, Izuku exclaimed. I figured out that you'd use your quirk, so I made things harder for you. But what if I didn't use my quirk and that knife hit me? Izuku asked, as he questioned his sensei's sanity. Was he a psychopath who wanted to kill him or something? The knives are made out of plastics, they're not even sharp, the man simply replied. Izuku was relieved that his sensei wasn't at least a psychopath who was willing to kill him, but he didn't let the ghost part get out of his head, until the man spoke again. Now go back there, and redo the exercise this time without your quirk, the man said, as Izuku fell on his back. Mom, I'm sorry I didn't make it out alive, Izuku simply said. Cut the slack and get going. My advice is that you should concentrate on your breathing, focus, and feel the air around you, and use other senses than your vision. I know that your quirk enhances your vision, but what would happen if you're in a circumstance where you can't use your eyes? The old man said. I see, so this exercise's purpose is to cover for my weakness, Izuku said, as he could only agree with his sensei. He then got up and went back to the mountain. Midoriya, I know that this training might be too much on you, but if you're going to be the greatest hero, the next symbol of peace, then you should become a strong hero, capable of protecting others and himself. Alright, let's do this again, Izuku said, as he was making his way down this time without his Sharingan, and once again the fog was thick as hell. However, it wasn't long before Izuku fell into a hole. Ow, oh damn, I hurt my arm, he said, as he got up, and after a few steps, he got smacked by a log, then tackled by a rope and fell on the ground. This is not good, remember Izuku, concentrate, breath and use your other senses, he said to himself, as he tried to focus on his other senses and his breath. There, he said, as he dodged some pebbles. I did it, I was finally able to do it, he cheered as he started to make his way down the mountain, dodging the traps. About time you showed them, boy, Kurogane exclaimed. He was totally proud of his student right now. You, don't tell me, are you really relying on your other senses? He asked, half shocked, half angry. Izuku only gave a smile, his confidence coming back to him. Not so sure of winning anymore, Kachan. He taunted his foe, which made Bakugo even more mad if that was even possible at this point. I'm going to say two things, Kachan. First, you're loud. Everything about you screams the word loud. Secondly, you're probably used to it so you didn't really notice, but you smell just like caramel. After all, nitroglycerin has a scent like sugar. And the more you sweat, the more the smell intensifies. Thanks to these two factors, I'm having no problem knowing where you are. Just how far are you going to go, Deku? Bakugo questioned as he clenched his fists. I'll go as far as I can until I reach my dream, Kachan, and nothing will ever stop me. Not even you, Izuku replied. If that's how it is, then I'll have to crush you and prove that I'm the best. But I'll admit it, you're strong, Deku, just not as strong as me. I guess there's only one way to prove it to you, Kachan. Izuku replied as he fully understood Bakugo's feelings. He envies Bakugo, but the latter is too prideful. From kindergarten to elementary school, middle school, and high school, they've known each other for a long time, but until now, they've never talked about how they really felt. They've never understood each other. Enough, no more words, it's time you and I settle things once and for all, Bakugo shouted. Then come, Kachan, Izuku yelled before he heard the sound of an explosion. From above, he thought as he dodged the incoming attack by jumping back. That was close, he muttered. Don't make me think, Bakugo said in his mind as he propelled himself with his explosions to clear the distance between him and Izuku. He's gonna get here before I land. This is bad. Repel his hand, he thought as he tried to defend himself and counterattack. Unluckily for him and to his surprise, Bakugo fired an explosion to propel himself upwards, then another one downwards to land quickly behind him. Izuku tried to quickly turn around but was met by a powerful punch infused to his guts, which knocked him away. He tried to get up quickly, but Bakugo wasn't giving him a moment to rest, as before he could even properly stand up, Bakugo was already in front of him, firing another explosion at him. He tried to jump and evaded, but Bakugo caught his leg. I got you now, Deku, Bakugo exclaimed before throwing Izuku back to the destroyed arena. I don't even have time to catch my breath, Izuku thought as he kept rolling around until he finally stopped. My way of fighting by pinpointing his location and predicting his moves before acting takes too long, damn. I really wish I could use the Sharingan right now, Izuku thought as he stood up again.
Bakugo was getting more and more pissed. No matter what he did, Izuku just keeps getting up. It infuriated him. He propelled himself with his explosions again before he pulled his fist back to punch Izuku. Izuku heard the sound of the loud explosions. He knew Bakugo was getting closer, but didn't really know what to do. Bakugo was being careful now before hitting him and would immediately attack from somewhere else if he suspected that he'll block or dodge the next attack. Damn it, Izuku, think. He mentally shouted. Guess there's one thing to do, he thought as he steeled himself, before he felt the impact of the devastating punch to his face. Bakugo was smirking as he thought that this time, he got Izuku for sure. However, his eyes widened as Izuku grabbed his arm. Don't tell me. I got you now, Kachan, Izuku said before he lifted him above his head and brought him down crashing to the ground with a strong force. Bakugo really hated that move with every fiber of his body. Then next thing he knew, he was being lifted by the same arm and sent high in the air. Curse you, Deku, he muttered. Izuku soon followed. It was finally time for that other attack he saw in his dreams besides the Chidori. He had to end this now. There was no way that Bakugo was going to give him another chance like this. He was closing in on Bakugo. He was right behind him, just where he wanted. Unfortunately for him, Bakugo recovered quickly and span around as he grabbed him by his throat. Don't look down on me, you bastard. Stun grenade. Bakugo yelled as the entire arena lit up and a shrill filled the air for the second time. And for the second time, Izuku was barely able to hear anything. And Bakugo wasn't so nice as soon after, he fired the largest explosion he could fire right now, making the crowd cringe. Die! He shouted, before Izuku slammed into the arena with a loud thud. Izuku landed painfully, he was so dizzy and vaguely noticed his erratic breathing growing worse by the second. He felt his head get fuzzy from the pain or the lack of oxygen or some grim combination of the two. He felt himself completely isolated from the outside world. He was afraid that Midnight may think that he passed out, so he weakly raised his hand to show that he's still conscious. I don't have many options now. Should I use that forbidden technique? If I do, then I'll definitely win the match, but there's also no doubt that I won't be able to fight in the finals. Oh well, second place is much better than third place. Izuku mentally thought as he gathered his strength to stand up again. But then, he saw the shadow of a person coming towards him. Wait, I can see, he thought. At first, he thought it was Bakugo who was going to attack again, then he dismissed that thought and was sure that it was Midnight, who wanted to check on him. However, it was neither. It was none other than Shisui. So now I'm hallucinating, great. Izuku said with a chuckle. Damn, I must be dizzier than I initially thought. He added as 8 mysterious shadowy figures surrounded him, their features hidden besides their piercing eyes. Shisui chuckled before he responded. It's been a while, nice to see you again, Izuku. And seems like the others are eager as well to finally meet you. The others? Izuku questioned as he looked at them. He noted that one of them looked like a scrawny All Might, and another one looked familiar. But he just couldn't see her facial features. Don't worry everyone, I got him. No need to interfere with him. Now is not the time anyways. He exclaimed as the 8 figures began to disappear. Who were these people? Izuku asked with visible confusion. They are the past users of One for All. Shisui replied as Izuku's eyes widened and his head started to get filled with questions. Look, I don't have enough time to explain everything to you. I promise that soon enough you'll get most of your answers, because there's a lot we need to discuss, but now is not the time. Remember, you have a match. Just know that they helped with healing your eyes. Shisui explained, to which Izuku gave a nod. Wait a second, you healed my eyes, how? Izuku asked. Well, it's not like actual healing. It's just that One for All powered up the Sharingan temporarily to negate its weakness. The two powers are changing, Izuku, and don't worry, I'll tell you more about this later. Shisui replied, making sure that the younger boy understands what happened. Oh, thanks about that, it's nice to know that I have such a helpful quirk, I guess. Anyways, I think I'll just use a forbidden technique I learned a few months ago and end this. Izuku explained his next moves. And then you won't be able to go to the final round. No, that's not an option you should consider. Shisui replied. Then what should I do, Shisui? I have no other options. Izuku pointed out what seemed obvious to him. Shisui patted his head and let out a sigh. You really do underestimate the power of the Sharingan, don't you? Well, I can't blame you because no one taught you how to really use it, so here's the plan. Wait, Izuku interrupted him. I don't want your help, because I'll feel like I'm cheating. I'm sorry, it's nothing against you, but it's a matter of principles. Izuku sincerely exclaimed. Shisui smiled as he gave him a nod. Very well, I can respect that. You're my descendant and I'm sure you'll come up with a brilliant plan. Easier said than done, but I want to confirm something first. Is it safe to use the Sharingan right now? Izuku asked. It should be fine, just don't strain it. Shisui said, to which Izuku gave a thoughtful look. I have a plan, I'm not so sure of it, but it's worth the try. Izuku said, before Shisui patted him on his shoulder. Then do it and show them what you're made of. Shisui said, before he disappeared. All Might gripped his hair nervously, his heart was beating fast at the sight of his protege. Get up, come on young man, damn it. He muttered under his breath. Despite his words, Izuku didn't move and he couldn't help but feel like he was down for the count. Many students from Class A and B had the same thoughts. They truly wished to see Izuku stand up once more, but it seemed like this time Bakugo finally got him. But this doesn't mean that some other people like the Baku squad weren't cheering for him along with other spectators. Izuku Midoriya is unconscious. Cat, Midnight began but was interrupted by the scene that transpired in front of her. When Izuku reopened his eyes, he was lying on the destroyed arena. His breath and hearing were back to normal and he was no longer dizzy and Bakugo had just landed. Seems like I was out for a few seconds, he said in his mind, before he stood up to his full height. His eyes were still closed. Everyone gasped in shock before Izuku took off his UA PE shirt. This thing is torn and so damaged that it will just be a hindrance, he thought. Many girls and creepy women couldn't help but stare at him and his amazing muscles. They never knew that under the pile of clothes he wore was a well-built and magnificent body like his, hidden too by the fact that he's an innocent sweet cinnamon roll. So manly, Kirishima said with tears streaming from his eyes. He was clearly able to see how hard Izuku must have worked out to reach that level. And he hates to admit it, but he was a bit jealous. Itsuka, Momo and Ochako couldn't help but blush at the sight of Izuku's muscles. His muscles were even more refined than a professional swimmer. And the fact that he was covered in burns, bruises and blood but didn't seem to care made him look like a badass and hot in the eyes of women, especially Himiko and Midnight. Midnight licked her lips and squealed. It seems like she was going to attempt something and Aizawa felt his dadzawa instincts warning him. Nimari, if you even think about doing something inappropriate, I won't hesitate and call the FBI. He shouted with a tone suggesting that he wasn't joking or taking any chances. Tisk, fine. Midnight muttered under her breath. Seeing this, Mineta couldn't help but lose his mind. I won't forgive you, Midoriya. Why is it always you that the girls are fawning over and not me, you bastard? He began as his eyes were filled with blood. But Abara captured him with her vines and Suyu slapped him with her tongue. Gross, Abara simply said. Music. Naruto asked the raising fighting spirit, extended. Izuku didn't care about what was happening around him. He had to focus on his match and nothing else mattered right now. He took a deep breath as he got into his battle stance. Bakugo looked at him as he clenched his fists in anger. He had enough. He dashed over Izuku with his explosions to finish this once and for all. Izuku opened his eyes and activated his Sharingan as he stared at Bakugo's eyes. His Sharingan began to spin. I told you, Deku. It's no use, your quirk is weaker than mine. You will never surpass me. Bakugo yelled as he tried fire a stun grenade at Izuku, but the latter quickly closed his eyes and swiftly dodged to the side. Triple kick. Izuku shouted before he delivered the 3 devastating kicks, sending Bakugo flying away. Don't think you can get me twice with the same trick, Kachan. But this would have been a third for my ears, oh well, it doesn't matter. Bakugo got even more mad and fired an explosion to send himself high in the air, and surprisingly Izuku was there, just before him, which totally surprised Bakugo. Detroit Smash. Izuku sent Bakugo back to the arena, but the latter used his explosions to slow down his fall. However, Izuku landed quickly behind him, ready to deliver his next attack. Twin Strike. He shouted as Bakugo was knocked away. Is that all you've got, Kachan? I'm getting bored here. He taunted as he yawned, showing how completely bored he was. Bakugo's eyes widened, many sparks ignited in his hands, before he propelled himself once more and tried to punch Izuku, but Izuku easily caught his hand before he could even throw the punch. Bakugo got even more confused and angry by this as he tried to fire an explosion with his other hand, but before he could, Izuku caught his hand and forced him to fire the explosion to the air. You're going to take a step back now and say, are you reading my mind? Izuku simply said, and true to his words, Bakugo took a step back. Are you reading my mind? Bakugo gasped in shock. How did he know? He thought. Next you're going to say, wait, can you see into the future? Izuku pointed out what would happen in the next second. Can you see into the future? Bakugo grit his teeth. He didn't understand what was happening. Izuku put a hand on his chin, not taking things seriously at all. Yes, I can see the future now. Cut the crap, Deku. Bakugo growled. You don't believe me. Try it for yourself. It's only natural, but I've gotten stronger, Izuku simply said with a smirk. What are you smiling about? Bakugo shouted as he propelled himself with his explosions and tried to fire an explosion at Izuku, but Izuku easily dodged it by jumping back. I'm sure you're up to something, he said as he fired another explosion, but Izuku jumped above it. That's what makes me sick. I can't tell what you're thinking. No matter how much I beat you up, you stick close. Even though you were nothing, it's like you're looking down on me. That attitude you have, like you're better than me, like you're seriously gonna surpass me, it's an eyesore. Bakugo said in frustration. Is that what you thought? Izuku questioned as he landed back on the arena. I mean, normally, if someone keeps looking down on you, you won't want anything to do with them anymore. Izuku said as remembered all the bullying and torment. He clenched his fists. But like I said before, because I had nothing at first, along with the parts one hated about you, I saw vividly all the amazing things you could do. You who had so much that I didn't have, were an amazing person much closer to me than All Might. Izuku yelled as the energy of One for All surged through his body. He closed the distance between him and Bakugo in a second. It's because I thought you were amazing, that's why, Izuku said as he hit Bakugo with a powerful roundhouse kick. I kept chasing after you. Bakugo tried to block the kick with his forearms, but it proved useless under Izuku's sheer power. However, Izuku didn't expect Bakugo to fire a large explosion that created a lot of smoke. Shit, I must have lost control because I got emotional, he thought. Bakugo wasn't stupid by any means. Sure, he was loud and ferocious and barely showed signs of being smart, but the truth is, he truly is smart. Once he hit Izuku with that last explosion, it clicked in his mind. That fucking nerd. That whole thing about seeing the future was just a trick, it was one of his damn illusions. Bakugo said in his mind. When the dust finally cleared, both Izuku and Bakugo were still standing, barely able to, but they were. Is that all you've got, you bastard? Izuku cried triumphantly as he made another mad dash towards Bakugo. This is gross, so I can't tell you to your face, but, when my feeling of I have to beat you is stronger than I have to save you, I inadvertently start spouting more insults. That's the part of you that I hate, but the image of victory I have inside me is of you. Bakugo tried to lift his arms, but the combined backlashes of his previous made it nearly impossible. Fuck. Move. Damn it, I overdid it with the explosions. In the end, Bakugo settled for a kick which Deku swiftly dodged and punched the former right in his face. Bakugo howled and fired a series of weak, but rapid explosions from his palms that forced Izuku to retreat once more. Izuku coughed some blood and panted heavily, his lungs screaming from the repeated smoke inhalation. Just how much will it take for you to give up? Izuku asked. I prefer to die than to give up to you. Bakugo replied. His whole body was covered in bruises and blood, his jaw and ribs were probably broken. His arms were screaming at him to stop using his quirk. Both fighters were in a bad shape. Why don't you give up? Bakugo asked. Never, I'll win right here and right now. Because I vowed to win. Izuku replied. I guess there's only one way to find out now, Bakugo simply said. He then took off into a run, stumbling at first before pushing past his limits and broke into a full sprint. He roared as he opened his palms downwards and fired, skyrocketing up. Izuku grinned as he looked at his opponent skyrocketing to the sky. This is it. This is his final attack, he's going beyond his limits. He's going beyond plus ultra. Izuku kneeled before green lightning began to gather in his right hand. Bakugo fired a carefully timed series of explosions from either hand, spinning faster and faster until he was surrounded by a swirling, violent column of wind. Izuku's hand was finally covered with green lightning. He looked at where Bakugo was before he jumped with all his might, going as high as he can as he thrust his hand forward. In order to meet the expectations of All Might, who chose me? Izuku thought as he remembered the day All Might acknowledged him. In order to prove to them that they were wrong. That I'm not worthless and useless. Izuku though as he remembered his past classmates and teachers. In order for you to acknowledge me as a hero. Izuku though as he remembered everything Bakugo put him through. I'll become the greatest hero. Midnight we have stopped them now. They've gone too far. Cementos cried out as he activated his quirk to create cement walls. On it. Midnight replied as she tore her hero costume sleeve to use her quirk. However, both attempts were useless. Deku. Bakugo yelled as he saw Izuku coming closer with the Chidori. Catch on. Izuku yelled. Hotizer impact. Bakugo yelled as he fired a massive blast. Chidori, 1000 birds. Izuku shouted. Everyone take cover. Present Mike cried out as he and Aizawa quickly hid under the desk to brace for impact. I said that these two are crazy and shouldn't fight each other. Please, I don't want to die. Denki screamed as he and Mineta held each other and prepared for the worst. The two attacks finally collided, causing a terrific explosion with a loud boom that shook the whole stadium as if there was an earthquake. Even people who were outside the stadium were able to see and feel the blast. As for Midnight and Cementos, they were blown to God only knows where. The smoke and dust took a long time to clear. The crowd slowly started to physically recover from the explosion, but not mentally. They were too shocked by the sheer power of two first-year students. Once the dust and smoke finally settled down, their jaws dropped to the floor. The arena was gone, there was just a massive crater in the middle of the stadium where the ring once stood. Finally, two figures were visible, one was kneeling and the other was standing. Izuku was kneeling and covered with burns and blood as if he took a dive into a minefield, while Bakugo was still standing, his shirt nowhere to be found. I won't lose to Deku, he muttered before he fell down, he collapsed to the floor. He was completely rendered unconscious. Everyone was silent, only the sound of the wind could be heard. Present Mike finally took back his seat again as he rubbed a bump on his head. His eyes widened as he observed the conclusion of this epic battle. The last man standing is the green powerhouse Izuku Midoriya. He is the winner. Present Mike cried out. Music. About a voyage MHA ending. Izuku was stunned but he slowly stood up, his whole body was screaming and aching from the pain but he stood up. He looked around, searching for his mentor until his eyes met his. He smiled. Tears threatened to come out of his eyes, but he knew he couldn't cry now. It was really hard not to, but he knew better. He raised his arm in victory. He did it. He won. It took a moment for everybody else to process what just happened, but then the crowd erupted into uproarious applause and cheers. Finally, he thought. He won and surpassed Bakugo. In a small house far from the sports festival, a short man with gray hair, wearing his hero costume was eating taiyaki while watching the sports festival from his TV. Ho ho. Seems like Toshinori found an interesting successor, and I have to admit the other three geezers prepared him well. I can't imagine what would have happened if the boy was only trained by Toshinori. That fool is so bad when it comes to teaching. PFF squeeze your buttocks and yell smash, only an idiot would use one for all like that. Sir Night Eye Agency. Night Eye was really proud by Mirio's performance today. The boy made him nothing but proud today, as he got first place. It was the first time he ever came first place and Sir Night Eye was so happy for him. He wished he could have been there for him but he had some hero work to do. He had just heard that the first year's sports festivals was still going on, so he decided to watch it since he had nothing better to do. It was also a good opportunity to see the ninth successor of One for All. Sir Night Eye was really displeased by All Might's selection since his friend and idol chose someone who wasn't even on the candidates list. Heck, he thought that Mirio, who was the second best candidate from the list, was more worthy of One for All than Izuku for many reasons, including Izuku's father wishes. However, once he turned on the TV and began to watch some main highlights like Izuku's Chidori versus Bakugo's howitzer impact, or how Izuku fought his opponent while being blind and finally how he's standing tall and smiling after winning the toughest battle he ever fought, he couldn't help but stare and watch. Interesting, he thought. Chapter 22, A Failure Stands Tall. Deku. Bakugo yelled as he saw Izuku coming closer with the Chidori. Catch on. Izuku yelled. Hotizer impact. Bakugo shouted as he fired a massive blast. Chidori, 1000 birds. Izuku shouted. Everyone take cover. Present Mike cried out as he and Aizawa quickly hid under the desk to brace for impact. I said that these two are crazy and shouldn't fight each other. Please, I don't want to die. Denki screamed as he and Mineta held each other and prepared for the worst. The two attacks finally collided, causing a terrific explosion with a loud boom that shook the whole stadium as if there was an earthquake. Even people who were outside the stadium were able to see and feel the blast. As for Midnight and Cementos, they were blown to God only knows where. The smoke and dust took a long time to clear. The crowd slowly started to physically recover from the explosion, but not mentally. They were too shocked by the sheer power of two first-year students. Once the dust and smoke finally settled down, their jaws dropped to the floor. The arena was gone, there was just a massive crater in the middle of the stadium where the ring once stood. Finally, two figures were visible, one was kneeling and the other was standing. Izuku was kneeling and covered with burns and blood as if he took a dive into a minefield, while Bakugo was still standing, his shirt nowhere to be found. I won't lose to Deku, he muttered before he fell down, he collapsed to the floor. He was completely rendered unconscious. Everyone was silent, only the sound of the wind could be heard. Present Mike finally took back his seat again as he rubbed a bump on his head. His eyes widened as he observed the conclusion of this epic battle. The last man standing is the green powerhouse, Izuku Midoriya. He is the winner. Present Mike cried out. Izuku was stunned but he slowly stood up, his whole body was screaming and aching from the pain but he stood up. He looked around, searching for his mentor until his eyes met his. He smiled. Tears threatened to come out of his eyes, but he knew he couldn't cry now. It was really hard not to, but he knew better. He raised his arm in victory. He did it. He won. It took a moment for everybody else to process what just happened, but then the crowd erupted into uproarious applause and cheers. Finally, he thought. He won and surpassed Bakugo. Izuku then lowered his arm before staring at his hand, it was injured. In fact, parts of his hand's skin were peeled and smoldered lightly. Going over 8% with the Chidori was a really bad idea, but anything less than that wouldn't have taken down Kacchan. I swear to God his tenacity must be out of this world for him to be able to stay conscious after that. Izuku thought as he remembered their final clash. Damn, we really went overboard, he thought to himself as he observed the destruction around him. I hope we're not charged for the collateral damage. He said in his mind as he stepped closer towards Bakugo. Let's go Kacchan, it's time for you and me to get yet another lecture from Recovery Girl about self-restraint. I know this is your first time so welcome to the club, I guess. Izuku sarcastically murmured to the unconscious Bakugo and himself, before he lifted the other teen over his shoulder and walked towards the exit. He got him out of the massive crater and quickly followed before he put him on the stretcher. Everyone was still cheering and giving applause, now for the sportsmanship gesture more than the battle. He watched the two robots carry his foe away before he lay down on his own stretcher and gave the robots a thumbs up, meaning that he was ready to go. Finally, some rest. He weakly murmured as he closed his eyes to rest a little bit. He wanted to enjoy that sweet little moment he had before getting scolded by Recovery Girl. Staff room. Quote. The room was filled with utter silence. One would expect to see Kamui Woods performing his victory dance and celebrating the fact that he's not losing his savings while Death Arms would be sulking in a corner, but no, everyone was so shocked by the powers of the two combatants that they forgot about their bets and gambling. Well, that was something. The pro hero Backdraft was the first one to break the silence. In case you don't know who I'm talking about, he's the pro who dresses like a firefighter and has a water quirk. He's usually seen with Kamui, Death Arms and Mount Lady. Mount Lady nodded with her jaw almost reaching the floor and her eyes comically bulging. Ahem, I think it would be fair to say that these two will make it to the top 10 heroes one day. Death Arms exclaimed after finally regaining his composure. Top 10, more like top 5. Kamui added. No doubt. Backdraft said. By the way, I think it's your turns now to be on patrol. He pointed at the other three. Oh sorry, I completely forgot. Come on you two, let's go back to our job, break time is over. Death Arms said as he dragged the other two with him. But I want to watch the other matches. Mount Lady protested. Yes, we want to watch the rest of the sports festival. Kamui agreed with his colleague. Stop acting like little kids and let's go back to our posts. Death Arms replied as he put in more effort to drag the other two. Besides, it will take them some time to repair the arena and find Cementos and Midnight, so let's go. Backdraft just watched this whole situation with a sweat drop. Aizawa groaned as he was clearly unhappy. Not only did Izuku and Bakugo destroy the arena, blew his colleagues away but also made him lose his popcorn. Stupid problem child and his moody friend. He said with another groan. I'm sorry to ask this but did someone see where did Cementos and Midnight go? Present Mike asked. This was really awkward. I'm here. Both Aizawa and Present Mike heard Midnight's voice but they had no idea where it came from, until they saw a hand waving at them through the shattered window. She was on top of the commentator's booth. Oh, and Cementos? Aizawa asked. Right here. Cementos' voice came in showing that he was next to Midnight. Okay, then do you mind rebuilding the arena, Cementos? Present Mike asked. Absolutely not. I'm not going back there as long as this little monster called Izuku Midoriya is still participating in the sports festival. Cementos objected as he crossed his arms. Aizawa sighed, not in the mood for this after losing his precious popcorn. Look, I'm not happy with my post either. Be you. He stopped as he heard the sound of someone chewing something crunchy. Nimari, what are you eating? Nothing, she lied as she quickly swallowed what she was eating. First you guys interrupt my precious nap with this stupid festival and now you take away my popcorn. That's it. Aizawa lashed as he used his capture weapon and threw it upwards from the shattered window before capturing both Cementos and Midnight, who was surprisingly still holding his popcorn. He glared at them with his red eyes while his hair was floated upwards, showing that he was using his quirk. You two will go back to the arena, and you will fix the arena, understood? Aizawa said as he glared at the both of them. Both adults nodded, too afraid of Aizawa's wrath. Good, Aizawa said as he let them free and took back his popcorn from Midnight. Both pro-heroes groaned as they prepared to head back to their posts. Cementos, Aizawa called the other pro-hero, grabbing his attention. Dinner is on me today, and before you two ask, yes, you two are also invited. Should have started with that, Cementos replied while the other two cheered. 2 weeks ago in Ground Omega, Bakugo just managed to decimate 6 3-pointers with a single explosion. His forearms were covered in bandages and it was clear that his hands were injured. He has been training non-stop for the past 2 weeks to surpass Izuku and defeat him in the upcoming sports festival. Amazing Bakugo. You managed to destroy these 3-pointers like they were nothing. Kirishima cheered for his explosive friend. He has seen how far Bakugo improved over the last 2 weeks and was clearly astonished by that said improvement. Let's call it a day now and go back to the dorm. Not yet, this isn't enough, I need to become even stronger. Bakugo replied with his usual tenacity as he panted. He wiped the sweat on his forehead before speaking again. If I have to defeat Deku, he said as memories of Izuku during the battle trials and the USJ came to his mind. If I have to surpass him, I need to be much stronger than that. Call the 0-pointers. Bakugo clenched his bloody fists as he ordered Kirishima. But Bakugo, the training program Aizawa-sensei gave us doesn't include fighting 0-pointers, and look at you, your arms are terribly injured and you're seeing Recovery Girl every day. Kirishima exclaimed, clearly worried about his friend. If I can't surpass my limits, if I can't achieve my goal, if I can't be the #1 hero and prove that I'm the strongest, then it'll be better if I'm dead. Bakugo shouted with a burning determination that Kirishima could no longer refuse his request. So manly, Kirishima said with his manly tears running down his cheeks. Alright, I'll call them. I just hope you know what you're doing. Thanks, weird hair. Bakugo replied before the ground began to shake, which meant that the 0-pointers have been activated. Target found. Must eliminate. The giant robots said with a monotone and artificial voice as they approached Bakugo. Come and get me, you fucking scraps of metal. Bakugo shouted before he took off and propelled himself high in the air with his explosions. Die. He yelled as he fired an explosion at one of the 2 0-pointers. However, due to his extreme training and injuries, Bakugo's explosion only managed to scratch the paint on the robot. Bakugo, watch out. Kirishima yelled as the other robot was approaching Bakugo, who was previously distracted by the other robot. Unfortunately for Bakugo, the other robot seized this opportunity to imprison the explosive boy in his metallic hands. Bakugo tried to fire an explosion to break the robot's hands and free himself, but his hands could only ignite small sparkles as they screamed at him to stop. Bakugo was getting frustrated. For the past 2 weeks he tried to force his arms to deal with the recoil of his bigger explosions, so he could use them without support gears in the sports festival and improve his endurance and stamina, but to no avail. For a moment there he was going to give up, but then he remembered when Izuku used that ferocious kick in the USJ and how he kept going and pushing himself despite his injuries. If Deku can push himself further, then I can do the same. He yelled as he raised his hands with his palms open ready to fire an explosion. Don't look down on me, you bastards. He shouted before firing a massive explosion that destroyed the robot's hands into multiple pieces. The dust caused by the explosion was clouding the 2 0-pointers' visions, but suddenly out of the dust came Bakugo, who raised an arm towards each robot before firing 2 massive explosions that obliterated both of their heads. Bakugo smirked at this sight. His resistance to his explosions reached a new scale. He was getting stronger. Just wait for me, Deku. He thought. The infirmary. Bakugo finally opened his eyes. Everything was blurry for a moment until he could finally see a white ceiling. He immediately sat up, wondering where he was, until he deduced that he was at the infirmary. Kachan, you finally woke up. Phew, for a moment there I thought I went overboard and knocked you out for good. Izuku said, clearly relieved that nothing bad happened to Bakugo. What the fuck happened? Bakugo asked as he rubbed the back of his head before the memories of his final clash with Izuku came in. I lost the match, right? He calmly asked, which really managed to surprise Izuku. Yeah, he replied, a little bit hesitant because of how Bakugo was acting. Did I break his fighting spirit? No, that's not possible, right? Izuku nervously thought. Once he heard the confirmation, the gravity of the situation got registered in his head. He had lost to Izuku, not once but twice. The one who he always called Deku managed to prove to everyone that he's superior to him. So you did it, huh? You proved to everyone that you're the better hero. That's what you want to say to me right now, am I right? Bakugo angrily questioned as he gritted his teeth. You want to get back at me for everything I did to you? What? No, I already told you that I don't care about the past, and why would I say that I'm superior to you? Did you already forget the vow we made after the battle trials? We're equals, we're rivals. Why can't you just understand that? Look how far we pushed each other to get this strong, and we could still push each other more until we become the greatest heroes we can be. Izuku replied before letting out a sigh. He hoped that Bakugo was finally able to understand his point. Bakugo had a puzzled look on his face as he thought about everything Izuku just said. Everything that he just heard somehow made sense to him. He is so much stronger today than what he could have been if Izuku hadn't joined UA. It was thanks to Izuku that he was able to reach this level. Also, today's battle was more than enough to prove that Izuku wasn't following behind Bakugo, nor was he extremely ahead of him. However, what it really did prove is that both of them were pushing each other forward to a legendary path, and right now Izuku is pushing him down that path, trying not to let him stir of that path which unbeknown to him, they both created it. All he had to do is grab Izuku's hand and move forward. Of course, I didn't forget. I was just checking you didn't, Deku. After all, you're my rival and you always need to remember this. He pointed out. Baby steps, I guess. Izuku mentally thought as he scratched his cheek with his index. You're right, Kachan, and I'll be waiting for the next time we fight each other again. Izuku said as he held his fist towards Bakugo. Bakugo looked for a moment at Izuku's arm that was covered in bandages before he returned the fist bump. Of course, I'm right. You better prepare to lose next time, Deku. Bakugo snickered. I'll leave this task to you and prepare to win. Izuku replied with a smirk. What the fuck did you just say, Deku? I'm the one who'll win, you hear that? Bakugo shouted. No, I'm the one who'll defeat you next time. Izuku shouted too, imitating his rival as his head bumped into Bakugo's. They pulled back and stared at each other before Izuku laughed while Bakugo just smirked. So, can you really see the future? Bakugo said without looking at Izuku. He was embarrassed by the fact that he still couldn't figure out Izuku's trick. Of course not, Izuku said with a chuckle. Do you remember how I managed to control the Nomu in the USJ? Izuku asked, to which Bakugo gave a nod. When I was testing my new illusion ability, or as I like to call it, Genjutsu. PFF Genjutsu. What? Are you some kind of ninja now? Bakugo sarcastically said. Funny thing to hear this from the one who named his ultimate move Howitzer Impact, and Howitzer was actually taken from the German word Haubitz, which used to mean sling. Or maybe you already knew that and that's why your arm is in a sling right now. Izuku sarcastically replied. Tisk, fucking nerd. Bakugo groaned as he frowned. Anyways, I tried to use a genjutsu on a friend who was helping me with genjutsu training and control her mind like the Nomu, but it failed. I don't really know why, but maybe it's because Nomus are practically brainless or something. However, one day I learned that I could force my opponent to do something without realizing that they're doing it. It's pretty hard to maintain control though because it needs a lot of focus. Izuku explained. So, you forced me to attack you while you already knew what I was up to, and then you made me believe that you could see the future. Just what I expect from a nerd like you. I assume you did the same thing whenever we talked, right? Bakugo deduced. Oh, that was different. The speech thing was based on pure luck. I took this idea from one of my favorite animes, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Izuku replied as he rubbed the back of his head and smiled sheepishly. I can't believe I fell for that. Bakugo facepalmed. Well, it was the best strategy. I had to wear you out as well as land some hits, so I had to bet everything on it. Izuku said with his smile still present. Bakugo stared at him for a moment. He had something on his mind and was debating whether to say it now or not. However, his thoughts were quickly interrupted by the sound of the infirmary door opening, revealing Recovery Girl. Both students flinched at the sight of the angry old lady. They knew that there was no escape from her wrath. Recover, Izuku began, but Recovery Girl hit him with her cane on his head, before hitting Bakugo too. Oi old ha, Bakugo began, but seeing how terrifying her gaze was, he decided to keep quiet, not to mention he didn't want to get hit again by her cane. How many times do I have to tell the both of you to hold back before my words could finally enter those thick skull heads of yours? Recovery Girl sternly scolded both boys. Wait, this isn't your fist time? Izuku asked the other teenager. Nope, he replied before both he and Izuku got another smack. Silence. We're deeply sorry, Izuku muttered, but loud enough for everyone to hear. Sorry isn't going to cut it this time, mister. She exclaimed before turning on the monitor. Look at what the both of you did, you destroyed the entire arena. We're lucky that no one got injured. If that last explosion was just a little bit more powerful, it would have been the case. This isn't how two heroes in training are supposed to act, she further scolded them as the weight of their actions was sinking in. They really overdid it. And that was only the collateral damage and public safety. Now let's take a look at Bakugo. Bakugo looked like a mummy from the pharaoh times that just came out of its tomb. His forehead, jaw, arms, chest and torso were covered with multiple bandages and his right arm was in a sling. Recovery Girl then took out some X-rays to show them how severe Bakugo's injuries were. Izuku gasped in shock, and Bakugo's eyes widened. Each X-ray showed that Bakugo had multiple bone fractures with different types. That was the case for his jaw, left arm and ribs in his left side, but this was nothing compared to Bakugo's right side. His ribs were broken, there was a hole in his thoracic cage. This is because of that final clash. You hit him with that stupid lightning attack, right? She angrily glared at Izuku, who gave a hesitant nod, before undoing the bandages and revealing a bluish circle on Bakugo's chest. He also had internal bleeding. If you had hit him right here, she exclaimed as she pointed her finger around 10 centimeters, 4 inch away from the center of the bruise. The blow would have affected his heart and he could have been dead. Both Izuku and Bakugo gulped after hearing this. I can't believe it. I almost killed Kachan with this 25% Chidori. I'm glad I punched him instead of stabbing him, else things would have been much worse. Izuku said in his mind. The situation was far worse than he initially thought. PFF'd, you're kidding. As if Deku could ever kill me. Bakugo mockingly said, in an attempt to make Izuku feel better. Recovery Girl then looked at Bakugo, ready to give him a piece of her mind. Now Midoriya here isn't the only one to blame for your injuries. She said as she showed him the X-ray of his right arm. His forearm bone had an oblique fracture, it was broken. Despite telling you so many times not overuse your quirk and damage your arms for the past month, you did it and broke your right arm and that's why it's in a sling. She explained as she hit the ground with her cane furiously. Honestly, you're lucky that you got out of this match with no permanent damage. Recovery Girl then looked at Izuku, he was covered with much less bandages than Bakugo. Unlike Bakugo, who most of his injuries were broken bones, you mainly suffered both first-degree and second-degree burns. And again, because you went overboard with that stupid lightning attack you seem to enjoy, parts of your right arm's skin were either burnt or ripped off, now take this. She said as she handed him an oxygen mask. This for your lungs that suffered some damage after inhaling the amount of smoke you did. Honestly, it's thanks to Kurogane being here that we avoided any catastrophe. His healing ability works really well with mine. But that Nezu. What was he thinking allowing the boys to go this far? I know he and the others wanted to see Midoriya's full power but this was too much. She thought before letting out a sigh and sitting on her chair. We're sorry, we promise not to go this far again. Both Izuku and Bakugo apologized before lying down in their beds. I hope so. She replied. Midoriya, she called the Sharingan user. Yes, he answered while breathing behind his mask. Never use that lightning attack on a classmate. Heck, think carefully before using it on a villain. Either find another way to use it or just like I said never use it again. This is a lethal attack that could easily kill someone. I promise to use it carefully and double make sure to hold back the power output from now on. Izuku replied. Recovery Girl finally smiled. I'm sure they're both exhausted and it seems like they learned their lesson. Well, no more scolding then. Knock. Knock. Come in. Recovery Girl said, but little did she expect to see Aizawa entering the infirmary. Judging from your expressions it seems like Recovery Girl already scolded you. Aizawa exclaimed to which Bakugo frowned and Izuku looked away. Well, I guess that's one less thing to do. Recover Girl, can Midoriya participate in the final round of the sports festival? Aizawa asked which grabbed both Izuku's and Bakugo's attentions, the former looking a bit worried. Recovery Girl hummed and thought about the question. Honestly, right now, he can't. His injuries aren't fully healed and I think it would be better if he rests. I see, Aizawa said while staring at Izuku. How long does he need to rest? Cementos is still working on the arena and I'm pretty sure the next match won't be a short one. Aizawa explained, as Izuku nervously looked between the two adults. Recovery Girl put a hand on her chin and gave it a thought. I'll do some tests in an hour and see if it's okay for him to fight in the final round. Fair enough, Midoriya, just so you know, Ojiro and Todoroki asked to change the rules for the remaining 2 rounds. There won't be ring outs as the new ring will cover the whole arena. Are you okay with that? Aizawa asked. That's fine with me, Aizawa-sensei. Izuku replied. Good, I'll be going now. Aizawa said as he left the infirmary. The room was soon filled with silence. Recovery Girl was working on her computer while Izuku and Bakugo were both resting. Izuku fidgeted in his bed and looked at the clock, it was 2:25 p.m. right now. Only 35 minutes left, huh? This really has been a long day. Ever since this morning it was just one battle after another. Will I be able to participate in the final round? I'm not even sure if I can activate the Sharingan for 10 more minutes. No matter how much I train, I just can't find a more effective way to increase my time limit. Izuku carefully thought about his situation and to be honest he was frustrated. I wonder if Shisui can help me with this issue after the sports festival. Hey Deku. Bakugo called Izuku. What's up? You better get well soon and beat the shit out of half and half bastard, because when I lose I only lose to the best. If you lose, I'll kill you, you hear that? Bakugo exclaimed much to Recovery Girl's annoyance by his vocabulary. What makes you think that Todoroki will defeat Ojiro? Izuku asked the explosive boy with a raised eyebrow. You've seen his capabilities, he's way stronger than Tails. Bakugo replied. You're underestimating Ojiro. Izuku pointed out while Bakugo looked at him with a puzzled look. Come again. Bakugo questioned. You'll see. In fact, look, the match is about to start. Izuku replied as he looked at the monitor. Sorry for the delay everyone, but now that the arena is fixed it's time for the second match of the semi-finals to begin. Present Mike announced as the crowd began to cheer for the first time in a while. The new ring was much bigger than the first one as it covered the entire arena. Cementos also added the word UA that was located on the other side of the commentator's booth. Basically, Boruto's Chunin exam arena style. Huh, where is Iida? Kirishima asked Ochako. He got a phone call earlier and told me that he had to leave because there was a family issue. Ochako replied. She was a little bit worried about the expression Tenya had when he left. It's a shame he won't be able to see the rest of the matches. Anyways, it's time for Todoroki's and Ojiro's match, so let's cheer for them. Kirishima replied, to which Ochako gave a nod and smiled. But man, Todoroki is so intimidating. He effortlessly defeated all of his opponents in one shot without even flinching. How can someone have so much power like that? And Ojiro is going to have to face that. I feel sorry for him. Denki exclaimed as he thought that there was no way in hell that Todoroki could lose. Monoma for once nodded in agreement. He's a true prodigy, and to think that up until now he's only been using his right side of his quirk. Just imagine how powerful he is at full power. Everyone shuddered at the thought. Just what you would expect from the son of the number 2 hero. Awase added. It ended up being a Class A paradise, huh? Damn it. Why did they have students with such overpowered quirks? Did you see the fight between Midoriya and Bakugo? That shit was crazy, man. They blew up the entire ring. I'm telling you, Todoroki, Midoriya and Bakugo, these guys are monsters. It's so unfair. Tetsu cried out in frustration as everyone nodded in agreement. They all thought that compared to those three they were nothing. Their quirks were just far above. On the top of a building, Stain was staring at the policemen who were investigating the alleyway where Tensai has been attacked, while the medics left with his body in the ambulance. You guys haven't even noticed, this warped society covered with hypocrisy and vanity. To all who are called heroes, I will make you notice. Stain said to no one but himself, before he sensed an ominous presence behind him and without hesitation pointed his sword at it. It was none other than the Warp Gate villain Kurogiri. Kurogiri was about to say something but was taken by surprise once he saw Stain's eyes. His eyes, they're the same as that Midoriya kid we fought at the USJ. Are you going to speak or should I just kill you? Stain asked as his Sharingan was filled with hatred and coldness. Realizing that it would definitely be better not to anger this villain, Kurogiri decided to speak. Please stay calm, we are of the same mind. I have been looking for you, hero killer Stain. I have heard of your notoriety and wanted to meet you. May I have a moment of your time? The warp villain asked before Stain moved his sword away. He was a bit interested by Kurogiri's offer. However, this didn't mean that he'll drop his guard down. Lead the way, he ordered. He's the one WHO defeated all of his opponents in less than a minute. The one WHO left all of his opponents in the audience freezing. From the hero course, Shoto Todoroki. Versus the one faced all the challenges head on and managed to stay in the lead. The martial artist, also from the hero course, mhaXnaruto Ojiro. Present Mike announced. Shoto will fight Kendo Sensei's student, huh? This could be an interesting match. Endeavor thought as he watched the two boys from the stands. You two already are familiar with the rules, right? Midnight asked, to which the boys gave a nod. She then cracked her whip. Start. I knew that sooner or later we would have to meet and I'm glad to know that this time is now. Ojiro said while Shoto looked at him with his indifferent look, before he launched an ice glacier towards Ojiro. Thankfully, Ojiro quickly dodged Shoto's signature move with a sidestep, before destroying any ice pieces coming towards him with numerous punches and kicks. Why are you in such a hurry? He sarcastically asked. Because if you think that you're the one who'll get to fight Midoriya in the finals, then you're deadly wrong. He shouted before attempting to hit Shoto with a roundhouse kick, which was easily blocked by his opponent's ice wall, forcing Ojiro to take a step back. Stay on your toes, Ojiro, Daisuke muttered to himself. So, he can shape and use his ice to defend too, huh? It will not be easy getting through that, but nothing ventured nothing gained. Ojiro said in his head as he dashed over his opponent and tried to deliver another kick, which was once again blocked by the ice. However, this time Ojiro didn't wait for another second before hitting the ice wall with his tail and breaking it. Shoto was taken back by surprise. He didn't expect Ojiro to break his ice wall like that, and unluckily for him Ojiro wasn't giving him a moment to think as his earlier attack was followed by a kick. However, at the last second Shoto managed to rebuild his ice wall and protected himself from the devastating kick. Although, Ojiro wasn't so nice to give Shoto a moment of rest, as he started to hit the ice wall with numerous punches. Unfortunately for him, it was a trap. Once he destroyed the ice wall, he was met by an ice glacier, directed at him, but much smaller than the first one. So, Ojiro had no option but to jump backwards and fall back. Something he didn't like considering he was much better when it came to close-range fights. Even as fast as he is, Ojiro can't get close to Todoroki. Itsuka voiced everyone's thoughts. He's doing much better than we thought though, Ribbit. Suyu commented. I'm sorry, but if that's all you've got then it's obvious that I'm the one who'll meet Midoriya in the final round. Shoto pointed out with his usual monotone voice. He then launched another ice attack much faster than any attack he launched earlier, before it hit Ojiro and knocked him away. He was sent flying over the arena before he slammed into the wall. However, this wasn't the end, as Shoto launched yet another ice attack to immobilize Ojiro and win the match. Luckily for Ojiro, he managed to get up again and dodge the attack with a sidestep, before running at top speed towards Shoto with an attempt to punch him. But he was met with the same results as another ice wall popped out. However, he expected this, so he quickly moved around Shoto and faced his left side. Shoto was shocked for a moment as he saw the incoming punch, so this time he had to take a step back and launch an ice glacier, and once again, Ojiro was knocked away. Man, he almost had him. Kirishima commented. Ojiro tried to get up again, only to find his legs frozen to the ground. It was a good fight, but I think that now is a good time to end this. Shoto said as he decided to finish this off with one last ice glacier. Everyone thought that this was the end for the blonde martial artist, as this match easily showed the difference between their Quirk's powers. Compared to someone who was blessed with a combined quirk like Shoto, Ojiro had nothing. However, everyone was soon surprised as Ojiro managed to free himself and jumped high in the air, landing on the letter A of Ua. You know Ojiro, they're not wrong when they say that you have no talent whatsoever, but we both know that you're not that hopeless kid I found years ago, don't we? Daisuke mentally thought with a smirk. I didn't want to take these off until my fight with Midoriya, but I guess I have no choice now. Ojiro though. Todoroki, just wait a second. I have something to do. Ojiro said as he began to take off something. Shoto looked rather curiously at his opponent as he had no idea what he was doing. Well, he wasn't the only one, considering that the whole crowd were equally confused. What is Tails doing? Bakugo asked Izuku in the infirmary. He's revealing his trump card. Izuku simply replied with a smirk, while Bakugo looked confused. Wait a second. Are those? Denki tried to figure out what was Ojiro taking off. Legs and hands weights. Momo shouted as everyone looked at her with wide eyes. So manly. Both Kirishima and Tetsu yelled. Ah, that is better. Now I'll be able to move freely. Ojiro happily exclaimed as he finally got rid of the extra weight he had. Ojiro is taking off some training weights, I think. Present Mike began but was quickly interrupted. Once the weights hit the ground, there was a loud boom, before dust filled the area, leaving a very shocked crowd including Shoto whose eyes widened. What the hell was that? Oi, what were you wearing kid? Present Mike cried out. He was so shocked that his glasses were only hanging on one of his ears. How heavy are these training weights? Shoto mentally asked. Those geezers never fail to amaze me with their training methods. Endeavor said in his mind. I knew he was wearing his training weights but never did I imagine them to be this heavy. Aizawa exclaimed with visible shock too. HMPH, and they call me the sadistic teacher. Kurigane sarcastically thought. Alright, now go Ojiro. Daisuke cheered for his student. Music. Beautiful Green Wild Beast Naruto Ost 3. Upon hearing the voice of his sensei, Ojiro became more fired up. Yes sir, he yelled, before he vanished in thin air. The next time he appeared he was behind Shoto, who tried to quickly defend himself with an ice shield, but Ojiro's punch was fast and strong enough to shatter it. The next thing Shoto knew, was a fist hitting him right in the face and knocking him away. His body kept skidding and rolling on the ground until he cushioned himself with his ice. Shoto managed to stand up again only to see Ojiro closing up on him. He quickly created ice spikes in front of himself to slow down Ojiro but the latter was already behind Shoto. He swung his tail before smacking Shoto away. When I first started to train Ojiro, I knew that his quirk didn't have so much potential. So, we decided to focus on something else. We decided to focus on developing his martial arts skills and implement the use of his tail in it, to serve as an extra limb. That way, we turned his disadvantage into a blessing. And with the new training method we worked on for 3 months now, Ojiro transformed himself into one of the greatest martial artists. Daisuke explained to his two friends who were quite surprised by Ojiro's performance. Amazing, he's so fast. Shiro commented and voiced everyone's thoughts. He's even faster than Ida and Deku. Ochako added. Todoroki can't even defend himself. Kaminari exclaimed in awe. Wow, that's amazing. So, this is Masharao Ojiro's full power. Unbelievable, he's moving too fast that one could say he has a speed quirk. Is this the end for Todoroki? Present Mike cried out as the crowd cheered loudly for Ojiro, who just delivered a devastating kick, sending Shoto to the other side of the arena. Ojiro smirked and kept his fighting stance as he knew that the match wasn't over yet. True to his thoughts, Shoto managed to get up launch one of his giant ice glaciers, but Ojiro ran towards it. Shoto looked as the ice glacier was about to hit Ojiro, but the latter disappeared thanks to his blinding speed. Over here, Ojiro said as Shoto looked behind him only to find nothing. No here, he added, and once again Shoto had to look elsewhere only to be hit by a solid punch from Ojiro right in the face, knocking him away. That's fucking awesome. I've never seen anyone move that fast. Tetsu pointed out. He was more than amazed by Ojiro's performance. It seems like we underestimated him. Monoma stated the obvious as everyone nodded in agreement. I guess I should have expected this from someone who Midoriya respects and acknowledges as his rival. He mentally told himself. I wonder what kind of training he did with Grandpa. Itsuka mentally asked, as she couldn't even imagine the amount of effort Ojiro had to put in his training to get this strong. Man, it really makes me dizzy trying to keep track of him. Denki commented. Can't say you're a dumbass for this one. Jiro replied. Ha ha ha, can you see this Deku? He's beating the shit out of half and half bastard. Bakugo said as he was laughing like a maniac, clearly enjoying what he was watching from the monitor. See, I told you that Ojiro wasn't the kind of person who would make it this far only to lose. Izuku replied. If you want to defeat me then you better use your fire and fight me at full power. Ojiro said as he didn't like the fact that he was giving it his all while Shoto was holding back. Shoto began to slowly stand up again with a scowl on his face. The idea of using his left side made his blood boil with anger. I will never use my left side in battle, you hear this? I will never use that bastard's power. Very well, then it's time to end this. So, get ready. Ojiro said as he ran at top speed around Shoto, making it hard for the latter to track his movements. What are you waiting for? Shoto asked in frustration. He was waiting for the moment when Ojiro would stop to freeze the area around him and trap him. Okay, you asked for it. Ojiro replied as he appeared out of nowhere and kicked Shoto right in the chin, sending him high in the air. I wanted to use this move against you, Midoriya, but it seems that just like you, I'll have to reveal all my cards. He thought as he jumped and started to hit Shoto right in the guts with multiple kicks and smacks from his tail, sending the bicolor hair teen even higher. What an incredible series of attacks. Aizawa commented as he watched his student. Ojiro then adjusted himself in the air and wrapped his tail around Shoto, restraining him as they started to go down in a spin motion. Shadow of the Dancing Leaf. Ojiro shouted before they hit the ground with a destructive force. Ojiro managed to back off with a backflip and land safely on the ground, while Shoto's body was lying in a small crater. Wow, it seems like the bottom managed to overthrow the top folks. I don't know if Todoroki could get up after this one. Present Mike yelled. I can't believe this, Ojiro defeated Todoroki, Kirishima exclaimed with visible shock. Come on Shoto, you can't lose like that. Endeavor murmured to himself and clenched the fence he was holding with his hands. Normally, the Shadow of the Dancing Leaf is a move that puts a great strain on a person's body, but since Ojiro is blessed with an extra limb to help him perform the move, the strain on his body is far less than normal. Daisuke thought as he stared at his pupil who was panting. Well, it was normal to be tired after a match like that. Midnight approached Shoto's body to check on him only to see his body crumbling. No, it was shattering like ice. Everyone was confused, some were even panicking. No one understood what was happening including Endeavor. Not until Shoto landed safely on the ground using his ice. What is this? Ojiro asked with a frown. This is simply an ice clone. You thought that I am at my best when I use both my ice and fire, but you're wrong.
The power of my right side is much stronger than he thinks. As expected of the son of Endeavor. Look, it's the son of Endeavor, he must be powerful like him. He has the blood of the number 2 hero in him. I'm sick and tired of hearing this bullshit since this morning. However, now it's the time to show them all, that I have already surpassed my shitty old man with my right side, not his weak and useless left side. You wanted to see my full power, right? Very well, prepare yourself then. Shoto replied as Ojiro stared at him in shock. He thought he knew everything he needed about Shoto's quirk, but now the bicolor hair teen was saying that he has other abilities. But how? When did you switch your body with the clone? Ojiro questioned. When you readjusted yourself to bind me with your tail. You turned your back on me for a second and that mistake will cost you dearly. Shoto simply answered as he focused into the power of his quirk and summoned 3 more ice clones. Everyone gasped in shock as they saw 4 Shotos full of life. They couldn't understand or comprehend how such thing was even possible. Oi, Erasure, what is this? Seriously man, what the hell is wrong with your class? Tell me, how is Todoroki able to do this thing that makes him multiply? Present Mike cried out. He and the crowd were utterly confused. I don't know. I don't understand anything either. Aizawa simply replied. What is wrong with Midoriya's and Todoroki's quirks? They're both manifesting abilities that should not be normal for their quirks. This is weird. I never saw him use these abilities when we trained at home. Yet again, it's not like he doesn't keep secrets away from me, but still, I never knew he could do that with his ice. Endeavor mentally told himself as he observed his son, realizing how far he went so that he could never rely on his fireside. Poor Ojiro, not only is he facing 4 opponents but they're all Todorokis. Suyu commented as everyone nodded in agreement. The 4 Shotos let out a breath as they stared at their opponents for a moment. The 4 of them launched multiple ice glaciers at Ojiro, who had no option but to jump high in the air. However, the 4 Shotos quickly followed him as 2 of them shot some ice spikes at Ojiro, while the other 2 launched ice attacks. The 4 of them then looked at Ojiro, whose body was forced to go back to the arena with a loud thud, making everyone cringe as he screamed in agony from both the pain and frostbites. The 4 Shotos landed back safely using their ice before they got closer to Ojiro. You've done well, Ojiro. You proved yourself to be a strong opponent, but you better give up now. I don't want to resort to brutal methods to knock you unconscious, but I will if I had to win. The 4 Shotos said in unison. Ojiro. Daisuke looked at his poor pupil who was shivering from the frostbites and in pain. He was helpless. Ojiro began, but his thoughts drifted to his past memories. Flashback to 3 years ago. Alright kids, you can introduce yourselves. Tell us about your quirk and your future dream. A female teacher said as this was the first day of middle school. Many students started to introduce themselves, some of them stated their hobbies and what they like, some of them focused on their dreams. This went on and on until the last blonde student who had to introduce himself. I'm Ishirao Ojiro, it's nice to meet you all. He greeted them with a bow. Let's see, my quirk is my tail, and I want to become a hero, he exclaimed with enthusiasm as he raised his fist as high as he can, only to be met with silence and soon after, laughter. Ha ha ha, seriously? A hero with just a tail? One of the kids shouted. What are you gonna do? Bounce on it, another kid shouted. You're just as good as a quirkless person, and the comments went on as multiple kids made fun of Kid Ojiro and his quirk. Ojiro looked down in embarrassment before he went back to his seat. He didn't understand why the kids were making fun of him and it made him really sad. However, things got worse in PE class. The students were running around the soccer field to warm up. That's when the comments started again. Ha 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 dummy, say again that you want to be a hero, one of the kids said. Will do, Kid Ojiro replied as everyone laughed. There's no way a kid with a pathetic quirk like yours could become a hero. the same kid pointed out. Yes, I can. Kid Ojiro replied. Hey, do you know what everyone here is calling you? Another kid said as Ojiro put his hands on his ears. Little monkey, little monkey, little monkey. Multiple students repeated, and it was evident that Ojiro was able to hear them by the frown on his face. Once the day was done, Ojiro quickly left and went to the park where he loved to sit by the lake and enjoy the view. However, this time he was crying until a certain old man heard him. What's wrong, young boy? Why are you crying? Daisuke said as he sat beside Kid Ojiro. People at school were making fun of me. They say I have a useless quirk and that I can't become a hero, he explained as he sniffed. I see, and what do you think? Daisuke asked. I think that even if you don't have a flashy quirk, you could still become a hero through hard work. He replied, and even though he was crying, Daisuke was able to see the determination the kid held in his eyes. Something that reminded him of himself. I agree, but let me say that it needs more than hard work. It needs extra hard work, he said as he looked at the kid with a smile. He then stood up and said one last thing before going away. If you want a head start, then meet me here tomorrow at the same time. In the end, Kid Ojiro accepted Daisuke's offer and started to learn Muay Thai in the Kendo dojo. But Ojiro was really talentless and wasn't really making the progress one would expect of him, as different memories with Ojiro getting beaten were shown. You are the worst student I ever had, but you're also the best, and that's because you never gave up. Daisuke murmured to himself as memories came to his mind. 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. 50 og. Ojiro fell on the ground from exhaustion. If I can't do 100 push-ups, then I have to do 200 sit-ups, he said before he rolled on his back and began to count. 1, 2, 3. Ojiro continued his training as Daisuke kept an eye on him. Well, it's time to tutor the other students, but I'll come back and see how he's doing later, he thought. After a while later, Daisuke came back only to see Ojiro still training. He still added 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 120 og. Kid Ojiro couldn't do any more sit-ups. If I can't do 200 sit-ups, then I have to do 150 kicks, he said to himself as he began to throw some kicks and count again as Daisuke watched him from a distance. However, with all the hard work Ojiro put in his training, it was no use. He was still losing to the other kids. He truly had no talent, or so he thought. A year later, one day in the park, as Daisuke was going home, he heard a familiar voice and decided to check it out, only to see Ojiro doing squats. 431, 432, 433, 434, 435, Ojiro counted, but this was his last count as he fell on his back from exhaustion, and for the second time in his life Daisuke saw Ojiro crying. Ojiro, Daisuke called his pupil's name as he approached him. Taking a break already? What is it, Kendo-sensei? Ojiro asked as he got up and tried to hide his tears, before he started to throw some punches. Ojiro, it's true that you're different from the others. You don't have a flashy quirk and your martial arts skills need work. But then again, you have a gift that only you have, not as flashy but perhaps even more important, the older man exclaimed. You do not have to make me feel better, Ojiro replied. You idiot, you think I'll waste my time with that? No, all I'm saying is that you have the gift of perseverance. A gift that no one has except for you, and it's the same one that makes you a prodigy. Daisuke said as he knew better than anyone where hard work could lead you. But is that true, sensei? I wonder, I used to think so. I used to believe that if I trained harder, I would make myself strong enough. But now I'm not so sure. I don't know if I will ever be able to work hard enough to beat real talent, to be a hero. I don't know if I can take it anymore. Sometimes I feel like the whole thing is pointless. Like I'm a loser and will always be a loser, Ojiro cried as he could no longer hold back his tears. I do not know what to do. You're right. All the effort is pointless, if you don't believe in yourself, Daisuke sternly said to a shocked Kid Ojiro. And remember that when there's a will, there will always be a way. Later on, Daisuke and Ojiro sat together by the lake under the bright stars that shone in the dark sky. You know, Ojiro, we're a lot alike, you and I, Daisuke pointed out. What do you mean? The younger kid asked. Well, you see, I was a loser too once. What? Ojiro was taken back by surprise. You, loser? Oh yes, indeed. After all, I only have my big fists and big feet. And just like they called you little monkey, they called me Bigfoot. However, I didn't let this stop me and worked hard enough to find a way for me to use my quirk effectively and became one of the first top heroes Japan has ever seen. That way was through Muay Thai. Wow, you were one of the top heroes. Amazing. You must be so strong, Kendo-sensei. Well, I'm an old man now, so I'm not as strong as before, but I became a top hero through effort. You say you want to show the world that you can become a splendid hero without a flashy quirk. Well, I think that's a fine goal. As fine a goal as I ever heard, and one worth sticking to. Don't let anything stir you off the path you've drawn for yourself. Forge ahead to the end. Stick to it, Ojiro. Make me proud. Be anything you could be. Will you do that for me, Ojiro? Daisuke asked as he patted Ojiro's head. Yes, sir, Ojiro replied as he sobbed. Back to the present. Ojiro stood up again before his eyes met Daisuke's. Thank you, Kendo-sensei. Ojiro though as he teared up. I will forge ahead, follow my path to the end and become the hero I know I can be. Go, Ojiro. You can win. Keep it up. Ojiro heard the voice of none other than Shinso. Show him how manly you are, Kirishima shouted. Yeah, show him what you're made of, Awase yelled. Many students from Class A and B began to cheer for Ojiro, telling him not to give up and to give everything he has in this battle. This encouragement only helped to steel his resolve. Music. Naruto asked the raising fighting spirit. I won't give up because today I'll show the world that even if you don't have a flashy quirk, even if you don't have any talent, that with enough hard work, you could still become a hero. Because that is my hero way, Ojiro shouted as he moved at top speed and hit the 4 Shotos with blinding speed, only leaving the real one to deal with as the other ones shattered. Even if they're your clones, they're weaker than the original, he stated. So, hurry up and use your fire. Everyone gasped in shock once again and Shoto's eyes widened, before rage started to consume him. He launched an ice glacier towards Ojiro, but the latter swiftly dodged it. That last attack was weaker than before. Your quirk is backfiring. You're getting frostbites all over your body, so use your flames and fight me at full power, Ojiro shouted as he ran towards Shoto and delivered a powerful kick, sending the boy flying away. Shoto gritted his teeth and used his ice to maneuver and move around the arena. He kept launching one ice attack after the other while sliding on his ice, but Ojiro dodged every one of them easily. Then, Ojiro suddenly appeared in front of Shoto and punched him in the guts. Muay Thai first stance. White Tiger. Ojiro then landed a devastating roundhouse kick to Shoto's ribs. Muay Thai second stance. Dark Snake. Not giving Shoto a moment to rest, Ojiro jumped forward and punched him with a solid fist, right in the face. Muay Thai third stance. Yellow Dragon. Finally, Ojiro grabbed Shoto's neck with his tail before he could hit the ground and began to perform a front flip. And finally, Ojiro's original Muay Thai stance. White Monkeys. He yelled as he lifted Shoto upwards and slammed him into the ground with a destructive force. Wrath. Shoto slammed into the ground with a loud thud as a crater formed underneath him. The dust filled the area but quickly settled, before revealing Ojiro, who was kneeling on one knee as he panted heavily beside the limp body of Shoto. Silence filled the air for a moment as everyone were anxious to see the result. Did Ojiro win? Is it finally over? These were the common thoughts everyone had. Is it over? Ojiro asked himself before he felt the sudden drop in temperature. He then looked around him and saw what looked like multiple ice mirrors forming around him and trapping him. Knowing with every fiber in his body that this couldn't be something good, he turned around to look at Shoto, who apparently was crawling to one of the mirrors. The frostbites and the injuries he sustained made it really hard for him to move. I already told you, I'll win without using my left side, Shoto growled as his hand entered the mirror. I won't let you, Ojiro shouted. He knew that whatever Shoto was planning couldn't be good for him. He stood up again and began to run towards Shoto to prevent him from entering the ice mirror. However, before he could grab his leg, Shoto was already in the mirror. It's over, Ojiro, Shoto coldly said as each mirror showed a reflection of him. The next moment was the worst thing that happened to Ojiro today, as he saw the multiple reflections of Shoto throwing ice spikes at him, before they pierced his body. He didn't know where they came from and couldn't move as fast as before to dodge the attack. Og! Ojiro spat some blood. His legs were shaking and couldn't hold his weight any longer as each one was pierced with an ice spike. I have to escape, he said in his mind. He tried to run and punch one of the ice mirrors but it didn't break. He followed with multiple punches and kicks but to no avail. Give up, Ojiro, you've lost. Shoto pointed out, and honestly, looking at Ojiro's state, anyone would say the same. He was covered in blood and was injured all over his body. It didn't make it any better that he was covered with more frostbites than before. I can still go on, I will never give up, he replied as he hit the ice mirror with a smack from his tail, but proved to be pointless. I'm going to make you use your full power, and then I'll beat you. Then I'll finally prove to everyone that you don't need a flashy quirk to be a hero. Because that's my goal, my hero way, he yelled. Unfortunately for Ojiro, this only made Shoto angrier than before. And how are you going to do that, when you can't even beat me when I'm using my ice? He shouted as the reflections showed Shoto launching an ice attack towards Ojiro, who took the heavy impact and got slammed into one of the mirrors with a loud thud, before he fell on the ground. Shoto then got out of the ice mirror, looking awful as the frostbites were really doing a number on his body. Although, it didn't stop him from undoing the ice mirror's technique. He then collapsed on the floor and panted for a moment, while looking at Ojiro's unconscious body. However, he never expected to see Ojiro getting up again, shocking the entire crowd. After all that, he shouldn't be able to move, let alone stand up, Aizawa pointed out as his eyes widened. Mashirao Ojiro stands up again and refuses to lose. Can you believe this? I honestly don't know how he can still stand up after this. Present Mike cried out, clearly amazed by Ojiro. No, wait a second, Aizawa said. Midnight got closer to the two boys and was surprised to see Ojiro out cold. Ojiro is unconscious. Todoroki wins and advances to the final round, Midnight announced, but silence filled the arena. This sight was enough for Daisuke to tear up. He's out cold, nothing keeping him up but sheer willpower. Ojiro, you fought to the last moment, determined to show the world what you can do. Daisuke exclaimed, before people started to stand up and clap their hands and cheer for Ojiro. You're so manly, Ojiro. Both Kirishima and Tetsu shouted as their manly tears ran down their cheeks. Mashirao Ojiro, you're definitely something else, and I can openly admit that I'm nothing compared to you. Today, you and Midoriya showed me the errors of my way. Shinso commented as he looked at the other teenager. Although his opponent has a much stronger quirk than his, he put out a great fight. He was simply amazing, one of the pro heroes said. Yeah, I have no doubt that this kid will be a great hero someday, another added. I'm definitely going to send him an internship, another exclaimed. Daisuke was taken back by surprise by this as he watched everyone including the teachers, students and pro-heroes cheer for Ojiro. The boy with a tail for a quirk managed to gain the respect of everyone. No one can dare say that Ojiro isn't strong. The old sensei wasn't sad anymore. The tears that fell from his eyes were tears of happiness. You see this, Ojiro, you did it. You proved to the world your point, you showed them your hero way. I'm so proud of you. A.N. Took me a while to update again, but I did it. One day before my birthday lol. Anyways, before saying anything about the story. Special thanks to all of you for following me and supporting my fanfic. You guys are truly amazing and thank you for helping me reach 1,000 followers. Yes, we did it. I never imagined I would go this far, but it happened thanks to you. That means that I have to work even harder than before to continue this amazing story. I hope you guys enjoyed the new chapter and it's time to reply for the most common questions out there. First off, just to be clear, the primary Lotus Ojiro used during the match is different in the way that he didn't open the first gate or anything. The move was just passed down as a martial art technique, that's all. Does that mean that Ojiro will never be able to open the height gates? No, he will be able to one day. Stain is now confirmed to be an Uchiha. Some people are confused and think that Stain's quirk awakening is the Sharingan, which is pretty weird. Anyways, he's an Uchiha and how is he related to Izuku is something I'll let you figure it out. Shoto is the third irregular for this book. He's one of the 3 people who could kinda use jutsus without proper training alongside Izuku and Shinso. For the Bakugo fans who may be mad because Bakugo isn't getting a power-up or a special power, let me just say that not only is he stronger than his canon version, he'll also get one of the greatest power in this fanfiction. A power that hasn't been introduced yet, and I promise that he'll have a lot of moments. Some people ask me why isn't this an X-over? My knowledge on crossovers is that a crossover is a story where a character from another universe is transported to another. Am I right or wrong? If I'm wrong, I don't mind changing the fanfic to a crossover. Izuku and Katsuki aren't Naruto and Sasuke's reincarnation. I don't even know if Katsuki is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Also, AFO's plan isn't the infinite Tsukuyomi. Some people ask me about Izuku's dark past. Well, it's going to be revealed at the end of book 2, so you have to wait, I guess. Finally, I'm sure that I said in the last chap that only a selected people will be able to perform jutsus with the proper training. Scratch that, I decided to change a few things. So, basically, with the proper training anyone could use jutsus and anyone whose ancestor was part of a clan he'll be able to use their powers. Like Shoto being able to use Haku's ice mirrors. Yeah, Shoto's ancestor who is unknown, not Haku, was part of the Yuki clan. Finally, people may ask about the ice clones. I thought that since Deidara was more or less able to use explosive shadow clones, I said why not give Shoto ice clones. Chapter 23. The boy born with nothing versus the boy born with everything. Unbelievable. Despite being unconscious, mhaXnaruto Ojiro is still standing tall. He's fighting until the end, such determination, such resolve. He's truly the definition of willpower. This moment will definitely never be lost in time as it will be remembered through the ages. President Mike cried out and everyone just kept cheering for Ojiro. The sight which managed to capture everyone's attention was definitely not what you would expect. Who would have imagined that the vanquisher would be lying on the ground, while the vanquished is the one who's still standing? Honestly, no one did. A few moments later, the robots came with the stretcher and carried Ojiro to Recovery Girl's office. On the other hand, Shoto couldn't help but stare at Ojiro in awe. He was pretty sure that he would never forget this battle as long as he lived. After snapping out of his shock, he used his left side to get rid of the frostbites that covered his body, something he didn't like to do, but had to admit that it made him already feel much better than before. At least, now he can finally stand up and walk properly. Despite this, he knew that he still had to go see Recovery Girl so that she could treat his injuries. However, on the way to her office, he was met by none other than his father, Endeavor. Shoto wasn't in the mood right now to deal with his father. The pain caused by his injuries was already irritating enough. He decided to calmly walk past his father without even looking at the older man. Congratulations on winning your match. You did great out there and your control over your ice has exceeded anything I've ever seen. Endeavor said without his usually angry tone. The bicolor teen couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He had to admit that many things were shocking him today, but still, he couldn't believe that his father would suddenly start acting so nicely. Was he trying a different approach to make him use his fire? Is this your idea of a joke? Shoto asked with a tone suggesting that he wasn't in the mood for jokes. No, this is me being serious. I was proud while I was watching your match back there and I wish you the best of luck in the finals. Endeavor exclaimed, trying his best to prove that there was no ulterior motive behind the sudden change in his behavior. Shoto raised an eyebrow, clearly confused by this. His father, who always scolded him about no using his fireside until a couple of hours ago, was suddenly happy that he won using his ice, even though his performance wasn't all that good and could have lost the match. He wanted to ask him why this sudden change all of a sudden. He clenched his fists in anger and gritted his teeth. I guess he really does hate me, and I don't think I could blame him for that. Heck, I don't expect him to forgive me. However, I need to fix my mistakes, to somehow redeem myself. Endeavor thought as he stared at his son, clearly seeing that his son was more than angry at him. Tell me, how did you create these ice clones and mirrors? Endeavor asked, trying to change the subject. Shoto let out a sigh, before he gave his response. The ice mirrors technique is the trump card I've prepared for the sports festival. However, I created these ice clones back when I was 13 because you wouldn't let me see my siblings and I was so lonely, Shoto replied with a scowl on his face before he went on his way to the infirmary, leaving a pretty mad Endeavor. The older man wasn't mad at his son, he was mad at himself. Hearing that his son had to create ice clones to stop feeling lonely, ouch. No doubt about it, I failed as his father, he said in his mind. He wished he could have taken it all back, restart his life again and try not to commit the same sins again. No matter how much he thought about it, there wasn't a starting point from where he could start fixing his mistakes. Wait, there might be something I could still do. Endeavor mentally though, before grabbing his phone. He gulped. He was nervous as his fingers found the contact he needed to call. Was this going to work? He had no idea. He only knew that this was the only option he had. Alright Sonny, breath. Recovery girl said as Izuku took a breath. She was currently checking how his lungs were doing using a stethoscope. This procedure was part of the tests that Izuku has been doing for the last few minutes to determine whether Izuku can participate in the final round or not. Recovery girl then typed a few things on her computer and Izuku hated the fact that he couldn't see it. He was really nervous and was getting more nervous with each passing second. Okay, now show me your right hand. Recovery girl asked Izuku as she undid the bandages that covered his right arm, revealing a well-recovered skin. This managed to somewhat ease his worries but he knew that there were more tests waiting for him. Is everything okay? Izuku asked, not able to endure this kind of stress any longer. Just a few more tests Sonny, Recovery girl replied. Move both of your arms upwards. Recovery girl ordered and Izuku complied. Stand on your right foot. Izuku stood on his right foot. Now the left one. Izuku stood on his left foot and Recovery girl tapped a few things on her computer. Finally, the sound of a printer working was heard, meaning that the tests were over. Both Izuku and Bakugo looked curiously, anticipating the results while Recovery girl gave the paper a quick look. She let out a sigh, as she handed Izuku the paper. Unfortunately, Recovery girl began and Izuku's eyes widened. Seems like he failed the tests after all. You're good to go. You managed to pass the tests and you can fight in the final round. I just hope you don't come back with the same kind of injuries you had all over again, understood? Yes ma'am. Izuku nearly shouted as his face lit with a smile. About time. Bakugo snickered. Here Midoriya, this is your new PE uniform. Recovery girl said as she handed him the new uniform. Izuku inspected the new uniform, searching for something. Whoa, they really added the Uchiha symbol even on the spare uniform. He thought as seeing the emblem he grew to love filled him with excitement. Thank you so much, Recover girl. Izuku thanked her with a bow. I better get going now. Deku. Bakugo called Izuku, who quickly turned around to look at him. You better win, he said with a serious look on his face. I will. I vowed to give it my all and win. Izuku replied as his eyes burned with a green inferno, showing his determination. Izuku stepped out of the room and closed the door behind him, before getting alert by the presence of someone. That someone was none other than Shoto Todoroki. Both teens stared at each other for a moment, looking into each other's eyes. See you in a bit, Shoto murmured before going past Izuku and closing the infirmary's door behind him. After a few seconds, Izuku decided to go to the players' waiting room. Perhaps, I can clear my mind and try to come up with a good strategy, he mentally thought. Shortly after, Izuku finally arrived but didn't take another step after hearing two familiar voices. It was Ojiro and Daisuke. I'm sorry sensei, after all that time you wasted on training me, I failed. He didn't even need to use his fire to defeat me, his ice was enough to do the job. Ojiro exclaimed as tears formed in his eyes. Stop it. Daisuke sternly said. Let me ask you a quick question, although I shouldn't be saying something like this, but who do you think is my favorite student? Midoriya. It must be him after all. He's a genius who immediately picked up everything you taught him. Unlike me, teaching him must be a blessing, Ojiro replied. It's true that Midoriya is a very talented person and blessed with one of the strongest quirk I've ever seen. Daisuke began as Ojiro frowned a bit. I mean, what can I say? His family is only full with prodigies. Daisuke thought as he saw his pupil's expression change. But everyone has his own talent, his own gift. That Bakugo kid's natural battle instinct is something I've never seen before. Neither Todoroki or Izuku are blessed with something like that. And you, I already told you that your true gift is hard work. He said as he pointed at the teen. And that's why you're my favorite student. Hearing this, Ojiro gasped in shock. He couldn't understand. Why does his sensei prefer training someone like him rather than Izuku? But why? The answer is simple. Training someone like Midoriya is just boring. It's like I don't need to put in any effort, which isn't my style. However, training someone like you is much more worth it. Each time you fall down, you come back much stronger than before. You're like the lotus flower. You bloom more than once. And today you made me so proud. You managed to force your so-called talented opponent to his knees while you were unconscious, yes, but standing like the amazing warrior you are. Daisuke explained while Ojiro looked at him with total admiration. Sensei, he muttered. You don't realize this yet, Ojiro, but the day when you'll be able to reach your goal, to show and prove your so-called hero way, is sooner than you think. I saw it with my own eyes. Today you were finally able to stand up on your own and take the first step towards your dream. Daisuke softly said. Sensei, Ojiro cried as he hugged his sensei. He was happy. The older man gently patted his head. He's growing up so fast, he thought as he remembered that night by the lake. However, his thoughts were quickly interrupted. We totally forgot about your injuries. Recovery girl is going to kill us, Daisuke half screamed in panic. Right. Ojiro said before his sensei carried him and quickly ran to the infirmary, failing to notice Izuku who just smiled before entering the room. While waiting in the waiting room, Izuku grabbed his phone. He couldn't concentrate at all because something has been lingering in his mind. He typed the following name. Hajime Midoriya. Nothing. He found nothing at all. He took a deep breath before quickly slapping his cheeks. I have to concentrate. I can't lose focus. I'll have to ask All Might after the sports festival. He said out loud before hearing Present Mic calling out for him. Recovery Girl managed to easily heal Shoto's injuries and the bicolor teen left the clinic quickly, leaving Ojiro behind who was mostly patched up now as his injuries weren't too serious like Izuku and Bakugo. Speaking of Bakugo, once Izuku left and Shoto came in, Bakugo decided that he wasn't in the mood to stay here with him and quickly left, going back to the stands. Shoto thought for a moment about the conversation he had with his father. The ice mirrors technique is the trump card I prepared for the sports festival. However, I created these ice clones back when I was 13 because you wouldn't let me see my siblings and I was so lonely. Flashback height years ago. Kid Shoto was alone in his room. He should have been sleeping but he couldn't. He was feeling both lonely and sad. After all, he's been training all day and didn't get the chance to see his siblings. To make things worse, he has been living without his mom for more than a year. His little heart couldn't take it anymore. He didn't know when will this nightmare end. Why me? Why is this happening to me? Why can't I live like the other kids? Kid Shoto questioned and cried in his bed. He looked at his left hand and couldn't help but feel angry and ashamed. He hated his fireside. I just don't want to be alone, Kid Shoto weakly murmured. He still had tears in his eyes. However, he felt a weird sensation coming from his right hand. He couldn't explain it so he tried to trace it. He closed his eyes to focus and traced that feeling. It went from his hand to his forearm to his shoulder then to his chest before finally reaching his stomach. He tried to grab it and once he did, it felt weird. It felt as if he grabbed onto the source of his ice quirk or the energy source. However, he didn't know what to do after that. After some thinking, he decided to grab this weird energy and channel it through his body until it went back to his hand. All he had to do was use his quirk now, but what would he do with it? He thought for a moment before an idea popped in his head. His mom used to create ice figures of him when he was little, and for the past few years his control over his ice quirk became so much better, so maybe he could do that too. He put in all his effort and tried to focus on creating an ice figure that resembled him and he opened his eyes and saw it. He created a small ice figure of himself. He couldn't help but smile at this. However, he never expected the ice figure to start moving. Kid Shoto looked with curiosity at it as the figure became alive. It even had his clothes and looked so real, like it wasn't made of ice. He just looked like a doll version of Kid Shoto. Both Shotos stared at each other and smiled, but it didn't take a while before the small Shoto returned to his ice state and crumbled. Hey, friend, Kid Shoto murmured to himself before trying to create another one but couldn't replicate the process anymore. It took him 6 years of training until he was able to master the ice clone jutsu. Back to the present. I can't get distracted right now. It's almost time for my match with Midoriya. He murmured to himself before he heard Present Mic calling for them. Man, this year's first years are all amazing. It doesn't even matter who won or lost. Looks like the draft will be exciting this year. Yeah, but I have a feeling that this match will be on another scale than the others. Never doubt about it. The pro heroes in the crowd commented as there were so many prospects that showed off their abilities in the sports festival. An image displaying Izuku and Shoto was shown on the Jumbotron, which got the crowd hyped even more in anticipation. After all, this was the main event. The moment that everyone was waiting for. Music. My Hero Academia Ost, just another hero. The flames in each of the four corners of the ring ignited, meaning that it was finally time for the final battle. When the crowd saw the flames, they immediately began cheering and even screaming as their excitement took over. The anticipation was killing them. They couldn't wait any longer. Yes, now is the time to win this sports festival, both Shoto and Izuku exclaimed. Each one of them did from one of the two arena's entrances. Both teens took a deep breath before taking a step forward, entering the arena. They both walked towards the center and everyone was able to feel the tension in the air. Izuku and Shoto, the boy who was born with nothing and the boy who was born with everything. Each one of them had a different motive pushing him forward, something different to prove today and a different reason to strive for victory. They were so different, yet so alike. The entire crowd watched both contestants with one thought. Who will win? No one knew. Thanks for waiting, everyone. You know what time it is. The match we have all been waiting for is now set to start. It is the final round of the sports festival. Present Mic announced as the crowd cheered even louder, seeing both Izuku and Shoto stopping and facing each other. Quite poetic, isn't? The son of the number 2 hero versus the apprentice of the number 1 hero. Nezu exclaimed as he took a sip from his tea. He was finally done with the third year's sports festival and quickly came to watch this battle. This should be interesting. The man WHO managed to assert his dominance even against his toughest opponents and literally left the audience frozen. From the hero course, Shoto Todoroki. Shoto sent a cold glare towards Izuku, trying to intimidate him, but Izuku glared back at him. He didn't even need to activate his Sharingan to show him the sheer determination in his eyes. Seeing this, everybody was getting goosebumps, even the people who were watching from home. You came, Shoto said. Of course I did. After all, I promised to face you here, Izuku replied. VERSUS the 1WHO pushed through every obstacle that faced him, showed US why he's worthy of being called the Green Powerhouse, left US all shocked and shaking each time he stepped in the ring. Also from the hero course, Izuku Midoriya. It's going to start, man, this is going to be intense. So much firepower standing in that ring alone, Kirishima exclaimed as sweat could be seen trailing down his face. This isn't going to be an easy battle, but I know that Deku can win this, Ochako shouted and raised her arm, cheering for her crew friend. Yes, this battle will finally settle the debate on who truly is the strongest first year in UA, Momo proclaimed while silently cheering for Izuku too. This must be fate, after all, they declared war on each other this morning. I guess they weren't messing around, Tokiyami added. Can't say I'm not excited to watch them fight, Monoma commented. Damn, those two are really so strong to make it all the way to the finals, and the fact that those two monsters are about to clash makes me so nervous. Too bad you weren't able to make it there, Bakugo. Dinky teased the explosive teen as many angry tick marks appeared on his forehead. Shut the fuck up, you little Pichu, or else after their match it's going to be you and me, Bakugo shouted at Denki, who shrank in his seat. Why Pichu though? He questioned. Because Pichu hurt themselves when using their lightning powers, just like you, Zero replied with a chuckle and everyone laughed. That's mean, Denki said. That's what you get for messing with the wrong guy, Zero added. One is something from All Might and the other is the son of Endeavor. Itsuka thought as she looked at both Izuku and Shoto. She still remembered what she overheard today. One could say it's an All Might versus Endeavor rematch, but they're also different from them, Mori commented while the other two nodded. You can do it, young man. I believe in you, All Might said in his head, cheering for his successor. Do your best, Shoto, Endeavor thought. League of the Villains hideout. Tamura Shigaraki was watching the final event of the sports festival from his TV, and he had to admit it was pretty useful since he learned a lot about the students' quirks and abilities, something he underestimated it last time, but he wasn't going to repeat the same error. Watch carefully, Tamura, keep an eye out on every detail. After all, those two might become the greatest obstacles you'll ever face, and if that's the case then you'll have to be prepared. The voice of All for One came from the other monitor, warning his disciple. Yes, sensei. Shigaraki replied. After all, he trusted his sensei's judgment. He then scratched his neck in irritation. Sharingan brat, I'll make you pay double for what happened at the USJ. Back to the arena. Ojiro, you made it, Awase pointed out. Yeah, couldn't miss the match, Ojiro replied as he hurried to take a seat. Take it easy, man, they didn't start yet, Kirishima assured the other teen. At this year's sports festival, both Midoriya and Todoroki showed US top-class performance, but now is the time to finally decide who'll go home with the gold medal. President Mike cried out. It's like two great rivals fighting each other. And now watch as the ones with the strongest will and spirit, the ones WHO prevailed, finally fight each other, Midoriya versus Todoroki. Everyone watching couldn't help but hold their breath as they waited for President Mike's signal. Izuku activated his Sharingan and full cowl, ready to fight. As for Shoto, you could already feel the temperature dropping. Start. Upon hearing the start signal, Shoto immediately shot a giant ice glacier, one that could easily match the one he shot at Zero earlier. Oh shit, Izuku half shouted as he ran as fast as he can towards the wall behind him. He knew that there was no way to block that attack unless he broke a finger, and he wasn't willing to get on Recovery Girl's bad side again. I mean, to be honest, there was another way. Come on, charge faster, he shouted as he jumped towards the wall, all while holding his right wrist. Once his feet touched the wall, he jumped again towards the ice glacier with extra force in his legs. Chidori. The lightning attack easily tore through Todoroki's offensive move as it sent many shards all over the place and created strong and fast winds, which were forcing the spectators to shield their faces. Shoto also had to create an ice wall to defend himself. So cold, just the wind is already this cold? I considered the possibility that he would try something like this. After all, I'm sure he wants to end this match quickly because he thinks that my stamina exceeds his. However, after all the fights I had today, I'm sure that I can barely hold out for 10 more minutes. In fact, I can no longer use another Chidori for today. Izuku thought before looking at his right hand. Thankfully, it wasn't injured, but it was a slightly reddish. I'm not injured, but I almost lost control because of the stress and went up to 10%. He then looked at Shoto, who finally came from behind the ice wall. Todoroki isn't hurt either, so I guess Recovery Girl won't be mad at me. Wow. Midoriya managed to stop Todoroki's attack like it was nothing, President Mike shouted as the crowd cheered at seeing Izuku's amazing power once again. He didn't know what scale of attack young Todoroki would use, so he decided to just use a Chidori from the start just to be safe, and All Might thought until he noticed Izuku's expression. No, he was forced to use it, and judging from his expression he didn't want to. Is there a certain limit on how many times he can use it? Anyway, whether there is or not, young Todoroki is now hesitant to attack him head-on. So good job, young Midoriya. Keep it up, All Might mentally cheered for his successor. However, just then, Shoto fired off the same ice attack as before. Again, Izuku questioned in panic. He wasn't expecting this. He thought that Shoto could only fire that massive ice glacier once, but apparently, he was wrong. He charged the power of One for All and carefully channeled it to his left hand's index. He was also making sure not to go beyond 50% for this one thanks to his Sharingan. Delaware Smash. The force of the attack was powerful enough to shatter the ice glacier and create gust of winds. This time, Shoto had to create an ice wall behind himself so that he doesn't get blown away. Unfortunately, it came with a price. He stopped it again. Present Mike continued on with his play-by-play commentary. Wait a sec, Midoriya appears to be hurt. Izuku's index spotted a reddish-pink color, showing that it was bruised and broken. I see, just as I expected, there really is a limit on how many times he can use that lightning attack. Now that he can't use it, he can no longer use any long-range attack. Shoto was thinking until he was met by a fist straight to the face from Izuku. Don't think it's over yet, Izuku exclaimed as Shoto was sent flying away. Damn, Shoto scowled in annoyance as he got up again and saw Izuku staring back at him impassively, almost as if he was letting him know that he was going to have to do much better than that. I'm sorry Todoroki, I'm not so nice to go along with your plan. I already figured out that you can't launch that ice glacier twice without a short cooldown, and that you're trying to keep me at bay because close combat is where I excel. This is my chance to overwhelm him and force him to use his fire side, Izuku planned in his head. Right now, he knew exactly what he needed to do in this match, but he also hoped that Shoto would listen to him. Shoto breathed out cold air and sent another ice attack towards Izuku. Luckily for Izuku, his theory proved to be right as this ice attack was much smaller than the first two, so he responded with a solid punch and two swift kicks and obliterated Shoto's ice. Man, Midoriya and Todoroki can both shoot off powerful attacks that cover a lot of ground. Like bam! You too Bakugo, Kirishima shouted as he and the rest of Class 1A were amazed at the impressive display of feats that both Izuku and Shoto were showcasing to the world. And they can do it with no time lag, Zero added. You idiots, they aren't just shooting them off, Bakugo replied as he analyzed both combatants. Huh? If you overuse your muscles, the muscle fibers tear, and if you keep running, you'll run out of breath. There's a limit to how much power I can produce too. That's why my arm is in a sling now and also why I included the grenades gauntlets in my hero costume. It was to be able to fire blasts in excess of what my body allows without any risk. After all, quirks are physical abilities, too. They must also have some kind of limit. Bakugo explained. If Deku resorted to breaking his finger, that means he can no longer use that lightning attack again. That or he can't use it twice in a row. Bakugo tried to further analyze the situation to fully grasp what's happening. On the other hand, Half and Half Bastard is trying not to launch massive ice attacks, else he'll freeze again just like in his match with Tails. However, he still needs a way to keep Izuku away. From what I'm seeing, Deku has the advantage, but why isn't he taking this opportunity to win? Bakugo questioned in his head. If I think about it like that, I guess that makes sense. Then, against the instant killer Todoroki, Midoriya once, Kirishima trailed off before Shoto finished his thought. An endurance match, huh? Shoto murmured to himself. He finally figured out a part of Izuku's plan. He still didn't know specifically why Izuku wanted an endurance match and why he didn't seize the multiple opportunities he had. Oh, I got it. So, Midoriya is trying to outlast Todoroki in endurance and stamina. So when he's gassed out, Midoriya can just go in for the win, Kaminari added as he bumped his fist onto his palm. It appears so, but that damn nerd has another thing on his mind, Bakugo stated, and the others couldn't help but get more confused. Fine, I don't know what you're playing at, so I'll just end it quickly. Shoto fired another ice attack towards Izuku at a speed that was much faster than the previous one. Izuku immediately reacted by landing multiple kicks. However, while Izuku was destroying the ice attack, Shoto used that as a distraction to sidestep towards Izuku's right side and was closing on him. Shoto made an ice path and began running up and above Izuku, and the latter watched with wide eyes as Shoto jumped and covered his foot with ice before bringing down the powerful axe kick. Izuku then brought his arms in a cross motion and blocked the devastating kick. Oh, so you've finally decided to close the gap. Bold of you to think that you can outclass me in close combat. Izuku shouted and pulled his arm, ready to deliver a Detroit smash. Unfortunately for the Sharingan user, his legs froze, they were trapped in ice. He looked behind him and saw another Shoto, and it seems like he's the one who froze his legs. Just a second later, a third Shoto launched an ice attack and it hit Izuku, knocking him away. After that, he heard the sound of an ice path being made and someone coming from behind him. It was a fourth Shoto who punched him with an ice fist. But this wasn't the end, as two more Shotos appeared. The first one created an ice wall and Izuku slammed into it, and the other launched another ice attack. The sheer force of the attack broke the ice wall and sent Izuku flying away. It was a deadly combo. Those moves. He used the martial arts moves I taught him when he was young, Endeavor thought with visible shock. His son who rejected everything he taught him was now applying it. Damn, it's not just his quirk. His judgment, application skills, mobility, all of his abilities, are strong. Izuku thought as he stood up again and wiped the blood that dripped from his mouth. Izuku was right. When Shoto unleashes the full power of his ice, he was stronger than him. He couldn't even begin to imagine how strong Shoto would be if he used his fire. And those moves he used earlier. I can recognize some of them. I guess we really do come from the same school, Todoroki. He's already better than the average pro. It's like what you get from the son of the number 2 hero. Several spectators could only gawk in amazement at Shoto's amazing power despite his young age. What, is that really everything you've got? And you're just the beat up just from defending and running away? I'm disappointed, Shoto said as he stared at Izuku. He was expecting much more from him of all people. Izuku then decided that it was time to get serious and stop holding back. He stared at the 6 Shotos in front of him with his Sharingan and noticed a few things. It seems that unlike his normal ice attacks, creating clones doesn't freeze his body, but I think I can see why Ojiro managed to take them out. Shoto took the opportunity to take a quick look at his father, only to see that the older man wasn't angry or upset. No, he had a faint supporting smile that also suggested that he was feeling remorse. Shoto clenched his fists, he didn't understand. Why? Why now? However, his thoughts were quickly interrupted by a powerful punch to the guts. Texas Smash, Izuku shouted as Shoto was sent flying away. You're the real one, aren't you? Izuku asked, but he was sure of it. How did you know? Shoto was shocked. How did Izuku figure out which one was the real one? Izuku only pointed to one of his eyes. My eyes see through everything. He exclaimed before he dodged some ice spikes, fired by one of the Shotos and then a roundhouse ice kick that followed the previous attack. Izuku then motioned to the other three to attack him and they immediately dashed over him. His Sharingan went right and left, analyzing every movement, every tension in their muscles, and as soon as the first one arrived, he immediately jumped over him and landed with one hand on that Shoto's back. He knew that second one was on his right and the third one on his left, so he quickly extended his legs and landed two powerful kicks, hitting both of them, before hitting the third one with a solid fist that was quickly followed by a stomp with his feet. The three clones quickly broke into ice pieces. Midoriya manages to defeat 3 Todorokis with some elite moves. Outstanding, President Mike yelled and the crowd were in awe after seeing this display of power. Mori whistled, showing his amazement at the way Izuku took out the 3 Shotos. Haven't seen that in a while, he commented. Ouch, that just reminded me of the day we sparred with Hajime. Daisuke added. He held his right cheek as if the pain of the kick he received that day was coming back to him. Kurogane just rolled his eyes and looked away, he wasn't too fond of that day either. Flexible. I like it, Mina pointed out. She really liked this fact about Izuku since she met him and couldn't help but think how great he could be at dancing. Denki and Kirishima looked at each other for a second before they shrugged at their friend's behavior. The 3 remaining Shotos remained calm and their eyes focused on their opponent. They couldn't get distracted after what just happened. Then, 2 Shotos sprinted towards Izuku before launching ice attacks, but Izuku jumped over the combined ice glacier. They tried to hit him while he's in the air by shooting ice spikes at him, but only a few managed to graze him as he dodged the rest of them with some spins and flips. He even managed to catch 2 of them midair and throw them away. Finally, he approached one of the 2 with a quick spin. Manchester Smash. Izuku landed a powerful axe kick on one of the Shoto's head, who immediately broke into multiple ice pieces. However, this wasn't the end. Apparently, Izuku kept one of the ice spikes with him earlier and threw it at the last ice clone, who crumbled too. There was now him and the real Shoto. Bastard, Todoroki murmured to himself before launching a giant ice attack towards Izuku, but Izuku didn't lose his composure. He blocked the incoming attack with multiple kicks and then even started to slide on it, approaching Shoto at a high speed. Shoto tried to defend himself with an ice wall, but it shattered before Izuku's roundhouse kick hit him directly in his ribs. The kick was then quickly followed by a powerful uppercut. The blow was hard enough that Shoto flipped through the air before he landed on his back with a loud thud. The bicolor-haired teen was sure enough that those 2 punches were the hardest punches he had ever felt in his life. A solid hit. President Mike shouted as the crowd began cheering. They were getting more and more excited as the match went on. He got a hit on Todoroki. That Midoriya kid is too strong. That uppercut sent Todoroki flying. I wonder if he's the son of a pro hero? Many people and pro heroes commented as they were getting more and more interested in Izuku. As for Shoto, he got back up again, although with some additional effort. Use your fire. Izuku simply stated and Shoto gained a scowl on his face. He's trembling. Midoriya, if this is an attempt to throw me off game, then you better be prepared for what will happen next. Telling me this despite knowing what happened, Shoto grit his teeth and the temperature suddenly dropped. Really pisses me off, he shouted as he launched an ice attack towards Izuku. Izuku dodged the incoming attack with a sidestep, and headed towards Shoto. Once he approached his opponent, he ducked under the incoming ice punch and threw Shoto off his feet with the lowest round kick. Then, with a devastating kick, knocked Shoto away before he slammed into the wall. His body fell on the ground and stopped moving. Damn it, so in the end I couldn't make him use his fire, Izuku thought as he dropped his guard. It seems like Shoto passed out and he finally won the match, but he wasn't happy about it. But suddenly, ice mirrors started to appear and surround him. Izuku panicked and looked at where Shoto's unconscious body laid, only to find an ice clone that was crumbling. He used the substitution thing. Izuku half shouted in shock. Where's the real one? He mentally asked himself, but got his answer once the ice mirrors were complete in Shoto and his reflections were visible. This was bad. Izuku never imagined that he had enough power left to pull this. It's over, Midoriya. Right now, I'll show you that I don't need my left side to beat you, Shoto exclaimed, while Izuku was making fast turns left and right. He didn't know where the attack would come from. Izuku carefully observed his surroundings. I have almost no data about this ice mirrors attack since it took down Ojiro pretty quickly and I couldn't really see what happened in there, but I can already tell that it's a really powerful move, 9 ice mirrors, and I have no idea where the real Shoto is, Izuku analyzed, but his thoughts were interrupted as he saw the incoming ice spikes. He managed to dodge every single one of them thanks to the Sharingan. He then stared at where the ice spikes were shot from. He suspected that Shoto was in one of those 3 ice mirrors. Judging from the trajectory of the ice spikes he just dodged. After all, he didn't see Shoto moving outside of the mirrors. However, once again Izuku's thoughts were quickly interrupted. This time though, by ice spikes hitting him from the back. Impossible. How? He yelled in his head as pain coursed through his body. Give up Midoriya, there's no way you're going to beat now, Shoto stated, before he shot more ice spikes. Izuku managed to dodge them but he was still confused and had no idea where the ice spikes came from. From the trajectory, he could swear they came from the 3 mirrors he was looking at earlier. If that's the case, then there should have been a moment where Shoto got out of the mirror, passed by him and then went into the other mirror, but he was sure that he didn't. Is Shoto fast enough to go from one mirror to the other without me noticing? No, that's impossible. Ojiro and I are much faster than him, and even if he truly was, I would have been able to see him with my Sharingan, Izuku mentally analyzed as he dodged more ice spikes, but then an ice attack quickly hit him from behind and Izuku slammed into one of the mirrors. Izuku got up again and hit the ice mirror with a solid punch in frustration, but it was pointless. Give up now Midoriya, I've already proved that I'm superior to you with my right side. I proved to my father that I don't need his damn quirk to surpass him, Shoto said as Izuku hit one of the ice mirrors again, only to do nothing. I am not going to give up, Izuku replied. Fine, suit yourself, Shoto exclaimed before he fired more ice spikes. Izuku tried to jump and escape, but an ice wall came from behind him and blocked his path. He slammed into it and fell down, but then an ice attack hit him and he slammed into another mirror. He stood up again with some effort, as he panted. His body was covered in blood and his head was a bit fuzzy. The blood even trailed on one of his eyes, so he had to close it and resort to continue the battle with one Sharingan. I will not give up, he weakly said, before another ice attack hit him from behind. He fell on his knees and then went on all fours and he was heavily panting. Without using my damn old man's quirk, no, I'll reject him completely by winning first place without using it. Where are you looking? Izuku asked as he grit his teeth in anger. Huh? I said where are you looking Todoroki? Izuku shouted before he charged the full power of One for All in his left arm, and punched the ice mirror that was in front of him. The full force of the attack instantly shattered all 9 mirrors. Bastard, Shoto simply said as he looked in Izuku's eye with disbelief. How did he uncover my location? Found you, Izuku yelled before pulling back his other arm and punching Shoto with an 8% Detroit smash right in the guts, making the bicolored teen spit some blood before flying away. Your fight is with me Todoroki, not Endeavor. I knew all along that he wasn't moving outside of the mirrors. That being said, there had to be a way to explain how can he attack from so many different angles without moving from his spot. Izuku's thoughts drifted to the time he got slammed into one of the mirrors. Once I crashed into one of the mirrors, I noticed that your image could be still seen despite the fact that I was standing in front of it. And then it clicked, these weren't real reflected images of yours. They were ice clones all along. Each time, one of them attacked from a different angle but the fact that you all moved in sync is what really tricks your opponents into thinking that they're reflection. I can't believe this, not only did he escape the ice mirror technique but also found where Todoroki really was. But how? Ojiro said, clearly amazed by Izuku's intelligence and analytic skills. It's quite astonishing but look carefully, his arm is severely injured, Monoma commented. Izuku further explained how he figured out the secret of the ice mirror technique, before his thoughts drifted to the moment when he got pummeled left and right. The only thing that was left was to figure out where the real you were, and I knew how to do that. I tricked you into thinking that I was frustrated and powerless and let you hit me, but I also kept my eyes sharply open and noticed one of you taking quick looks in a certain direction. I jumped to confirm my suspicion, because the person you were looking at was Endeavor. That's right, the vendetta you have with your father is your weakness. You've broken your arm, why are you going so far? Shoto questioned, still on the ground. His body was injured and covered in blood and bruises. His body was also freezing and shivering. You're trembling, Todoroki. Quirks are physical abilities, too. There's a limit to how much cold your body can take and we both know that. And that is something that you could easily solve by using the heat from your left side. Izuku exclaimed, earning a groan and a scowl from Shoto. Music. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Ost Golden Wind, timestamp, 346-415, asterisk. You're angry? Well, I'm angry too. You've asked me why am I going so far, so let me tell you. Ojiro, Uraraka, Kachan, Shiozaki, Iida, Itsuka, Shinso, Momo, everyone today. They all fought with everything they got, to win and get closer to their dream, to stand where we are right now, to become number 1. They did their best and more to stand where we are now, but you're betraying their efforts and training by using just half of your strength. And all of this for what? Because of a vendetta you have with your father. So, stop holding back and come to me with everything you've got. Izuku yelled as he clenched his broken fist. And Todoroki isn't you, either. That boy, Endeavor simply said as he remembered his earlier talk with Izuku. Midoriya, what are you planning? Everything I've got? Did my damn old man buy you off or something? Now I'm angry, Shoto shouted as he sprinted towards Izuku. His movements are, Izuku began. Slow, Bakugo finished Izuku's thoughts. It's because frost fell on his body. Unlike the limit to my power, it's probably like the MP in a game. Was the scale during his fight with Flat Face the upper limit? Shoto got closer to Izuku and froze his right leg before he jumped towards him, but Izuku didn't wait for him and closed in two. The instant I lifted my right foot, this guy, he's not going to, Shoto thought as his eyes widened in shock. Then it came, not being able to properly move his right side, Izuku punched Shoto with his broken fist, knocking him away. Izuku gasped at the pain he felt from using One for All with his broken hand. Shoto coughed as he stood up. He couldn't understand why Izuku was going this far. Why, he asked as he shot an ice attack. With his leg finally free, Izuku managed to dodge the attack with a sidestep. The ice isn't coming as fast, Izuku said in his mind as Shoto closed in. Izuku immediately kicked Shoto, before he could have landed his ice punch. Izuku then flinched, and moved his right hand to his eye. His time was up, he could no longer use the Sharingan. The combined physical and mental strain of all the previous battles he fought was taking its toll on him now. Should I stop it, Midnight? Both Midoriya and Todoroki are probably thinking that Recovery Girl will heal them anyway, and are being reckless. They're full of adrenaline right now, so they're probably not feeling much pain, but looking at Midoriya's injuries, they probably can't be fully healed in one go. Even if he wins, it won't matter if he destroys his body. Cementos told Midnight through an earpiece. Fine, given you only discovered your quirk last year I can't expel you, and as your teacher I can't ask you to break your bones and end up incapacitated. But you better learn to control it soon or I'll expel you. I have high expectations for you. It's true that he's still not able to fully control his full power, but he's not just fighting recklessly. Letting all of his injuries fall on his left arm, while also taking care of all of Todoroki's ultimate attacks, he did this so that he could still attack Todoroki from his left side, which is his weakness since he doesn't use his fire quirk. His visual power's time limit must be up too. This is the best he can do to win at this point in time. Aizawa murmured to himself as he analyzed his student's battle. But man, even if it can be healed, to be able to jump into intense pain like that requires a lot of resolve. What is stirring him up? All Might. I want to be like him, to save everyone with a smile. In order to do that, I have to be strong enough to become number one. He doesn't have much time before he'll effectively retire, and as his chosen successor I need to live up to his expectations. I need to show the world that the next symbol of peace is right here. Izuku thought as Shoto froze his left arm, while Izuku punched him with his right. Shoto then created an ice wall behind him to stop himself from getting knocked away. Why are you going so far? Shoto asked again. Because that is what it means to have determination, to forge your own path and stand by your ideals. This is what it means when I say I never give up and I never go back on my word. That's my hero way, however, it's not only that. I also want to live up to everyone's expectations. I want to be able to smile, and respond to them, to be a cool hero. That's what I want to be. Shot's eyes widened as he heard his mother raise voice. That's why, Izuku began before he slammed into Shoto with his head, pushing him back. I'm going so far. Everyone's giving it their all. There's no way I can know all of your circumstances, or your resolve. But for you to become number one without giving it your all, to completely reject your father, right now, I think you should stop screwing around, Izuku shouted. Shoto shakily stood up as his most dreadful memories were starting to come back to him. Stand up, if you're down by something like this, forget beating All Might. You won't even be able to take the small fry villains. Endeavor lectured Kid Shoto and scolded him while the poor kid was coughing and vomiting his food. Please, stop, he's only 5, Rei said in mutiny as she thought that her husband was going too far. He's already 5. Get out of my way, he shouted before smacking her way. Mom, Kid Shoto yelled. Shut up, Shoto simply told Izuku. I don't wanna, Mom, I don't want to be like Dad, I don't want to become someone who bullies you, Mom, Kid Shoto cried in his mother's embrace. But you want to be a hero, don't you? Rei questioned as she ruffled her son's hair. It's okay for you to be one. As long as you have a future you feel strongly about. That's why, I will win, Izuku shouted before kicking Shoto with a roundhouse kick and sending him flying away. I'll surpass you. Todoroki gasped as even more memories started to come back to him. Kid Shoto was watching his older sibling play outside and having fun. However, that was interrupted when Endeavor forcefully grabbed hold of Shoto's arm and started dragging him off. Don't look at that, Shoto. They're from a different world than you. Todoroki's mind then stumbled upon his worst memory ever. Mom, I'm going crazy. I can't take it anymore. Every day, the children seem to become more and more like him. That child's left side sometimes looks very unsightly to me. I can't raise him anymore. I feel like I shouldn't. Mom, Rei Todoroki looked at the boiling pot of water. She then looked at Shoto and proceeded to scar her own son for the rest of his life. Good grief, this is an important time, too. Where's Mom? Oh, she injured my masterpiece, so I put her in a hospital. It's your fault. You're the one who made Mom. Shoto shook his head to try to get the memories out of his mind. I will reject my old man's power, he said as he tried to stand up again. Izuku grit his teeth as now he was starting to get very pissed off. He was losing his patience. It's your power, not his. So, stop wasting your life and use it to become the kind of hero you want to be, Izuku shouted at Shoto. Huh? Shoto gasped in shock when he heard Izuku's words. Use your fire and be free, because you're not a tool, Izuku yelled. Shoto's eyes widened and he began to stumble upon a very fond and happy memory of his. Yes, that's right, children inherit quirks from their parents. But the really important thing is not the connection, but recognizing your own flesh and blood. Recognize yourself. That's what I mean when I say, I'm here, you see, All Might said on the TV as he gave a thumbs up. But you want to be a hero, don't you? It's okay for you to be one. As long as you have a future you feel strongly about. Before I knew it, I had forgotten, Shoto thought. Music. My Hero Academia asked you say run. You don't have to be a prisoner of your blood. It's okay for you to become who you want to be. Before anyone knew it, Shoto Todoroki's entire right side was engulfed in bright orange flames. The flames lit up the entire fighting stage as everything spiked up in temperature. The flames looked so majestic. They were finally free to burn whatever they desired. Shoto Todoroki was finally free of his shackles. Present Mike stuttered in shock as everyone in the stadium was speechless. The flames appeared out of nowhere and were just so beautiful. The fire's here, Ochako voiced everyone's thoughts, as she and everyone else were able to feel the heat all the way from the stands. In battle, I will never use my left. I thought he said he'll never use his left side in battle. Awase yelled as he remembered what Shoto told them during Capture the Flag. You made him use his left side, young Midoriya, don't tell me you're trying to save young Todoroki. Even though you want to win? All Might said in his mind with a bit of worry. He just hoped that Izuku had some kind of plan to deal with or clear the power gap between them.
Izuku's mouth was agape as he stared at Shoto's magnificent flames. Then, his expression changed into a smile. Even though you want to win, damn it, to help your enemy, which one of us is screwing around now? I want to be a hero, too. I want to do good and save people, but right now I want to surpass you. Shoto said with a smile. For the first time in a long time, he smiled. Seeing his son finally using his flames and moving on made Endeavor so happy. He smiled, but not because his son used his flames to fulfill his goal, but because he used them from his own free will. Right now, his son was no longer a tool, he was a hero in training who took the first step towards his own dream and not someone else's. Thank you for saving my son, Izuku Midoriya. He silently murmured to himself. Wow, Izuku said to himself, still amazed by Shoto's full power. Damn it, I want to write this in my notebook right now. Why are you smiling? Shoto asked. With those injuries, in this situation, I swear Midoriya, you're crazy. Don't blame me for what happens next. I'm smiling because I can't help but feel excited, and for your information, I'm not planning on losing that easily. Then let's finish this once and for all. Shoto replied. Both students then started to power up to their full power. Shoto was finally releasing both ice and fire, while Izuku felt the power of one for all coursing through his body. Oh no, Mineta began. Midnight. If they keep going at it, it'll be bad. Cementos shouted as he used his quirk. His body won't hold up. Midnight replied as she too began to use her quirk, hoping to stop the fight. Shoto began by launching a set of massive ice attacks at Izuku. Time seemed to slow down for the quirk inheritor as the ice attack got closer and closer. But Izuku knew well what he had to do. 8% wasn't enough to clear the distance between him and Shoto in one jump, so he began to jump and hop off the numerous ice blocks. However, Shoto wasn't going to let Izuku get to him that easily, so he summoned numerous ice spikes that came out of the ice blocks, sticking out of the ice floor. Although it was a good move from Shoto, it wasn't enough to halt Izuku's movements, who quickly made his way over to his opponent. Try to get close, and give him everything I've got. Izuku yelled in his mind as he got closer. He charged the full power of one for all in his left arm, from his hand to his shoulder. The sleeve of his gym uniform shredded and flew off, before he made one last powerful jump towards Shoto. Here we go again. Denki screamed as he clearly knew what was coming. Come at me with your full power. Izuku shouted, as Shoto raised his left arm to release the full power of his fire. Midoriya, thanks. One for all 100% Detroit Smash. What the fuck? Awase swore. Seriously, man, can they stop blowing the arena for like 5 seconds? Denki shouted. What happened? Itsuka voiced everyone's question. Cementos and Midnight tried to negate the two ultimate moves from clashing, but it just wasn't enough. The two attacks were too powerful and tore through Cementos and Midnight's defenses. The resulting clash ended up in an explosion that sent shockwaves throughout the entire stadium. The gusts of wind were too strong that they managed to knock anyone standing off their feet. As for the Cementos and Midnight, needless to say they were sent flying away again. After a moment, the winds calmed down, but now the dust filled the arena. Just because something is powerful doesn't mean it's good, but this is amazing, Cementos commented as he stood back up. What was that madness just now? What the heck is up with your class? Present Mike shouted from the floor. The air that had been cooled thoroughly was suddenly heated up and expanded. Aizawa replied. That's what created this explosion. Just how hot was that? Geez, I can't see a thing. Hey, WHO won the match. Midnight got up groggily with her glasses missing. She tried to see what happened in the arena, but found neither Izuku or Shoto, only two trenches. Next thing everyone saw, was Shoto coming out of one of the two trenches. His PE uniform was torn and he was heavily panting with injuries all over his body. However, a few seconds passed and there was still no sign from Midoriya. Did Izuku lost? Itsuka mentally questioned. She would be so sad if Izuku lost. Can it be that Midoriya lost? Shiro asked. Better not or I'll kill him. Bakugo replied. Young man, All Might thought as he clenched his fists. Izuku gazed at the sky above him. He couldn't move a single muscle in his body and couldn't get out of the trench. So that's his full power, huh? Izuku said with a weak voice to himself. His left arm was pretty much fucked up, showing a purplish color, and he was covered in blood and bruises. And for the second time today, his PE uniform was torn. I guess it's only fair to show him mine now, he said with a smirk, before memories of his training came back to him. Flashback. Izuku was meditating under a waterfall and concentrating on his breathing, just like Kurogane told him to. Midoriya, the old man called his student, gaining his attention. Come here, I want to show you something. Izuku left his spot and followed his sensei before they stopped in front of a giant boulder. I want you to destroy that boulder. What? How in the world can I destroy that, are you kidding me? Izuku questioned. However, the older man just ignored him. Watch carefully. The older man said as he put his sword on the ground and began to breath. Izuku just stared curiously at the older man before the man's eyes went completely white and his muscles expanded. Izuku looked in awe, he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Is this his quirk? He mentally asked. Finally, Kurigane's skin became red and next thing Izuku saw was his sensei completely destroying the boulder with one punch. Izuku gasped in shock. What the hell is that? He asked. Kurigane then powered down, and started to heavily pant before he sat on a rock. I am really getting old. He pointed out as he looked pretty tired. Was this your quirk? Izuku asked as his pupils transformed into stars and had his notebook in his hand. No, this is a breathing technique I created. The reason to was that my quirk isn't really that powerful or to be more precise, not as powerful as my friends and I didn't want to be a liability. By gathering larger amount of oxygen into my lung, I created this breathing technique called. Back to present. The 3 heavenly breaths, Izuku said as he started to focus on his breathing. First activation. After seeing Shoto coming out of one of the trenches, it wasn't too hard to figure that Izuku was in the second one. The fact that he didn't come out until now, made the people wonder. Did Izuku really lose? Midnight headed towards the other trench to check on Izuku's condition. However, she stopped in her tracks as the ground began trembling, with the debris shaking. Suddenly out of the trench came none other than Izuku. His eyes were completely white and he gave off a yellow aura. 3 heavenly breaths, second activation. He said, causing his body to expand slightly. His muscles becoming distinctly more prominent. He then activated his full cowling. The green lightning was violently swirling around him more than ever, causing his hair to slightly shine with an emerald light as it stood now on its own, with the same thing happening to his eye. Shoto gasped in shock. What is this? His energy and aura alone were enough to send waves of pressure throughout the entire stadium, pro heroes included. It was unreal. No UA student had ever displayed something like that ever in the sports festival. Izuku sheepishly smiled as he rubbed the back of his head. Well, I hate to say this, but I haven't been completely honest. I was also holding back my full power throughout this entire festival as well, but I assure you that I had my reasons, Todoroki. So, now that you're giving me your all, I will show you my true power. All Might coughed some blood. Wait a minute, isn't that Kurigane sensei's, holy fuck. When did he learn that? Ha ha ha, I can't believe that little brat. He actually did it and used that forbidden technique. Kurogane laughed as he knew that things were going to get pretty interesting from now on. I can't believe you taught him this technique. Don't you have any sense of responsibility? Teaching him a technique that destroys his body. Daisuke chastised his friend. Like you're one to talk. I'm sure you were planning to teach Ojiro how to open the gates during the internships. Kurigane replied, causing the other man to get embarrassed and Mori just let out a sigh. Don't worry, I already told him to use it as a last resort and that it's a forbidden technique. I also taught him that move, because if he ever has to fight you know who, this move might save him more than anything. He said that last part with a very serious tone. Guys. Is Izuku going Super Saiyan? Denki asked with a bit of worry as everyone else was visibly shaken by Izuku's power and aura. Honestly, I won't be surprised at this point. Like next thing we know he might start flying. Zero replied. Whatever it is, it certainly doesn't look too comfortable. You can see it on his face. Tetsutsu pointed out as Izuku had a scowl on his face. That looks insane. Itsuka thought to herself, white eyes glued onto her crush's body. Something that did not go unnoticed by Mina and a certain green-haired girl from Class 1B. Bakugo grit his teeth in anger. Damn you, Deku. You were holding back in our fight again. And you still won, you shitty nerd. And just when I thought that I finally caught up to you. That bastard. Bakugo yelled, startling the other students. One could say he just erupted like a volcano. Wow, I'm speechless, I don't know what to say. This is so surreal. How can a freshman student be this strong? Eraser, did you know about this? Present Mike shakily said, as he too was astonished by the raw power Izuku was emanating. Aizawa shook his head, as he couldn't even open his mouth to say no. His eyes were comically bulging alongside Present Mike. What the actual fuck happened to that kid since last year? Music. Nato Shippuden asked my name. Izuku looked straight towards Shoto with an unyielding resolve. I barely have 3 minutes left and I didn't really master this technique, so it's time to end this. Izuku thought as he moved towards Shoto with blinding speed. Shoto launched an ice attack towards Izuku, but the one for all user just destroyed it easily. However, Shoto used that as a diversion and sidestepped to the left to catch Izuku by surprise with a torrent of flames. But, even without the Sharingan, Izuku wasn't blind and saw through his movements. You'll have to be quicker than that if you ever hope to catch me. Izuku dodged the flames and with a roundhouse kick, kicked Shoto in the back of his head. When I'm in this state, all of my stats are sharply enhanced. My speed, power, stamina and everything else. Izuku then used a triple kick, sending Shoto flying away. Shoto quickly got a hold of himself and started to shoot both his ice and fire simultaneously at Izuku. Then come at me and face me with all you've got, Midoriya. Izuku then charged a Detroit Smash and punched through all of the fire and ice. His punch destroyed the ice easily, while putting out the fire as well. What? Shoto yelled in shock. Take this. Izuku kicked Shoto straight in the face and sent him flying in the air. Then with blinding speed Izuku followed, but now that Shoto was using both of his power, he got a brilliant idea. He started to create an ice path and slide on it, while boosting himself with his fire. I won't lose that easily, Midoriya. Shoto yelled as he shot a fireball towards Izuku. He won't be able to dodge in midair. If I'm in this state then I'm sure that I can do this now. Izuku thought before he stared to charge the power of One for All in his fingers. One for All 20% Delaware Smash. The air bullet managed to pierce the massive fireball and put out the fire, before hitting Shoto. His finger didn't break. However, Izuku didn't expect Shoto to launch an ice attack, that hit him right in the guts and stunned him. Amazing Midoriya and Todoroki are fighting each other in the sky. Can this battle get any crazier? Present Mike asked. Izuku was falling at high speed and at this rate he was going to crash down, and he could feel his body shutting down, but then he opened his one good eye. His green eye illuminated with the energy of One for All, before Atomo appeared, then his eye became red without losing the light it was emitting and both green and red lightning started to swirl around him. He stepped on the ice block and jumped towards Shoto, blocking any attacks Shoto threw at him. He then kicked him right in the chin, and went behind Shoto. Wait a minute, that attack. Ojiro half shouted as he easily recognized. It was his own special move after all. Ojiro isn't this, Itsuka was about to ask. Is he going to use the shadow of the dancing leaf? Daisuke exclaimed in shock. He was sure that he never taught Izuku that move. Izuku put his hand on Shoto's back causing the other boy to tense up. He noticed Izuku's incoming kick and blocked it by covering his arm in ice. However, he was startled when Izuku spined and hit him with a solid fist right in the chest. As Shoto was starting to fall, Izuku spined again and landed another powerful fist, accelerating Shoto's fall. I'm not done yet, Izuku shouted before he spined for one last time and landed a powerful kick as Shoto crashed into the ground. Lion's Barrage, Izuku yelled, before his Sharingan faded along with the red lightning. Quote. It took a moment for everybody to just process what the hell just happened. Midnight suddenly raised her whip. Shoto Todoroki is unconscious. Izuku Midoriya wins. Unknown location. Boss, wake up, you have to come and see this. This is an emergency. A guy with a black hood and an eagle mask called his boss with a bit of worry. What happened? Are we being attacked? A dark green-haired man with freckles and emerald eyes, who appears to be in his 40s asked in alert. No, but there's something you have to see. The masked man replied. The dark green-haired man stood up. He took a quick look at a photo besides his bed, showing Kid Izuku in Inko's embrace, before he went downstairs. When he arrived, he found the place populated by none other than his henchmen. All of them had the same black hood the other guy had, but they had different animal masks. However, what the man noticed is that they were all gathered and staring at the TV. What's going on? He asked. It's your son, one of the men replied. The guy, identified now as Hisashi Midoriya, looked at the TV. He saw his son's majestic form as he was surrounded by a yellow aura and the green lightning he recognized as One for All. He then noticed the announcement saying that Izuku Midoriya just won the sports festival, before different highlights of Izuku began to play out. When he won the obstacle race, when he won in Capture the Flag, when he ran with the Chidori in his hand and Sharingan activated, his final clash with Bakugo and the power he displayed against Todoroki. Hisashi's expression began to change into a mix of anger and panic, but the last straw was when the camera zoomed on the Uchiha emblem. What are they thinking? Hisashi shouted as he kicked a chair. He then slammed a table with both his fists. This is bad, this is so bad. And this wasn't part of the plan. He shouted again pointing at Izuku. He then grabbed the chair he kicked earlier and sat down. He started to think about a way to save Izuku, to save his family. He was not just going to sit down and let him take his family away again. He already failed once, and he wasn't willing to fail again. Sasaki, how long will it take us to go back to Japan? Hisashi asked. I'm afraid around 10 months, sir. One of the hooded men, Sasaki replied. Fuck, what was Toshinori thinking? What were the elders thinking? He shouted again and his men could swear that they saw a hint of sadness and despair in his eyes, before it quickly disappeared. Alright, I guess there's no other option. Just make sure Izumi doesn't find out about any of this, understand? Hisashi ordered his men. Find about what exactly? A green-haired girl, now identified as Izumi, asked. Hisashi then facepalmed. Back to the stadium. Shoto Todoroki is unconscious. Izuku Midoriya wins. For a few moments, the entire stadium was dead quiet. Everybody was still trying to process just what the heck happened. And after their minds registered Midnight's words, they immediately started cheering at the top of their lungs. Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A, wins first place in the sports festival. Present Mike yelled out as fireworks were shot up and rainbow confetti fell down throughout the entire stadium. He did it. Ochako yelled out as she jumped out of his seat. Amazing, I have never seen anything like this. Monoma added as he and everyone else got over their shock. Spectacular. Momo cheered. So manly. Both Kirishima and Tetsu said. Are you guys long-lost siblings or something? Awase questioned. Itsuka just stared at Izuku with admiration, before Ojiro snapped her out of her gaze. He sure is amazing, isn't he? Ojiro said. Yeah, he's definitely something else. Aizawa sighed. I honestly didn't know who would come out on top after that big clash. Nice job though, Midoriya. You worked hard enough, and earned this win. After hearing the official announcement and seeing all of the confetti fall on his face, Izuku smiled in relief. I did it. I won. You really don't go back on your word, huh, young Midoriya. All Might silently murmured to himself as he smirked in pure pride. His successor managed the win and show the world that the future symbol of peace was right here. Heck, he even surpassed his expectations. Honestly, he just wanted to congratulate him right now, and lift him up high in the air, but he knew that he had to wait until they met in private. Izuku then looked at All Might and gave him a thumbs up as he smiled, but in a way people would think he was just giving thumbs up to celebrate his victory. Only All Might knew that it was directed at him. However, the yellow aura suddenly faded and his body then felt heavy, before an insane amount of pain coursed in his body, causing him to collapse and lose his consciousness. So I guess you guys will have some questions, so I will try to reply to both questions from last chap and the potential ones I'll have today since I'll be on a hiatus till April. Thank you so much Abyss Dragonslayer 777 for wishing me a happy birthday, I appreciate it man. I guess you all know this by now but Ojiro is the lead of the story. Will Izuku get the Rinnegan? Will he be able to use fire style and other jutsus? I can't give an answer since this will ruin the fun, but I also think it should be obvious considering where the story is heading. For anyone who hates the music suggestion, feel free to skip it. Some people like it, so what's the problem? You don't have to listen to it. Will Bakugo be able to span multiple angry explosive Bakugos? Who would want to miss that smiley face? I hope you guys didn't think of Shoto as scary or evil, even though he was in the Gaara position last chapter. The guy was just a man on a mission, that's all, and the fact he asks his opponents to give up should show you that he doesn't like hurting other too much, but he's on a mission and has to do what he has to do. I guess this one would be the most important. If you hadn't guessed, the 3 heavenly breaths Izuku used is the 7 heavenly breaths from Naruto. Kurogane thinks he created it, but no. Izuku only mastered the first 2 activation, and I think he'll keep it like that since he isn't the one that's going to master that technique and even unlock the other 4 activations. 2 or 3 other people are going to, and that's because I don't want to make Izuku too OP. It also didn't make sense that Kurogane wouldn't teach it to his second student if he taught it to the first. This was just an insurance for future events, as believe it or not. Izuku will start to get his ass handed to him from now on. Playtime is over. The story starts for real now. In the end, it's kinda like how Kakashi in the anime was able to open one gate if I remember correctly. For those of you who are pretty sharp and noticed what happened with Izuku and his Sharingan, one for all, I congratulate you. This is a sign that something big will happen, and unfortunately you'll know that later. Bye for now. Chapter 24, The End of the Beginning. When All Might told me that I could become a hero and made me his successor by giving me his quirk, I was overjoyed. I did everything I could possibly do to become the next All Might and live up to his expectations. But this was actually my biggest mistake, because I ended up neglecting my identity and forgetting who I really am. Maybe it was the responsibilities I had on my shoulders at the time, or maybe I just wanted to forget everything that happened to me and have a new start. However, that day I learned that a man could never run from his past, because it's our past that defines us and makes us who we are today. Adult Izuku explained as he recalled his internship in Hosu. He remembered it all like it happened yesterday. He remembered his younger self brought to his knees, his body covered in blood, his shocked face and the tears pouring down his cheeks, but most importantly he remembered the Nomu he was sitting on. He spotted multiple bruises, his arms and legs were bent in abnormal ways and his wings were cut off. Instead of them, he just had 2 holes in his back. Unfortunately, this was only the start of how my so-called new perfect life fantasy came to an end, and how life gave me a reminder that the world isn't always going to be rainbow and sunshines like I thought after going to UA. Because since that day it reminded me of who were my first 2 friends, and their names are despair and suffering. Today was a good day for Shoto. It was one of the days where his father would be out on patrol and busy with hero work, leaving Shoto all alone at home. Fuyumi also went to her university this morning and Natsu wasn't present too. Being 11 years now, he was pretty much used to it. However, today was going to be different. Shoto was training in the training room and focusing on enhancing his ice abilities. His eyes were closed and his breath was steady. Suddenly, ice began to come out of his hand, before a clone appeared in front of him. I did it, I was finally able to create a proper ice clone. Shoto said with enthusiasm. Ever since he created that mini clone of himself, he wanted to be able to create a perfect version of him, not the ones that are small or break in a few seconds or ones that were too weak to even move. If possible, he also wanted to create more than one in the future. The 2 Shotos looked at each other in amazement and smiled. Shoto was waiting for this day for a long time. The 2 Shotos quickly ran to Natsu's room and searched through his belongings until they found what they were looking for. I found it. One of the 2 Shotos said while he held what looked like a soccer ball. The 2 kids then quickly headed to the playground where Shoto used to watch his siblings play. Shoto let the ball on the ground and began to pass it to the other Shoto. Then the other Shoto tried to dribble the ball like he has seen his other siblings do, but failed. Even though he failed, he was smiling and quickly passed the ball to the other Shoto. Music. Naruto Ost Loneliness. Here, catch it, he said as he passed the ball to the other Shoto. For 5 minutes, the 2 Shotos kept passing the ball to each other and the original even managed to dribble the ball with a very basic skill level. The two of them were happy, smiling and laughing. Shoto never had this much fun in his life. Unfortunately for him, his fun came to an end once the clone crumbled. Once again, Shoto found himself all alone and realized something. This isn't a real friend and this isn't real happiness. Shoto fell on his knees and cried. He screamed in agony and kept slamming the ground with his fist. All of this was just so stupid. He shouted. Why is it always like this? Why can't I enjoy my time like the others? Why can't I smile like the others? Why do I always have to feel pain inside of my heart? He cried more as his tears poured from his eyes. All of this was just one big waste time. Shoto yelled. He understood that mere clones can't fill the void in his heart. It's impossible and he felt angry and sad that he even tried something so foolish. Once he calmed down, Shoto stood up and went to the bathroom. He looked at himself in the mirror and saw his face, the face he grew to hate so much, specifically his scarred left side. Mom, I'm going crazy, I can't take it anymore. Every day, the children seem to become more and more like him. That child's left side sometimes looks very unsightly to me. I can't raise him anymore, I feel like I shouldn't. His mother's words came to him. He could never forget her words. They were same words he heard before his own mother gave him the scar he still has, and he couldn't help but agree with her. He couldn't blame her because he too despised his left side that reminded him of his father, the root of all of his suffering. Shoto then decided that it was enough crying for today and washed his face. After that, he went back to the playground to return the ball to Natsu's room. After all, he didn't want his father to know that he was playing instead of training, and it was also his brother's soccer ball and he wanted to return it back to its owner. Maybe I need to train more on my ice clones technique. It could help a lot when I become a hero, especially when I won't be using his fire. It's not as perfected as I thought today, but some training could help. He murmured as he walked back to the playground. Hey, do you want to play with me? Another voice around Shoto's age asked. Shoto looked toward the voice's owner and saw a kid with green and messy hair and emerald eyes. He had freckles on his face and a $1 million smile. That said kid was holding the soccer ball Shoto was playing with earlier and looking at him. Me? Shoto asked with confusion. Yes, or don't you want to play? The kid asked. Shoto looked surprised for a moment and his eyes widened. He teared up again, but this time they were tears of happiness. Yes, I want to play with you. Shoto immediately replied and smiled back at the boy, as he rubbed his tears. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you. The boy said as he extended his hand for a handshake. I'm Shoto Todoroki. Shoto returned the handshake. Then Todoroki, from now on we're friends. Yes, Shoto simply responded, before he and Izuku began to play. Shoto finally opened his eyes to see a white ceiling. His head was still fuzzy and he couldn't quite remember what happened before he passed out. Weird, why did I have this dream? He thought as he noted that this dream he just had was pretty weird. He then remembered the sports festival. He was fighting Izuku in the finals. He quickly sat on his bed and let out a groan. Yup, his head was pretty messed up. Easy there, Sonny. You're all fine and healed now, but take it easy. Came the voice of Recovery Girl. Shoto placed a hand on his forehead, until he started to feel the headache slowly fading. He scanned the room around him and figured out that he was in the infirmary. He also spotted Izuku sleeping in another bed. How long was I out for? Shoto asked. Enough for me to perform surgery on that reckless idiot. She shot back, clearly not happy with the quirk inheritor. Surgery. Is he going to be alright? Shoto asked, clearly worried about his classmate. Don't worry, he's going to be fine. He just overdid it with his left hand and I had to remove the bone shards in his hand. However, I'll need to scold him again and make it clear to him that he should stop breaking his bones. Only problem is that I don't know when will he wake up. Recovery Girl explained. Whatever he did at the end of the match, it's something that sapped his stamina away and damaged his entire body, making me unable to use my quirk to heal him. I see, Shoto calmly murmured. There's no doubt about it. That power and aura is what I felt back in the second event. I guess that's why he didn't use it till the finals. It's not something he could just use it whenever he wants. He deduced, before looking at Izuku again and recalling his dream. For a long time, he's only been obsessed with becoming a hero who would surpass his father using his ice only. He also thought that he was someone who had to forget about stuff like friendship to achieve this goal, but it seems like he was wrong. He needed to think again about everything that happened and decide what he shall do from now on. One last thing. Did Midoriya win the match? Recovery Girl let out a sigh. Yes, he did. She replied, to which Shoto gave a nod. I see. Thank you for healing me, Recovery Girl. If you'll excuse me, I'll be going now. He said, before exiting the infirmary. Well, he definitely has better manners than his father. Recovery Girl pointed out. Shoto began walking through the corridors. He knew that after the final round they were all supposed to gather in the arena. However, he stopped when he spotted his father. Congratulations, you got second place. Endeavor said, much to Shoto's surprise. Why are you happy? I lost the match despite the fact that I used your my fire. Shoto questioned his father. Endeavor noticed the part when he said his fire. Well, I expect nothing less from my master's grandson. He sure is strong. Endeavor replied. Wait, your master's grandson? Shoto questioned as he thought about it. Yes, he's Hajime Midoriya's grandson. Hajime Midoriya, huh? Shoto began to connect the dots and remembered his father mentioning this name before. I see, so not only is he All Might's secret love child, but also your master's secret love grandchild. Shoto gave an approval nod, clearly proud of his deduction skill. Endeavor looked at his son with confusion. Secret what now? No, he's not a secret love child and All Might isn't his fath, Endeavor began. He's All Might's secret love child. Shoto shot back. But I know his real fath. All Might's secret love child. Shoto shot back again. Endeavor then seemed to open a notebook that had a list with a title, Things I Have to Do to Redeem Myself. He took a pen out of his pocket and wrote, Fix my son's weird obsession and any other mental issues. After writing that, he looked at his son again. Anyways, I'm also happy because you found yourself. Seeing you happy back then, made happy and relieved too. What I really want to say is that I'm sorry and I want you to know that from now on, I'll support you with everything I can and help you become the hero you want to be. I'll support you because you're my son, not a tool. Once again, Shoto looked at his father in utter shock. I guess Midoriya gave you a few words too, huh? You could say that, yes. His father replied. Shoto then put a hand on his chin and began to think about something, before he let out a sigh. Look, if I'm being honest, I still can't forgive you for everything you did. However, I'm willing to try and give you a chance to redeem yourself, but it's only one chance. Shoto sternly said. That's fine with me. Anyways, before you go, I wanted to say that we're going to visit your mother tomorrow. Shoto stayed silent for a few seconds. It was really hard to take all of this and deal with this new change. Alright, let's talk about it more tomorrow. Shoto said before heading to the arena. When he arrived, he saw the podiums and a little bit more than half of the Hero Course students. Apparently, they were waiting for him and Izuku. Ojiro and Bakugo were already present and standing on the third place podium, so he followed their example and stood on the second place podium. Where's Deku? We've been waiting for a while now and I don't like to be kept waiting. Bakugo groaned. He was angry at Izuku for holding back during their match, so he wasn't really in a great mood. His injuries are bad, Shoto began and gained the attention of all the students. He's still unconscious and recovery girl doesn't know when will he wake up. She also had to perform a surgery on his hand, and told me that whatever he did at the end of our fight took a toll on his body. In fact, the toll was too much that recovery girl can't use her quirk to heal him because it also sapped all of his stamina. Shoto explained Izuku's current condition. Hearing this, Bakugo calmed down. He put two and two together and figured that this is what would be described as a secret killer move, one that could only be used once, just like his howitzer impact. That sounds pretty bad, are you sure he's going to be okay? Kirishima asked, to which Shoto gave a nod. Recovery girl said that he's going to be alright. He just needs some rest I guess. Shoto replied. But man, your fight with Midoriya was something else. I have to admit I'm kinda jealous. Denki said with a sheepish smile. Yeah, both of you have amazing and flashy quirks. You too Bakugo. Shiro added. But I have to say, Ojiro is so manly and amazing too, to be able to make it this far. Kirishima pointed out, which made Ojiro happy to hear. Shoto then looked at his left hand and stared at it. He doesn't regret using his fire back then, but if he had to be honest, he still needed to sort out some stuff. Perhaps his meeting with his mother tomorrow would help as a guiding step. Thanks, he finally replied to Denki and Shiro who were waiting for an answer this entire time. The others took note of this and decided not to ask any more questions. Maybe he's a bit sad that he didn't make it to the first place. They thought. Shoto however knew that there was something else he had to do. Ojiro, Shoto called the martial artist, who turned his head to face him. I apologize for not using my fire during our match. Ojiro stared at Shoto for a moment. He could tell that something was troubling him. He let out a sigh before he gave a response. It's alright, I was too weak anyways to fight against your ice. This however, is just a reminder that I have to train harder and make you use your fire the next time we meet in battle. He said before giving him a thumbs up and a smile, to which Shoto just nodded. When a few minutes passed after Cementos had repaired the arena and set up the podiums and there was still no sign of Izuku, the students knew that something was wrong. Momo, Ochako, Tsuyu, Mineta, Monoma, Itsuka, Abara and Awase, all rushed down to check on their classmates' health. But before they could go, Momo was stopped by her best friend, Kyoka Jiro. Hey, where are you going, Yao Momo? Since the start of UA, the girls of Class 1A quickly bonded together, but the friendship between Momo and Kyoka was more special. Both girls had a great interest in music and spent a lot of time talking about their favorite bands, which also made them discover that they liked the same bands. Well, not all of them but most of them. Momo had to admit that with all what happened today in the sports festival, she forgot about Kyoka and honestly no one really was able to concentrate on anything except for the last 3 matches and the Sharingan user, Izuku Midoriya. When Momo first saw Izuku, she was kinda intimidated by his presence. Everyone knew how amazing he was, how strong he was, since the start of the year, but the boy just kept finding new ways to surpass their expectations, and today was no different. He showed the entire world that he's the strongest freshman in UA, and better yet one of the strongest in UA. She would even go as far to say that he was stronger than a few pro heroes, like Vlad King. However, it didn't stop there, the boy was also smart and his grades weren't really that far from her own. All day she kept hearing people saying that he's a perfect hero and the more she did, she couldn't help but be a little jealous, especially when she used to take pride in being a recommendation student. I'm going to see how Izuku is doing. Momo replied and Kyoko raised an eyebrow in question. Yes, even though she was a little jealous of Izuku, she had to say that the boy is really nice and a kind person. One would think that with a strong quirk like that, he would be arrogant and full of himself, but he wasn't. This was showed when he tried to comfort her before one of his most important matches instead of making a plan. Midoriya, I'm concerned about his health too, but when did you two get so close? Kyoko asked. She was really surprised that they were on first-name basis. This also grabbed the attention of Itsuka and Ochako, who gave her odd looks. Momo shifted from one foot to the other. I don't know, it's just with all what happened during the USJ and how we fought together during the second event, I've come to think of him as a friend. I see, I remember now, you two fought at the USJ together and today too during Capture the Flag. Alright, I hope he wakes up soon so that we could finally go home. It's been a long day and I'm really tired, she said, and with that the group rushed to check on Izuku. Damn you, Midoriya. So many girls are just coming to check on you, you bastard. Mineta murmured to himself, although people were able to hear him, which earned him a smack from Suyu. I wonder how Izuku is doing. Itsuka asked herself. However, she would have to save the questions for later, for they had arrived at Recovery Girl's temporary office. Once they opened the door, Awase immediately called for the Sharingan user. Midoriya. Shish. Recovery Girl shot back. I know you're worried but you need to keep it down. He just came out of surgery. Surgery. They all shouted in worry, making Recovery Girl flinch at the sudden noise, before she looked at them with a frown. Sorry, they all said. Yes, surgery. It's nothing too bad, it's just on his hand. He broke his left hand twice. I needed to remove the bone shards that have fallen out of place and put back together what I can. I could easily heal him now, if it wasn't for the fact that he has no more stamina. That move he used at the end, depleted it all and damaged his muscles. She once again explained his condition. Do you have any idea when will he wake up? Ochako asked, still worried about her crush. In all honesty, Recovery Girl began but was interrupted by the arrival of Kurogane. That reckless idiot. Kurogane entered the room, but he sounded more proud than angry. I know that you're proud to see your student winning and all thanks to your training, but you should be more angry that he injured himself. Recovery Girl scolded the old man. Kurogane just smirked and looked at Izuku, before he started to analyze the boy's condition. Can you heal him? She asked. Kurogane hummed in thought before he turned around and looked at the kids. Hey brats, I want you to bring me that kid with the lightning quirk. He ordered them. They gave him odd looks, questioning why would he need Denki, but Awase was the first one to speak. I'll go, Awase said before sprinting out of the room to get Denki. Excuse me sir, but who are you? Monoma asked. The name is Sakanji Kurogane. I was this numbskull's sensei for 3 months before UA. Kurogane briefly introduced yourself. So, you're Kurogane sensei, it's nice to finally meet you Kurogane-san. Itsuka was the first one to reply with a bow. No need to be formal, Itsuka, just call me Uncle Sakanji or something. Your grandfather and I are like brothers. He responded with a genuine smile and patted her head. Alright, I will, Uncle Sakanji. She said with a blush. Good, and don't worry about this idiot. I'll do my best to heal him. Sakanji told her and the rest of the students. Does that mean you have a healing quirk? Momo asked the older man. You could say that. My quirk, Absolute Blood, is a healing quirk that lets me heal others and restore their stamina in a way. Only downside is that I have to use my own blood and it requires my stamina to boost another. He briefly introduced his quirk and masked some information about it, and the students couldn't help but think how weird the name was. Recovery Girl just had a sad expression on her face. Ever since Chizome became a villain, he couldn't help but feel guilty about it. I'm sure he blames himself and thinks that he failed as a parent and failed Hiyori for not being able to raise Chizome. Recovery Girl thought. But is it safe to use it, considering your health? Suyu asked. She didn't want to say his age because she felt that this would be inappropriate. Kurogane just laughed it off. I may be old, but I'm still full of life and energy. And just then, the door was once again opened by Awase and Denki. I brought him. Good. Kurogane simply said before turning to Denki. Listen carefully kid, I need you to give Midoriya about 10 volts. He ordered him. What? You can't do th, Recovery Girl began, but was cut off. Look, there's no way he'll wake up for at least 2 hours. He needs to attend the ceremony. He needs to stand on the first place's podium. Kurogane exclaimed in a really serious tone. He can go rest later in the dorms, but for now, he needs to be out there. She huffed and puffed, but finally relented. Alright, I'll allow it. Make sure that he gets some sleep later, Itsuka. He added, to which the teen nodded. Denki then jolted Izuku with 2 fingers but nothing happened. Try again, Kurogane said. Denki tried to jolt Izuku with 2 fingers and the Sharingan user shot awake. Ah, what's happening? Where am I? Where are my All Might merchandises? This isn't even my Ru ouch. His shocked rambling was stopped by a fist to the head from Kurogane. Took you long enough, Kurogane said. Izuku then began to scan the room around him, and noticed his classmates and sensei, until a sudden pain to his upper right abdomen hit him. Og! He shrieked in pain. Easy there Midoriya, just calm down and breath, Chio, hurry up and prepare the blood transfer process. He ordered her. Og! Ah! Izuku once again shrieked in pain and uncontrollably moved in his bed, making all the students flinch. Just hang in there for a little longer, Midoriya. Kurogane said before his blood was sucked out of his arm and transferred to Izuku. Seeing Izuku still in pain, Itsuka held his good hand. Izuku looked at her and saw her face. She looked so worried and a bit sad, so he decided to do his best and hide his pain. After a few more minutes of grunting in pain, Izuku finally calmed down. The pain was still there but not as bad as before. But he was still panting and was covered in sweat. Everyone then let out a sigh of relief. This wasn't really a pleasant experience. Thank goodness you're okay now, Momo said as she put a hand on her heart. Good job everyone, we're finally done, Kurogane said as he wiped the sweat on his forehead. Chio, heal him but don't overdo it, he asked her. Recovery girl immediately complied and Izuku was starting to feel much better now, tired but not in pain. She then undid the bandages on his left hands revealing Izuku's new scar. You're going too far, you and this boy. You can't praise him for this, Recovery girl said to Kurogane, but he understood that the message was for All Might, Daisuke, Mori and Nezu too. He also had to admit, Izuku can't just keep injuring himself every time he wants to win, and that's not just about the sports festival. He knew what Izuku did at the USJ. Sure, it's very heroic of him to save his classmates but he also has to consider his own health. If he keeps breaking his arms and legs like that, he'll just damage himself beyond recovery before he could even get his license. Heck, he almost died at the USJ. Izuku however, was silently staring at his scars, not hearing Recovery girl calling for him. Her words fell on deaf ears. Something about the scars put him in a trance. Deku, Ochako called him. Izuku, Momo did too. Izuku, Itsuka waved her hand in front of him, snapping him out of his gaze. Ah, sorry about that, Izuku replied and Kurogane noted something. This was the first time that the boy stuttered in a while. But that's not just it, his whole aura and personality just flipped back to the time when he used to be a shy boy with low self-esteem. Normally, he would have shrugged it off, but he couldn't help but think that something was wrong. I should keep an eye on him for now, he thought to himself. As I was saying, that's what you get for overusing it so much in a short period of time. You should think of that crooked left hand as a warning. In addition, I will not heal injuries like this anymore. You clearly know how to use your power without injuring yourself. If you want to get stronger then start training. She scolded the boy. After that the room was filled with silence. Alright, now go and change your clothes. Everyone is waiting for you to start the medal award ceremony, Kurogane pointed out while handing him a spare gym uniform and a sling. Izuku tried to stand up but his muscles were sore and the pain in his abdomen was still there, so Awase and Monoma helped him and walked him to the changing room. I can't believe that all of this is because of that power he used at the end. His quirk really damages him the more power he tries to draw out. Momo voiced everyone's thoughts. That wasn't his quirk, Kurogane replied grabbing the attention of everyone in the room, except for Recovery girl. What do you mean it's not a quirk? Ochako asked. She and the others were now curious about Izuku's power-up. I knew it. I told you all. He's a Super Saiyan, Denki commented but was silenced by Momo. She was interested in what the man had to say. Kurogane chuckled. No, but in a way it's a power-up too. Let me ask you this, what is the fuel of every muscle? That would be oxygen and glucose, right? Momo answered. Correct. Now this technique I created, called the 3 heavenly breaths, is done by gathering up large amounts of oxygen to increase the lung capacity up to 4-fold. Thus, granting the user an increase to his physical strength, just like you saw earlier. There are also 3 stages or as I like to call it activations, Kurogane explained. That's so cool. Both Mineta and Denki shouted. Imagine if I can do that too, I'll be amazing. Denki added. However, it's a forbidden technique that is supposed to only be used in dire situations, because it puts a great strain on the muscles. As you surely know, if a muscle gets low quantity of oxygen it causes cramps and too much also causes some damage. And as you all saw, this is what happened to Midoriya, not to mention the stamina it takes. He further explained. You know, after thinking again, I don't think I want to learn a move like that anymore. Denki commented and everyone's sweat dropped at his antics. But still, what did you make Izuku go through to learn something like that? I mean you can't just increase your lung capacity just by breathing that easily. Itsuka asked. He laughed and then smirked, as he remembered the hellish training he put Izuku through. True. In order to do that, Midoriya had to go through a tough training regimen. He trained on a mountain with low quantity of oxygen, and then there was this time when I wanted to make things harder so I tied him to a heavy rock and threw it in the river, trapping him underwater where he had to muster back his strength and lift the rock and swim back up. Then I used to make him climb a hill while carrying more rocks to increase his stamina. Everyone just stared at the man know that monster with a horrified expression. Don't forget that part when you threw some knives at me on a mountain covered by a dense fog. I still remember being barely able to see my own feet up there. Izuku added as he came out of the changing room with new gym uniform. And the students couldn't help but feel endangered by Kurogane's presence. They were fake, though. He replied with a fake innocent aura. Oh really, last time I checked you threw at me real knives on the last day there. Izuku pointed out. But I knew you had the capabilities to dodge or catch them. I see that your training methods are as sadistic as ever, Sakanji. Recovery girl said in her head. Alright, you brats can go back to the arena first. I'll do a last check on Midoriya with Recovery girl and he'll catch up to you. Kurogane said, before everyone complied and started to head out. But just before Mineta could leave, he grabbed him to the side. Hey, you're a pervert, right? Kurogane asked, and Mineta was really afraid to answer that question. After what he just heard about the man, he knew better than to be on his bad side. He was nervous and hesitating. It's okay, I'm a pervert too, or at least used to be. Just let me tell you this, in the boys' locker room at UA, there's a hole I made, hidden by a poster. That hole leads to the girls' locker room and you can take some nice peeks. He whispered as smoke could be seen coming out from Mineta's nose and he began to gain some perverted thoughts. Sensei I. He shouted as he cried out of joy and left the infirmary. What did you tell him? Izuku asked, curious about what his sensei told Mineta. Nothing. The older man replied and Recovery Girl just facepalmed. Great, he found a successor. Recovery Girl thought. She then turned to Izuku. I really hope you'll stop injuring yourself. She told him, but noticed a strange mark on his neck. What's this? I thought it was an injury before, but it's definitely something else. Come to think of it, I think I saw it too when you were here with Bakugo. She added, which made Izuku nervous. It was the bruise he now had after being bitten by Himiko every day for the last month. So far, he was doing a great job hiding it, but now that his jacket was open, it was visible for everyone to see. Curious about the mark, Kurogane leaned in to take a look. Izuku was horrified. If he reacts and tries to hide it, then Kurogane will know that something is up, and if he lets him see it, then he'll know that something is wrong too. Izuku quickly tried to think of something, until he got an idea. That's a hickey. He said while his face became completely red. It was better to die of embarrassment than letting them know about Himiko. Ha ha ha, I didn't know that you were the smooth type, Midoriya. He laughed and patted his back, pushing him lightly towards the exit door. Alright then, you also seem to be perfectly fine, so I want you to go now and join your friends. You shouldn't keep them waiting any longer. His eyes narrowed at Izuku's back as he left through the exit door. Phew, that was close. Izuku sighed in relief, before he undid some of the bandages he had and covered the mark on his neck. I think this should be enough to hide the mark so that no one else could see it. All of the first-year events for this year's UA Sports Festival have been completed. And now, we will begin the award ceremony. Midnight announced as fireworks were shot in the sky and the crowd cheered loudly. Izuku was standing on the first-place podium and smiling brightly at everyone and trying to ignore the pain his muscles gave him. On his right was Shoto, standing on the second-place podium, calm as ever, but he too had a faint smile on his face. Finally, on the third-place podium was Ojiro and Bakugo. Despite his loss at the semi-finals, Ojiro couldn't help but smile and cheer up from the intense cheering of the crowd, and Bakugo was actually really calm. Surely, he wasn't satisfied that he didn't get first place, but accepted the fact and promised himself and vowed to make it to first place next year. Now, we will award the medals. The presentation of the medals will, of course, be by this man, Midnight announced, and once the crowd heard All Might's laughing, they cheered louder than they even did during the matches. After all, it's the All Might himself. Our very own hero, All Might. I have brought the medals here. Midnight talked over All Might, which was really embarrassing. I talked over you, she apologized and brought her hands together in embarrassment. This year's first years are so lucky. They've got the number one hero watching them. One of the people in the crowd said. Now then, All Might, please present the medals, starting with third place. Midnight said, before handing All Might the medals. Congratulations, young Ojiro. You sure are strong. I was really amazed by your progress. You're so much different now from when I first met you, that honestly, I could barely recognize you now. Keep up the diligent work and I'm sure that one day, you'll become a splendid hero. All Might said before giving the teen a hug. Thank you so much All Might, I promise to always do my best and keep moving forward until I can become the best hero I can be. Ojiro replied, before All Might placed the bronze medal around his neck. All Might then placed the other bronze medal around Bakugo's neck. Young Bakugo, congratulations. You're truly a splendid fighter. You are very talented and have a bright future ahead of you. Just keep training and I promise you that one day you'll become one of the best heroes the world has ever seen. Just don't let your anger blind you and you will reach your goal. I didn't win today, I was defeated. But mark my words All Might, one day I will surpass Deku and then you and become the greatest hero this world has ever seen. Bakugo exclaimed as he pridefully accepted his medal. All Might laughed before giving him a hug. I don't doubt that you will. And with that he moved to the next person. Young Todoroki, congratulations, you were truly amazing today. I assume there's a reason why you didn't use your fire until the finals. All Might exclaimed as he placed the silver medal around his neck. I just had an opportunity during my match with Midoriya. But honestly, even though I'm still a bit unsure of myself, I definitely learned something today. I think I understand a little of why you were interested in him. I wanted to become a hero like you. But I didn't think it would be right for me to be the only one to break away. There is still something I must settle. Shoto said. I have to say, the look on your face is completely different from before. I won't ask about the details, but it seems to me that you've finally found yourself. All Might pulled the bicolor-haired teen in a hug and then whispered. I'm sure you'll be able to do what you need to do. Yes, Shoto replied. Now then, young Midoriya. All Might called his successor's name with a lot of pride, causing Izuku to smile. He was never this happy in his life, he was even happier than when All Might told him that he could become a hero. You were definitely spectacular out there. You managed to completely surpass all of our expectations and shocked us all in each and every round of the sports festival. Young Midoriya, please accept this gold medal as a tribute to all of your hard work and effort. You truly deserve it more than anyone else. All Might said as he placed the gold medal around Izuku's neck. Thank you so much, All Might. Your words really mean a lot to me. Izuku said before accepting his gold medal as it shined in the sunlight. All Might then gave Izuku a hug and whispered in his ear. Young man, I can't tell you enough how proud I am of you. You've become so much stronger and proved yourself. I'm now happy and relieved, knowing that even if my work will end one day, you will be there to take my mantle as the next symbol of peace. I promise you, I will, All Might. Izuku whispered back. Also, come to the teacher's lounge later, I think I finally need to tell you everything you wanted to know and more. All Might told him and Izuku nodded. All Might then turned around to face the rest of the first years. Well, they were the winners this time. But listen here, anyone here could have ended up on these podiums. It's just as you saw, competing, improving each other, and climbing even further. The next generation of heroes is definitely sprouting. So, I have just one more thing to say. Everyone, please say it with me. Ready, go, All Might gave a speech to everyone. Thanks for your hard work. All Might shouted. Plus Ultra. Everyone else yelled. What? It should have been Plus Ultra. There, All Might. Everyone yelled again before booing at All Might. Well, I thought everyone worked hard. And with that, everyone left the arena. The students kept chatting among themselves about the sports festival and how amazing and fun it was, until they went to the locker rooms to take a shower and change their clothes. Izuku put on his student uniform and was ready to take the bus and go back to class, since Aizawa still wanted them for a reason. Once again, the students regrouped and started to chat as they left the stadium. Hey, we should definitely do a party tonight. What do you guys think? Denki proposed. I'm down for it, Shiro replied. Woohoo, let's party. Mina cheered. Why not? It's going to be fucking amazing. Awase cheered too before getting smacked by Abara. Language, she sternly said. As more students began to open up to the idea of a party, Izuku and Bakugo were walking at the back of the group. Hey, Kachan. What do you want, Deku? Are you going to attend this party? Izuku asked, earning him a snort from Bakugo. Fuck no. Oh, come on Bakugo. You should join us tonight. We're going to have lots of fun. Kirishima came in. I said no. Kirishima hummed in thought for a moment, trying to figure out a way to convince Bakugo. We're going to play video games and see who's the best. Bakugo gave a thoughtful look for a moment, debating whether to attend this stupid party or not. Fine, I'll join. He groaned. That's manly. Kirishima said, and Izuku was amazed at how easily Kirishima convinced Bakugo to do something, before suddenly hearing a familiar voice calling his name. Izuku. It was Himiko, running at him at full speed, before she pulled him in a strong hug, making Izuku flinch from the pain his muscles felt. Hi Himiko. What are you doing here? He asked in shock while many students looked at them with wide eyes. Well, except for Mineta, who started to smash his head into a pole. Why him? Why him? Damn you, Midoriya. Why can't you leave some chicks for us too? I hate you. He started to shout before getting smacked by Suyu. You were so amazing today and I really missed you. Himiko said with a giggle as his face was completely red. However, he then realized something. Himiko, you know you can't stand out. What if people see you? Maybe someone will be able to recognize you and you'll get in trouble. He whispered as he began to panic. Izuku, you were covered in so much blood today. She whispered back, and Izuku realized something. She needed his blood. Watching the sports festival and seeing the amount of blood she saw today must have been too much. He could already feel that they gained a lot of attention and needed to get out of here. He then buried her face in his chest and adjusted her hat to hide her face, before he quickly took her to the nearest room. Unfortunately for him, a photographer managed to snap a photo. He also missed the looks he got from Itsuka, Momo and Ochako. To them, it seemed like this girl was Izuku's girlfriend. Itsuka was devastated, thinking that someone already managed to occupy this spot. Ochako put her head down and walked away. I should have known from the start that someone as amazing and popular as Deku would already have a girlfriend. Ochako thought as she walked to the bus. Momo just stood there looking at where they left with a lot of questions. The first being, why does it bother me so much? Izuku finally managed to arrive to the nearest restroom. It was the women's toilet. He blushed before knocking on the door. Once he made sure that no one is in there, he grabbed Himiko and entered the room. Izuku, hurry up, I need your blood. Himiko said with a giggle. She then blushed and licked her lips as Izuku began to take off his gray-colored blazer. Just give me a second, Himiko. He replied as he unbuttoned his white-collared shirt. He couldn't risk and let his blood stain it. The moment she put his shirt away, Himiko immediately jumped on him and wrapped her arms and legs around him, giving him a catcher hug. Hi Himiko. Izuku wasn't prepared for this sudden jump, and his tired body wasn't prepared for it either, so he ended up stumbling backwards until his back hit a wall. Himiko, however, was only paying attention to one thing, his neck, or more precisely the mark he had after getting bitten several times. She couldn't help but find it hot. She loved the fact that she marked his well-built body. It was like a sign that his body belonged to hers. Thank you for the meal, she said as she leaned closer to his neck with her mouth. Wait, Izuku stopped her. If we're going to do it, then bite the other side of my neck. Izuku asked her. After several healing sessions today with Recovery Girl and Kurogane, the mark was faint and wasn't that easy to spot anymore. He figured that he should alter between both sides of his neck and give each side some time to heal and avoid any suspicions. Even if it was going to be embarrassing explaining to people that those are hickeys, he knew it was better than any other option. Himiko just giggled and blushed more, as she felt Izuku's arm wrapped tightly around her back. She was happy to place even more marks on Izuku. She stared at his neck with a hungry expression for a moment, before her sharp teeth buried themselves into his flesh and the warm, iron flavor of blood flowed over her tongue. Izuku gasped at the sharp bite and winced as she started to take his blood quickly. Himiko, why you're sucking too hard? Izuku heavily swallowed. He knew that right now she wasn't in the right state of mind, but to think she had to suppress her desire this much. However, Himiko showed no sign of stopping and kept sucking more and more. Izuku was a little nervous that she would suck all of his blood, but he trusted Himiko. They did this many times, and today should be no different. Izuku ran his fingers through her hair as she trembled and reached up with one hand to lightly drag her nails down the back of his neck. But suddenly, he felt dizzy and his legs were becoming weak. He tried to slowly sit down, only for Himiko to practically shove him onto his back, still sucking his blood. After finally being satisfied, Himiko let go of his neck and let out a moan, showing that she was satisfied. Izuku couldn't help but blush. Their position, their location, the fact that he was shirtless, the fact that Himiko just moaned, all would give the wrong expression if someone sees them. The two teens' eyes met for a moment, Emerald looking at Yellow and Yellow looking at Emerald. Izuku couldn't help but think how cute she was and how beautiful her eyes were, and he was practically able to feel her assets rubbing against his chest all this time. No. Stupid teenage hormones. He screamed in his head. Sorry for being too rough, was it painful? She asked with genuine worry and Izuku pulled himself together. I'm fine, nothing compared to what I saw today. He assured her, before she pulled him in a hug. Izuku was quite shocked. Hi Himiko, WHWH what are you doing? He stuttered. I'm sorry, she simply said. Huh, you're the first and only person who accepted me and my quirk, you never thought of me as a villain, you let me drink your blood every day no matter how much it hurts. Most people would have sent me to jail or a mental hospital by now, but you didn't. She exclaimed in frustration. Himiko, it's okay, Izuku began but was cut off. No, it's not okay. I couldn't suppress my addiction to blood for one day. She was totally mad and angry at herself. You could have gotten into trouble earlier because of me. You're doing everything you can to help me live the life I desire and I'm just giving you more troubles. She added. Don't say that, Izuku said, before Himiko pulled away from the hug to look at him and Izuku noticed the tears in her eyes. You did your best today and watched the whole sports festival that was like a bloodbath, as President Mike said. For several hours, you had to watch different students beat each other and bleed, yet you didn't attack anyone in the stadium. You suppressed your urges all day long and kept your promise to me. If anything, I have to thank you. Himiko stared at Izuku in awe. She knew that Izuku was just like her, he didn't need to tell her this. Just by looking in his eyes, she was able to see it all, the pain, the discrimination and even their worst enemy, solitude and the pain it brought. He was someone who was casted away by the hero society and is constantly fighting to find his place. She couldn't help but wonder how can someone so strong like him be so kind. Thank you, Izuku, she said with a smile. Himiko then began to lick all the blood that was running down his neck. Okay, if Izuku was blushing before, now his face was the same shade of red as his shoes. Hi Himiko is licking my neck. A beautiful girl is licking my neck. This is too much, I think I'm going to faint. He panicked in his mind. Himiko just chuckled. Wow, thanks for the compliment, Izuku, she said in a playful tone. Wait, did I just say this out loudly? Izuku asked, to which Himiko just nodded with a playful smirk. You know, if you want to do something bad with me, you could just ask. She whispered in his ear and steam could be now seen coming from Izuku's face. Ha ha ha, you're so easy to tease. She laughed. It's almost a crime not to. Please don't joke like this, Izuku said as he tried to look away. He was too embarrassed and Himiko just laughed again. He then calmed down and pulled himself together once again. By the way, I already knew that you need blood to stay, he began but stopped to think about the right word to use. Sane. Yeah, I noticed that the first time we met and today. I didn't want to mention it before because we agreed that we won't talk about your past. He said while averting his gaze, he felt a little guilty. It's okay, I didn't really do anything to hide it. Also, if it's you then I'm okay with it. She assured him that she wasn't mad at him or anything. Both teens blushed again, before Izuku broke the silence. May I ask why are you so addicted to blood? He asked. Himiko just nodded, before trying to carefully think about what she was going to say. As you already know, it helps me relax and stay sane. Something about the color, taste and smell helps me stay calm. Not only that, but the more I'm close to someone, the more I want to drink their blood. You could say it's how I show my love for the people I'm close to. Himiko explained and Izuku took every bit of information. Was it always this way? Izuku asked, trying to figure something out. Now that the sports festival was over, he wanted to focus on saving Himiko. I've always had a thing for blood, but I became this addicted after an accident. She finally revealed a piece of her past. I see, Izuku said as he hummed in thought. He began to realize that he and Himiko are really the same. Both teenagers had something that made them unfit to live in the hero society, and it made him really angry. He also noticed how the girl was nervous when a piece of her past was revealed. Himiko was really just a kind girl like any other he met when she wasn't hungry for blood, instead of being tossed aside like that they should have had helped her. However, he knew well what kind of people are out there, the shitty people who made his life a living hell. I won't forgive them. They need to pay for what they've done. Izuku grit his teeth as he and other voices in his head shouted in rage. But his thoughts were quickly interrupted by Himiko. Izuku, your eyes. You activated your quirk, she said, snapping him out of his thoughts. She was really surprised to see him activate his quirk for no reason. For a moment, Izuku was really shocked and staring at Himiko in disbelief, but the familiar itch in his eyes was confirming it. Did his anger just get the better of him? Izuku also failed to hear the other voices that spoke in his head. Sorry, he said before deactivating the Sharingan. Himiko just shrugged it off before remembering something. I hope you still remember that you should take me to the arcade. You said you would after the sports festival. Yeah, I remember that. Is tomorrow okay with you? He asked. Yes, she said in a cheerful tone. We're going to have lots of fun tomorrow. She added with a bright smile, and for some reason, Izuku couldn't help but smile too. Also, one more thing. Could you remove your hand from my ass? It's been there for a while now. Izuku's eyes immediately widened like saucers. Not only were they in an awkward position, but his hand was on her butt too. I'm so sorry, please forgive me. I didn't mean to touch your butt or anything. I swear it was an accident. He quickly sat on his knees and began to mutter and apologize to her as he brought his hands together in embarrassment. Himiko laughed again before she brought a towel and began to clean his wound. Maybe I can open up to him and tell him about everything that happened tomorrow, she thought. Himiko was the first one to come out of the restroom. Once she made sure that no one was outside, Izuku came out. I guess I'll see you tomorrow, Izuku said. When will you pick me up? She asked him. I'll text you later and tell you, if that's okay, he replied. Yeah, that's fine. By the way, where's mom? I didn't see her at all since the end of the sports festival, he questioned. Knowing his mom, she should have had run immediately after him and pulled him a bear hug. Heck, maybe she was going to scold him for how reckless he was too. I'm not sure. Last time I saw her, she ran after a skinny man who looks like a skeleton with yellow hair and wore a baggy suit for some reason. Ah, I see, a skinny man who looks like a skeleton with yellow hair and wore a baggy suit. What? He screamed with visible shock. There was only one man that fits this description, and it was All Might. Why would my mom go after All Might? Izuku panicked. A few minutes earlier. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. All Might turned around to see who was the voice's owner, only to see his successor's mother, Izuku Midoriya. And she was calling for him. What could she possibly want with him? I'm Izuku Midoriya, Izuku's mother. It's nice to meet you again. If you're not busy, I would like to talk to you about my son, she said, and All Might nodded. The mother wanted to talk about her son, and that was understandable. It's okay, ma'am, and it's nice to see you again too. My name is Toshinori Yagi, and as I've said before, I was Izuku's trainer. I don't have anything to do right now, so I'm all ears. Good, because the thing is, I didn't only want to talk about Izuku, but also his quirk. Inko stated her motives. All Might immediately spat some blood. Unknown location. All for One was putting on replay all of Izuku's matches. He was observing him, studying his fighting style, how he uses his Sharingan, judging his intelligence through his battle tactics and plans. He even decided to listen to his speech once again, to see what kind of mindset the Sharingan user had. That is until he got a phone call. Hello, Master. A woman's voice came from the other end of the call. I'm a village in the land of fire. A village that saw the rise of many great shinobi, but also the one from where my enemies were born. What am I? All for One gave a riddle. Even though he knew the caller, he had to be safe. As cautious as ever, I see. Very well, the answer is Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves. The woman answered. It's been a long time since you last called me. Is there a special occasion? All for One asked. Should there be reason to call my beloved master? I just wanted to see how you're doing these days. The feminine voice mused. All for One chuckled. You know, I would have fallen to your tricks if I wasn't the one who taught you how to manipulate and trick others. I believe that you're calling me for an important reason, and I would appreciate if we get down to business. All for One replied. He still wanted to continue his research on Izuku. I see, I know why you're busy though. You must have seen the sports festival today and saw the gift I've prepared for you. The woman exclaimed. All for One was taken by surprise, which was something that rarely happens, but then he smiled. I must admit, you've outdone yourself this time. However, I must ask, why did you specifically choose Izuku Midoriya? All for One asked, already having suspicions about the answer. You're supposed to know better than keeping me in the dark, master. Fear not, he's the key you've been looking for. At first, I wasn't sure. In fact, I was only grooming him and preparing him because I thought that he could be a much better successor than Shigaraki. Not only is the boy smarter, but he possesses the blood of both Hajime and Nana. Could you imagine All Might's face, Endeavors and the elders, if he became your successor, the king of the villains? But I admit, the one I want to see the most is Hisashi's face as he sees his own son, who he abandoned, killing all of his friends and family. The woman finished that sentence with what was equivalent to a psychopathic laugh. Oops, I lost my cool for a moment there, she added. I have to say, you're still as crafty and sinister as ever. Tell me, what makes you so sure that he's the key? All for One questioned. Last year, he unlocked the Sharingan without having a quirk. I saw him and you don't know how happy it made me. So please, consider my proposition and make him your successor, master. The woman sounded demanding. I've done everything I could to prepare him, and he's all yours now. All for One's lips curved into a smile on his deformed face. Very well, you did a great job and deserve your reward, because not only is he the key, he also possesses one for all in the Sharingan. You made my plans much easier now that I only need to chase one target. So, tell me, what do you propose? I know that Kurogiri was out there recruiting villains to build the league. Did he bring anyone yet? The woman asked. All for One chuckled, for he already had a plan on what they could do if they managed to recruit the guy he wanted to. Not yet, but I have faith that today the hero killer, Stain will be among our ranks, or should I say Chizome. All for One couldn't help but laugh. Right now, he had so many pieces, enough for him to bring terror on this world. All he needs to do is move every pawn in this game and he would win. A game where Izuku Midoriya and Tamura Shigaraki were the king and queen. The woman couldn't help but giggle too, before saying one last thing. I see what you're playing at, let me just add one more piece to the game. It should do more than grant the success of our next operation. And what is your piece? All for One asked, clearly interested by her offer. Oh no, it's not mine, it's yours, it just happens that I know a lot about it. I'll tell you more about it later, because this will take a while. The woman replied. Very well, I'll be waiting for you, Adohira, All for One responded before cutting the line. He kept staring at his screen, looking at Izuku, looking at his new prey. Chapter 25, A New Threat. Excuse me sir. Excuse me. All Might turned around to see that the voice's owner is his successor's mother, Inko Midoriya. And she was calling for him. What could she possibly want with him? I'm Inko Midoriya, Izuku's mother. It's nice to meet you again. If you're not busy, I would like to talk with you about my son. She said and All Might nodded. The mother wanted to talk about her son and that was understandable. It's okay ma'am and it's nice to see you again too. My name is Toshinori Yagi and as I've said before I was Izuku's trainer. I don't have anything to do right now, so I'm all ears. Good, because the thing is, I didn't only want to talk about Izuku, but also his quirk. Inko stated her motives. All Might immediately spat some blood. Seeing this, Inko panicked, thinking that All Might was super sick or something. Well, to be fair, he is but his condition is at least stable. My goodness, are you okay? Do I need to call for help? Inko asked with a hint of worry. I'm fine. My health hasn't been all that well for the past few years. All Might assured her and calmed her down. I see, I'm sorry to hear that. Inko said with an uneasy look on her face. It's fine, don't worry about it. All Might said with a smile. So, what did you want to tell me about young Midoriya? All Might asked. During his student's pledge speech, he mentioned that someone told him that he can become a hero. That person is you, isn't it? Inko asked. All Might rubbed the back of his head before saying, yes, that's right. That day I saw something in young Midoriya, I saw potential. I saw a hero. All Might said in a very serious tone as he remembered how Izuku ran towards the sludge villain, despite not having any combat experience or knowing that he has a quirk. You can become a hero. All Might remembered the words he told Izuku that day. After that, I decided to take him under my wing and train him. And I have to say, he has only made me proud ever since. All Might said with a genuine smile. I see, Inko began as she teared up. Thank you so much. Huh, All Might nervously questioned. Did he say something wrong? That boy, ever since the doctor told us he's quirkless, he stopped smiling and his eyes were always empty of any emotions. His eyes were always dead, but after that day, I noticed how he changed. His eyes became full of life again. He started to eat more, to the point that he no longer looked malnourished and today, I saw him smiling. It was a real smile and not a fake one. And all of this, is thanks to you. Inko said before she gave the pro hero a bow. She was grateful for everything All Might did to Izuku. Hearing this, All Might was speechless. He thought he had an idea about how Izuku's life was before he unlocked his Sharingan, but it seems like there's a lot he didn't know. Putting that aside, All Might was really glad that he chose Izuku to be his successor and not his original successor Amirio. Mrs. Midoriya, I assure you that there's no need to thank me. If anything, I think that young Midoriya is lucky to have such a caring mother like you. And you did a splendid job raising him. All Might said before handing her a tissue. Hearing the compliment, Inko blushed before she wiped her tears. Still, I'm very grateful to you and I'll forever be in your debt. No need to be. All Might chuckled before his phone rang, so he picked it to see who's the caller. It's Tsukauchi. All Might thought. Sorry I need to answer this. All Might apologized before he answered the call. Hello, Toshinori, the detective's voice came through the phone. Hello Tsukauchi, did something happen? All Might asked. I need you to come to the principal's office, Endeavor and the elders are coming too, except for Gran Torino. I'm afraid we need to discuss a lot of things. Tsukauchi said, hoping that the number one hero would understand. Very well, I'll see you soon. All Might said before he hanged up. He then turned towards Inko. I'm sorry, work called. I have an important meeting and I need to go. All Might apologized. Wait, I still have more questions, so, can you come over tomorrow and have dinner with Izuku and me? She asked. All Might thought about it for a second. I can do that and thank you for your invitation. All Might replied before he walked away. Back to Izuku. What's wrong, Izuku? Why are you panicking? Himiko asked, wondering why Izuku screamed all of a sudden. What? It's not nothing. He nervously replied. I was just wondering why my mom would talk to my sensei alone. Hearing this, Himiko giggled. Izuku, you really don't understand a woman's heart. Maybe she found love, she teasingly said, making Izuku laugh. Haha. Yeah, no way would mom and Toshinroi sensei get together. Besides, she's already married and has. Izuku stopped as he realized something. Dad has never been home ever since I was 4, it's always been mom and me, I'm sure they also met at the hospital, so does that mean? Izuku's eyes widened in shock as the theory was making more sense to him now. Izuku. Himiko called him. She was met with silence. Hello, Earth to Izuku. She let out a sigh, before she snapped her fingers right in front of his face. Izuku. Yes. He finally responded. Look, I was just messing with you. No need to take me seriously like that. If you have any concerns, just ask them. Himiko shrugged. Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't jump to conclusions. Izuku sheepishly smiled, before the buzz of his phone caught his attention. It was a message from Ojiro. Where are you, Midoriya? Come quickly, we're taking a group photo and then we'll go back to class. I have to go now, Himiko. Tell mom I said hi and I'm sorry I couldn't meet her today. I'll see you tomorrow, Izuku said as he quickly left to catch up with his friends. I'll see you tomorrow, she replied with a blush on her face. Midoriya, you're finally here, Ojiro pointed out. Sorry for being late. Izuku began but felt a killing aura approaching him. Midoriya, you bastard. What were you doing with such a beautiful girl? You were having fun with her, weren't you? Mineta jumped on Izuku and began shouting while Momo, Itsuka and Ochako decided to look away. Izuku began but was interrupted again by Denki who grabbed him by the shoulders. Midoriya, come on man. We're supposed to be buddies, so tell me your secret. Denki shouted as he shook the Sharingan user. As I wanted to say, Izuku began but was interrupted yet again. This time by Kosei. How? Tell me how many girls did you already claim in your harem? He said. Wait, what? Izuku asked in confusion but shrugged it off as he had enough of this. Nothing happened. That's what I've been trying to say. Izuku shouted, having enough of this. Nothing. Oi Midoriya, we saw how red her face was and how she was all over you. She even called you, Izu. Denki exclaimed, not buying what Izuku was saying. Then tell us, what did you do? Mineta asked. This apparently grabbed everyone's attention too, including Itsuka, Momo and Ochako. Izuku gulped as he was nervous. He couldn't tell his classmates about Himiko in order to protect her. After some quick thinking, he came up with the perfect lie. Alright, I'll tell you. She's my cousin and she came to watch the sports festival with my mom today. Unfortunately, because of her quirk, staying outside in the sun for too long isn't good for her and because she stayed for so long today, she ended up with a fever. She then got separated from my mom in the crowd but she was able to find me. So, I just had to take care of her and find my mom. That's all. Izuku explained. Oh my god, is she doing okay now? Momo asked with a hint of worry. She and the other two girls fully bought Izuku's excuse. Yes, she's doing much better now. She'll be fine, Izuku replied. The poor soul. Abara commented. I see, I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions so quickly. Itsuka thought and she wasn't wrong to think that there weren't any romantic feelings between the two of them. However, she didn't know that just like her, Himiko had a crush on the Sharingan user. I'm glad to hear this. I got scared over nothing. Ochako thought with a hint of relief. Hurry up and let's take the picture to go back to class. Aizawa came out of the bus with a camera. Vlad, sort them out by their height. Sure. Vlad responded. Everyone then grouped together and stood beside each other. At the front going from left to right, you had Reiko, Mina, Ochako, Pony, Toru, Tsuyu, Mineta, Manga, Kanoko, Kyoka, Fumikage, Setsuna and Yui. In the second row, you had Bakugo, Awase, Nito, Aoyama, Ojiro, Itsuka, Narengeki, Abara, Denki, Hiryu, Kosei, Kirishima and Sen. In the third row, you had Togaru, Koda, Shiro, Shoto, Izuku, Momo, Tetsu, Juzo, Shihai, Sato, Shoji and Kojiro. Finally, you had Aizawa standing on the right and Vlad standing on the left. Behind the group was the stadium, standing tall and in its full glory. Izuku was glad that some of his friends were beside him. For example, Shoto was on his left and Momo was on his right while Itsuka was right in front of him, and Ojiro was on her right. It was a nice feeling having them around him. Shoto was glad too that his new friend was right beside him. Itsuka was happy to know that Izuku is behind her as he always got her back, and that Ojiro was right beside her too. It showed that the three of them were indeed inseparable. Meanwhile, Momo felt a warm feeling inside her, knowing that she would be standing right next to Izuku. However, she couldn't really explain it or even knew why she had this feeling to begin with. Alright everyone, say cheese. Vlad said as the camera was set to take the picture. Cheese. Click. Woohoo. Yes, I won. I'm rich now. Finally, I can pay my debts. Kamui's voice came in, grabbing everyone's attention. Everyone then sweat dropped as they saw Kamui Woods dancing, as if he had won the lottery while Death Arms was facepalming and Mount Lady was seen crying. They didn't know she was crying because she lost the bet, as well as her chance to get some money that could help her pay for the collateral damage she caused last month. What a bunch of weirdos. Aizawa pointed out in his monotone voice. Everyone, get in the buses. Each class then went to its respective bus. Most students decided to take more photos and such to either post it on Instagram or Snapchat. Whatever social media application they preferred. It's such a shame that Iida couldn't take the group photo with us. Ochako said to Izuku, who was sitting next to her. It really is. I'm sure he would have liked to be part of it, but hey, there's another sports festival next year and many other events to come this year. Izuku replied with a smile. Yes, you're right. Ochako cheerfully nodded. I just hope that whatever his family is going through isn't something too bad or serious. Izuku added. Oi, oi, oi. It says here on Twitter that the hero killer Stain got another hero in Hosu. However, the identity of the hero is still unknown. Denki pointed out. The hero killer Stain, I heard about him, but I didn't think he would be this popular. Hanta commented. He wasn't until he started to go after more popular heroes. It says here that he shouldn't be underestimated at all because up until now, the government has no idea about his quirk or identity. He's also known for being able to kill any target in a minute. Izuku explained as he read the info about the villain from his phone. Hearing this, Bakugo scoffed. I'm sure that I could easily take him down. I have to admit, after your fight with Midoriya, I'm inclined to believe that you two along with Todoroki and Ojiro could take on All Might. You guys are so manly. Kirishima excitedly said. I have to agree. I don't think that someone like Stain could stand up to our green powerhouse Midoriya. Denki added as he jokingly imitated Present Mike, which made everyone laugh. Izuku just smiled sheepishly. I don't know anything about his abilities though, so I can't underestimate him. That is if we ever fight each other. And that won't happen unless you have a license. I know you already fought villains but don't think that it's a daily activity or something, problem child. Aizawa commented. Izuku just gave a light chuckle before saying, I'll try my best to avoid troubles. Good. Aizawa said before the bus stopped. Do your job, problem child, I'll be waiting in class. Aizawa added in his usual monotone voice. Everyone, we've arrived so let's head to class now. Izuku said as he was the first one to get off the bus. League of Villains hideout. I see, you were the ones who attacked Ua. And you want to add me to your numbers. Stain said as he reflected on everything he was just told. Yeah, come on, you've got so much more experience as a villain, sir. Shigaraki sarcastically replied. What are you after? Stain asked, curious about their end goal. For now, I just want to kill All Might. I want to break everything I don't like, including damn kids like him too, Izuku Midoriya, the winner of the sports festival. Everything, Shigaraki explained but was interrupted by Stain's rising killing intent that appeared, once he mentioned the name Midoriya and All Might. I was foolish to be interested. You're the type of person I hate the most. Stain pointed out in a very menacing and cold tone. Huh, Shigaraki questioned. He was surprised by the sudden behavior change. You want me to go along with your childish tantrum? What meaning is there in killing without conviction? Stain mocked Shigaraki as he held his sheathed swords. Hero killer Stain, the man brought in to spur Tamura Shigaraki's growth, since he cares only about destruction, however, this is, Kurogiri thought as he was worried about Shigaraki. Stain then unsheathed his swords and activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, surprising Shigaraki and scaring Kurogiri out of his wits. Master, is it all right to let this continue? Kurogiri asked with a hint of worry. But he was met with silence. Master. He shouted but he was met with silence again. Instead, the hideout disappeared and everything became black. What is this? Kurogiri panicked. Shut up for a second. Stain's voice came in. Kurogiri turned towards Stain, but only saw his piercing Sharingan staring at his soul. Stain then appeared behind him and impaled the metal piece in his neck with his sword, causing Kurogiri to yell out in pain. Shortly after, another Stain appeared and yet again impaled Kurogiri's metal piece with his sword. However, what he saw next terrified him. Ah! He screamed as he saw a whole line of Stains, eager to stab him. Each time he would get stabbed, another Stain would come and stab him, sending immense pain his body. Let's hope that this Shigaraki brat won't take too much time to kill, because you're not getting out of here till I kill him. Stain said before he stabbed Kurogiri once again. Before he could even blink, Shigaraki found himself on the floor with Stain's sword piercing his shoulder, while the other sword was just an inch away from his neck. And you want to add me to your numbers, no matter what you want to accomplish, it is necessary to have conviction and desire. Those without it and those who are weak will be weeded out. It's only natural. That's why it turns out like this. Stain lectured Shigaraki. OWW, that's too hard. Shigaraki let out a grunt. Kurogiri, take this guy back. He added but he was met with silence. Kurogiri. It's no use, I already got him. Stain pointed out as he had already trapped Kurogiri in a genjutsu after activating his Sharingan. This society overgrown with fake heroes, where the world itself has lost its true meaning, and the criminals who wave their power around idly should all be purged. Stain added as he brought his sword down to kill Shigaraki. Seeing this, Shigaraki tried to grab the sword in order to decay it, but Stain instantly slashed his hand. Ag! Shigaraki cried in pain, before he was no longer able to move his body. Thanks to his quirk, Stain was able to paralyze Shigaraki after he licked his blood. Any last words? Stain coldly said as looked at Shigaraki directly in his eyes with his intimidating Sharingan. I hate you. You and that Midoriya brat, not only do you have the same quirk, but you also like to talk a lot. Conviction. I don't have anything grand like that. If I had to say, yeah, it'd be All Might. I feel like I really want to completely crush this society, where trash like that gets worshipped, where annoying brats like Midoriya tries to be like him. Shigaraki said with a lot of conviction and a terrifying killing intent. I see, so, that's who you are. It seems our goals oppose each other. However, we do agree on one thing, to destroy the present. Stain said as he began to take a liking to Shigaraki. Stop messing around. Go home. Die. I'm the kind of person you hate the most, right? Shigaraki exclaimed, not wanting someone like Stain in the league anymore. I was testing your true motives. People show their true colors when they're on the verge of death. It's different, but there is desire, a warped sprout of conviction living inside you. How will you bud? It might not be too late to wait until after I've seen that to dispose of you, Stain explained before the sound that came through the monitor caught his attention. Hero killer. Stain, I have to admit, I'm impressed with your skills. All for one said. Who are you? Stain asked, as judging from the tone of voice and the way he spoke alone, Stain knew that he wasn't your average villain. For now, I'm only a bystander, here to oversee Shigaraki's growth. After all, as you can see, he's still quite young and needs my guidance. But I know that you're the right man to help him grow and mature. All for one explained. For a bystander I say you're pretty relaxed. I could have killed him at any moment you know. Stain sarcastically replied as he was trying to figure out All for One's motives. All for One let out a malicious laugh before saying, of course, I am relaxed, just like any other bystander. There's no point if we just tell him the answer. He should think about where he still needs to mature. Spur on his growth. That is what it means to educate. And you could say you're the book I chose for him to read and learn from. I see, but still I have to ref, Stain said but was interrupted. Wait, you don't have to join the league at all. Sure enough, there will always be an open spot for you. However, right now, I just need you to stay for the next few days. Stain began to consider what All for One was saying. In fact, he was curious about why this man needed him in his plans. What's in it for me? Stain asked. I promise you that the league will remove Midoriya from its kill Lee, All for One began but was interrupted by Shigaraki. But master, we can't let that brat stay alive. Shut up for a second Tamura. You already had your chance. All for One said, surprising both Stain and Shigaraki. Shigaraki was definitely more surprised because his master never talked to him like that before. As I was saying, no one will go after Midoriya except for you. After all, I'm sure you're interested to meet him and know what kind of person and hero is he, you want to test him, right? But it's not only that, I'll also give you some info about your mother's ancestors. What do you say? Don't you want to hear more about the Uchihas? How do you know about the Uchihas? Stain asked as he now knew that something was fishy. Let's just say I have a history with them. All for One replied, and his answer seems to have satisfied the hero killer. Hearing this, Stain gave a light chuckle. Very well, I'll take you up your offer. Stain said as he sheathed his swords. He also freed Kurogiri from the genjutsu, who immediately began to take heavy breaths and undid the effect of his quirk on Shigaraki. Glad to do business with you, hero killer. Likewise, bystander. Stain replied with a smile. Back to Ua. Good work. So, there will be no school tomorrow or the day after, and as you already know, you'll be going back to your houses. I'm sure the pro heroes who watched the sports festival will want to recruit you, but we'll consolidate everything and announce it when you get back. So rest well, and look forward to that. Aizawa explained. Yes, sir. Everyone then began to pack their stuff and head back to the dorms. Izuku was the last one to leave as it took him more time, given his injuries. Once he left the class though, he spotted All Might. Toshinori-sensei. I was just heading to the teacher's lounge. Izuku said as he was eager to finally get his answers. About that. I'm sorry young Midoriya, I have an important meeting right now. I promise to tell you everything you need when the school reopens, okay? All Might apologized. It's fine. I also have something to tell you, so I guess I'll say it when the school reopens too. Izuku commented as he was going to tell All Might about Shisui and the vestiges. Sounds good to me. Take care young Midoriya, I'll see you later. All Might then quickly left to Nezu's office. I forgot to ask him about Mom. Izuku pointed out as the matter completely slipped off his mind. Nezu's office. All Might entered through the door in his hero form. Inside, he found Nezu, Endeavor, Tsukauchi, Daisuke, Mori and Kurogane, all waiting for him. All Might closed the door behind him and all of them were seriously staring at each other. Sorry for being late. All Might apologized. It's fine, we have just arrived too. Daisuke replied and not in his usual enthusiastic tone. Alright, I think it's fine to begin the meeting. Tsukauchi said as he opened his bag and took out a stack of papers. After the recent investigations, I was able to confirm that he is indeed back. You mean All for One? Endeavor pointed out and the room was filled with a sudden tension. Is it safe to assume that the evidences are related to the USJ incident? Nezu asked to which Tsukauchi nodded. Yes. Among those who attacked the USJ, there was the villains called Nomus. One was defeated by Toshinori and the other was defeated by Izuku Midoriya. We did some tests on Namus Dienas. DNA's tests. All Might questioned. Yes. After investigating the Nomus at a specialized institution, or at least the one who was still alive, we realized that it wasn't that Nomu can't talk. There's just no reaction no matter what we do. He is literally unable to think for himself. And regarding his identity, Tsukauchi explained as then a monitor in Nezu's office showed the identity of the black Nomu All Might fought. We found out that he was just a thug with a criminal record of assault and extortion. According to the report, there's DNA from at least 4 completely different people intermingled inside this thug's body. DNA from at least 4 completely different people intermingled inside this thug's body. Is he even human? Endeavor asked. From Midoriya's testimony, he told us they're not. And the investigation showed that his whole body appears to have been tampered with using drugs and other methods. To oversimplify a bit, he's been modified so his body can hold multiple quirks. The huge drop in his brain's processing power probably comes from the burden that causes, but well, what we're more concerned about is his DNA, and how he has multiple quirks. Even if different DNA is introduced, unless there is some way it can be completely integrated, the bearer would not have multiple quirks. However, when it came to the green one's identity, we found nothing. Only that there are 3 different DNA. He added. Hearing the last part, the elders and Nezu were all shocked. Their eyes widened at what they just heard. Tsukauchi, the green Nomu. He had a bone control quirk and bone regeneration, right? Daisuke asked as he clenched his fists. According to the students' testimonies, yes. He also had wings and some kind of bones upgrade or hardening. He replied, which made the elders flinch. I can't believe he was still alive up until now, that bastard. Kurigane gritted his teeth. Who is he? Tsukauchi asked. His name is Gashato. He was All for One's right-hand man, as well as the leader of the 5 Notes of Sound. We and Hajime fought him and his team a long time ago. But I can clearly see that All for One had no use of him and turned him into a Nomu. Serves him right. Kurigane angrily said. As far as it came to Gashato and his team, he would never forgive them for what they did. I see, thank you then for informing us about his identity. However, that's not all. I don't know if you all know about this, but one of the villains that Shigaraki brought with him was Salamander. Tsukauchi said, earning him surprised looks from Endeavor and the elders. Salamander. But that's one of the high-ranking villains. Why would he work for a brat like Shigaraki? Kurigane asked. I know. I was surprised too. It didn't make any sense. Why would someone as powerful and famous like him work for a nobody villain like Shigaraki? And from what All Might told me, Shigaraki seemed more like a man-child. However, after taking Hagakuri's testimony, she told me that Salamander mentioned that the true leader of the League of Villains was the creator of the Nomus and the King of Darkness. And I think there's one man that fits this description. I see, so he's also the true leader of the League. You didn't tell me you fought Salamander. Daisuke commented as he turned towards All Might. I didn't. All Might replied. Wait, are you serious? Then who did? The orange-haired man asked. A bunch of kids from your granddaughter's class. Nezu replied, which surprised Endeavor and the elders. These kids are better than I thought. Kurigane commented as he was truly impressed by their abilities. Salamander's quirk was quite infamous and everyone knew that taking him down wasn't a small feat. The man was one of the strongest villains around. Okay, back to business. So, All for One is back and he is the mastermind behind the League of Villains, Endeavor said with a hint of annoyance. Yes, Tsukauchi replied. Then I guess it was the right choice to tell Midoriya about his grandfather. Endeavor added. All Might sighed before saying, and I think I had specifically told you not to tell him anything, Enji. I told you that the boy wasn't ready to know about this, and yet you still did. All Might was visibly annoyed by the fact that his successor will have to bear such a heavy responsibility at a young age. If anything, he wanted Izuku to live as a normal hero course student as long as possible. Face it, Toshinori. Now that All for One is back, there's no need to hide it from him. If history has taught us something, it's that we need to prepare the future generation as fast as possible. Endeavor replied with a frown on his face. Things were different back then. Back then no one knew he was still alive, so we weren't well prepared. And I'm still here to fight him if he ever makes a move. I already defeated him once on my own. All Might argued back. Toshinori, do you think I'm a fool or something? Do you think that I'm ignorant like the public? I know that you got weaker after that battle. And as much as I hate to admit it, it's the only reasonable explanation as to why my solved cases are superior to yours now. Endeavor said, which took everyone by surprise as they hadn't told him about All Might's injury or anything. If you had told me that you were going to fight him 5 years ago, maybe then we would have had defeated him once and for all. But as always, you went alone. That's enough, both of you. Mori, who has been quiet all this time, sternly said. Bringing up the past won't solve anything. What's done is done. Each one of us did a mistake, and our enemy was smart enough to capitalize on it. Instead of arguing among ourselves about the past, we should learn from it and focus on the future now. The usual cheerful old man scolded the two heroes. You two are the strongest heroes today, which means that a lot of people depends on you. With All for One's returns, you two need to put your differences aside and work together. Daisuke added as the two pro-heroes nodded. They knew that what kind of responsibility they were carrying now. Anyways, Enji is right, Toshinroi. We don't know how strong All for One is, but if he's anything as powerful as his prime, then both of us know that even you and Enji together won't even stand a chance. You two aren't at your peak anymore. Hajime was much stronger than the both of you, but at the end he lost too. It's unfortunate, but there's nothing we could do about it. I know that you care about young Midoriya, believe me I do. However, you can't protect him forever and we both know that. Nezu said as he faced All Might who had an uneasy look in his eyes. After all, how can't he be worried? Izuku is just a 15 years old boy. He doesn't have enough power nor experience to face someone like All for One, at least not now. We all saw the sports festival, and I think we could all agree that both Midoriya and Todoroki have much more potential than all of their predecessors. Heck, much more than we even expected. After seeing their match today, I have no doubt whatsoever that they're the ones who will be able to defeat All for One, once and for all. Daisuke reassured All Might. Exactly. And that's why Midoriya will be interning with me along with Shoto. Nezu, next picture. Endeavor said. Nezu then pressed a button and the monitor showed a picture of Shoto during the sports festival. To be more precise, 2 Shotos. As you can see here. My son, Shoto was able to create an ice clone of himself. I had no idea he had such an ability, so I've been thinking about it ever since I saw it. Endeavor began. Wait, you didn't teach him that? All Might asked. No. Somehow, he was able to figure it out by himself. But here's the thing, Shoto's ice quirk isn't supposed to be capable of such thing. His right side should just emit ice. Inanimate, completely normal ice. Endeavor started to explain. Next picture, Nezu. Nezu pressed a button and the next picture showed Izuku's Chidori. While I still don't understand anything about Midoriya's quirk, aside from the Sharingan. My first thoughts were a combination of the Sharingan and super strength. However, when he used that lightning attack, I started to have second thoughts. Endeavor turned towards All Might since he knew that he is his mentor. Is that normal? Did that ever happen before? He asked. All Might was a bit reluctant to reply as Endeavor didn't know the secret of One for All. All Might never wanted Enji to know about it because he wanted to protect him, especially after everything that happened. Not only that, but their current friendship isn't as good as it was before. Ever since he went to the United States, their friendship started to fall apart. However, with All for One's return, maybe it would be best to tell him. Although, All Might knew well that Endeavor will hate him more if he discovers that he has been hiding a secret like that from him. He should tell him, but not now. Maybe he could tell him about his injury as a sign of good faith. Yes, that would be better. It's not normal. His Quirk was supposed to be an enhancement type along with the Sharingan. I see, so, I guess that something similar like what's happening to Shoto is happening to him. Anyways, I shall call this new Quirk upgrade, Quirk evolution. My objective during the internships would be to help those two understand more this new power and learn more about it. Best case scenario, I hope they can learn how to fully control it. Endeavor finished what he wanted to say. I have to admit, you're still academically the smartest student we've ever had. Your analysis and theories are pretty impressive. Nezu commented, impressed by Endeavor's deduction skills. All Might may have been the strongest in UA, but Endeavor was surely the smartest. Endeavor then looked towards All Might, who was still uneasy and worried about Izuku's safety. Don't worry. I'll make sure to prepare them well, Toshinori. Besides, I'm not letting Shoto fight that bastard without being fully prepared. He's my son after all, and the same thing goes for Midoriya. He's the grandson of our sensei and whether you like it or not, I already made it my life goal to train those two, so that they can become the best heroes they can be. At least, this is how I'll make up for my failures. The Flame Hero thought. Hearing this, All Might sighed, fine. You win. Either way, I don't think that All for One is strong enough to fight the both of us after how our last fight ended. So next time he appears, we'll take him down together this time. We can't embarrass ourselves in front of the kids. Hearing this, Endeavor just smiled before extending his hand for a handshake. This time, it would be for Hiashi. All Might put his hand in Endeavor's, for Hiashi. All Might replied, if both of them have a chance in defeating All for One, then they will gladly take it and fulfill the broken promise that was once made. All Might then began to deflate and went back to his normal form, much to Endeavor's surprise. Toshinori, Endeavor began as he was truly shocked to see the number one hero like this. All Might coughed a bit before saying, you're right. After my battle with All for One, I got much weaker. And I think it's time to tell you about what happened that day. Ua Heights Alliance dorm. Mina was the first one to open the door. We're finally back home, she said in a cheerful tone before throwing her bag on a couch and sleeping on the sofa. No sleeping on the sofa, Mina. Momo was quick to chastise the pink girl. Can't a girl take a moment to relax after a long day? Mina replied as she didn't want to get off the sofa. Momo sighed, go relax in your room, she sternly said. Too far, and I'm too lazy. She stuck her tongue out. Setsuna then came in and looked at Mina. Tisk, you're not smart enough, Mina, she said as she went to the front of the group. If you're too lazy to go to your room, then you could just have our superboy, Midori, carry you. She yelled before she jumped on Izuku. Setsuna is a young girl of average height who has surprisingly large, upturned dusky green eyes with long lower eyelashes, and notably long and pointed teeth. Her hair is a dark moss green, collectively reaching just below her shoulders aside from a short clump that hangs in the center of her forehead, and it grows wavier and thinner the lower down it gets. Yay! Midori, carry us to our rooms. Mina shouted as she too jumped on Izuku from the other side. Aren't you lucky, Superboy? You get to carry two cuties like us to their rooms. Setsuna added with a seductive tone as both she and Mina got closer to him, making Izuku's face go completely red and steam could be seen coming out of his face. Setsuna. Izuku shouted with a furious blush. What? Are you angry over the fact that I stole your boyfriend? Sursuna teasingly asked. He's not my boyfriend. But Izuku is still injured and needs to rest. Itsuka replied. I see, Mina, I think we should give Midori a massage after he gets us to our rooms. Setsuna commented, to which Mina nodded. You would love to have me massage your body, right Midori? Setsuna teasingly asked as she ran her fingers on his chest. Izuku's blush grew more intense and he started to get dizzy. Momo furiously blushed too and frowned at Mina. Why you shouldn't do indecent things? Why would a massage be something indecent? We're just helping our classmate out. That is unless you thought we were going to do something else. Mina chuckled. Who would have thought that a recommended student like Momo would have such a dirty mind? Mina said, making Momo hide her face in her hands as she was too embarrassed. I mean, a massage could be indecent too depending where you massage him. Awase commented, but Abara quickly slapped the back of his head with her vines. Ow, what was that for? Why is it always Midoriya? Why? Mineta began sulking in a corner. Izuku felt like he was going to pass out. He was already low on blood and what was left of it was concentrated in his face, seeing how red his face was. However, before anything else could happen, everyone was able to feel a rising killing intent. They looked at the source of it, and saw Ochako with a dark pink aura around her. She was also giving both Setsuna and Mina death glares. Seeing Ochako dashing at them, the two girls became nervous and began to nervously sweat. This didn't look good for them. Ochako then placed both hands on the two girls, and as soon as she did, they started to float until they hit the ceiling. Izuku sheepishly smiled and rubbed the back of his head. Thank you, Uraraka. You really saved, Izuku began but was interrupted by Ochako herself. She turned towards him, her eyes were completely white and her killing aura was still present. Go to your room and rest, she said in a very menacing voice, sending chills to Izuku's spine. Seeing this, Izuku was terrified out of his wits. Yes ma'am, he replied and quickly went to his room. After that, Ochako reverted to her usual and cheerful personality again. Ah, I lost myself there for a second, she said with a smile, but all the students were still scared of her. Izuku quickly closed the door behind him. He had to admit, he never knew that Ochako could be this scary. He let out a breath he didn't know he was holding and began to change his clothes. He was going to get some sleep before the party starts. However, before that, there was something important he had to do. He opened a drawer and grabbed one of his notebooks. It was his Hero Analysis Journal number 12. He opened the last page that, unlike the other pages, didn't have any info about heroes. Instead, the title of the page was Bucket List. The list didn't have many things and some things were already checked, meaning they were done, like, believe you'll become a hero, make at least one friend and finally, pass the UA entrance exam. Izuku then grabbed a pen and checked something new, win the sports festival. Once he did, tears began to fall from his eyes. It wasn't that Izuku was sad, no it's the opposite. He was happy. Izuku was pretty happy to clear something new in the bucket list. It reassured him that his life was only getting better and better. Heck, this is much more than what he ever hoped for. And it's all thanks to All Might and those who supported him. However, he also knew that there was one more person he should give credit for, his psychiatrist, Hisuna Yokotoru. It's been a while since I last visited Dr. Hisuna. Maybe I could visit her clinic tomorrow morning before going back home. I really need to thank her properly for everything she did for me. Glad I was able to buy her a gift before the sports festival. Izuku said to himself as he wiped his tears. After that, he closed the curtains of his room, set an alarm and went to sleep. Meanwhile, after an hour or so, Ochako decided to let Setsuna and Mina down and if anything, they learned to never mess with Izuku in front of Ochako. This time she might have been merciful, but who knows, maybe she'll send them to space next time. Mina then decided to go to her room and prepare for the party, while Setsuna had other plans. The green-haired girl went straight to Itsuka's room and knocked on her door before she entered. Yo, Itsuka. She greeted her friend who was currently preparing her bag to leave tomorrow. Setsuna, what brings you here? Itsuka asked, wondering what could Setsuna possibly want with her. I just needed to talk with you for a moment, tell me, do you have a crush on Midori? Hearing this, Itsuka's face went completely red. WWH what? No. Of course not, what makes you think that? We're just friends, she quickly said. I see, then you won't mind if I date him, do you? Setsuna said as she brought both of her hands behind her head and leaned on a wall. What? No, I can't allow it. Itsuka nervously said. And why is that? From what I know he's single and I find him both cool and cute. He's my type, Setsuna replied. Itsuka didn't say anything. Alright, if that's the case, I'll ask him out after the party. The green hair girl said as she headed towards the room's door. Wait. Itsuka asked, grabbing Setsuna's attention. Both girls stared at each other for a moment before Itsuka broke the silence. Fine, you win. I like him. Itsuka stuttered. Hearing this, Setsuna gave her a playful smirk. I'm sorry, I think I didn't hear you well. What did you just say? I like Izuku. I have a crush on him. The orange hair girl gave her friend a pout and furiously blushed. Setsuna chuckled, alright. I was just messing with you. Now that I've finally confirmed your feelings, let's sit down and talk about it. Huh? Itsuka questioned. How did you meet? When did you realize you had feelings for him? And finally, why do you love him? Setsuna asked so many questions at once that Itsuka was overwhelmed. Once the questions registered in her mind, she started to answer them one by one. We met in my grandpa's dojo. At first, I was only kinda interested in him because he was the first boy to fight me without holding back. After that, I think I began to develop a tiny crush on him because I thought he was cute and a very kind person at heart. When he left the dojo, I didn't feel anything, but later on I started to think about him a lot and wonder how he's doing in his training and all. He never left my mind. However, I confirmed my feelings for him during the USJ incident. I was so worried about him, yet I felt safe when he saved me from the Nomu. I felt protected and I admired the fact that he never gave up no matter how things got badly. And finally, today, after my loss, he was the one who comforted me and cheered me up. Ever since I met him, he always has my back and is always supporting me. Whoa girl, slow down. Geez, I didn't know you liked him that much. You were even muttering like him just now. Setsuna replied as she was truly taken by surprise. Hearing this, Itsuka blushed and began to run her fingers through her hair. I guess I just let out a huge load off my chest. I don't know a lot about love, and I've never been in a relationship before, but when I see Izuku, I feel like I want to be there for him and walk by his side. Make sure he's happy and well. And if he ever needs me, I want him to depend on me. I can see that. Did you ever ask him out? The green hair girl asked. No. What? Why not? Setsuna questioned, surprised by the fact that Itsuka never asked Izuku out despite how much she likes him. I don't know, it's just because, I don't know how to say it, but Izuku changed. Itsuka replied. Changed? What do you mean by changed? The green-haired girl asked in confusion. It's just that, Izuku wasn't that cool person or hero we know today. He used to be more of a sweet and shy introvert, if you know what I mean. He was almost a completely different person. But he changed a lot over the last year, both mentally and physically. Not that I hate the change or anything, it's just that, I'm not sure I know him as much as I think anymore. Are you sure you're not overthinking this? I mean, I think he just matured, that's all. Setsuna replied, thinking that the girl was just complicating things and overstressing. No, I'm not. Believe me, it's like there's an invisible wall around him. I saw it today during the sports festival. Every now and then, he would act out of character, he would wear expressions I never saw him wearing before. Itsuka let out a sigh. She didn't know how to explain her point. I don't know what is the change per se. Ever since I met him at UA, I felt like something was different. At first, I shrugged it off, but after the USJ, Izuku became more and more different. And it's impossible for me not to notice that change anymore. Itsuka explained. Setsuna hummed in thought, as she really tried to fully understand everything she just heard. So apparently, Midori changed a lot while you two were away and now you're afraid to ask him out, because you think he might reject you since you two aren't that close anymore or more like don't fully know each other. Setsuna said, and Itsuka nodded. Even though, you still love him, right? Yes, I do, because I can see that despite how much he has changed, the Izuku I fell in love with is still there. If I can just learn more about the new Izuku and get close to him, Itsuka replied. Setsuna then stood up. Alright then, starting from today, my mission will be to get both you and Midori together. This will be my job as Setsuna, the love expert. But, no buts. It's final. Setsuna quickly replied. We need a name too for the ship now. She added and Itsuka began to blush. But why? Why are you helping me? Itsuka asked. Isn't obvious, because we're friends, the orange-haired girl gave her a questioning look, and because I want to enjoy teasing you both. She stated her motive and hidden motive as well. Itsuka's head dropped down, knowing that things will get crazy from now on, while Setsuna gave her a playful smirk. 1 hour later, Izuku opened his eyes, but he was surprised to see himself somewhere else other than his room. He looked around him, and found himself in a large room that was poorly lighted. Am I in my mindscape again? He asked himself as he took a step forward towards the end of the room. However, once he did, he heard the splash of water. Wait, where did this water come from? He asked himself again, but his expression horrified once he was hit by a terrifying realization. That's blood. Exactly. A sinister voice yet so familiar said, sending shivers down Izuku's spine. The latter froze in his place, he couldn't even turn around to face that mysterious person. No, it can't be. Why are you here? Izuku finally managed to turn around, showing that the mysterious person was none other than Izuku himself. But this Izuku was different, he was Izuku from when he was at his first year in middle school as he was wearing Aldera's middle school uniform. It's good to see you again, my coward brother. The dark Izuku said, causing our Izuku to take a few steps back. Why did you bring me here? And what do you want from me? Izuku nervously asked. Isn't it obvious, I'm here to kill you and finally take over our body. After that, I'm going to get my revenge against everyone who ever hurt us. The evil Izuku shouted as red lightning began to violently swirl around his body. Izuku gasped in shock as he recognized this power as one for all. I won't let you hurt anyone. Izuku shouted too as green lightning began to swirl around him. Both Izukus took their fighting stances and stared at each other for a while. But once Izuku blinked, he felt the impact of a powerful roundhouse kick, hitting him right in his face and sending him flying away. Izuku let out a grunt as he managed to stand up again. He's so fast. Izuku commented as he didn't even see the attack coming until it was too late. I have to get serious. He added as he activated his Sharingan. Our Sharingan user then dashed towards his opponent and threw a punch, but his dark self blocked the attack by quickly pushing his hand away. But Izuku wasn't going to stop there as he threw two more punch, which his dark self easily dodged, followed by a kick that his dark self blocked with his own leg. Izuku then tried to throw yet another punch, but his dark self caught his fist. Detroit Smash. Dark Izuku shouted as he delivered a powerful punch, right to Izuku's stomach. The latter then stammered and fell on one knee before he started to cough some blood. Seeing this, Dark Izuku gave him a sinister laugh as he enjoyed torturing his weak and coward self. I never imagined that you were that weak. But what can I say? I shouldn't have expected anything else from a coward Deku like you. The doppelganger mocked the Sharingan user who was trying to get back on his feet again. Shut up. I'm not a coward or useless. I'm All Might, Izuku began but was interrupted. All Might's successor and the next symbol of peace, blah blah blah, pathetic. I'm utterly ashamed of you. Isn't he the same person who told you that you can't become a hero because you're quirkless, despite the fact that he was one too? Honestly, can't you see that he's one hypocrite and stupid old man? Dark Izuku shouted, disgusted by his counter-self's ideals and morals. Izuku gritted his teeth in anger and clenched his fist. It's because you can't become a hero without a quirk. Oh really? And who decided that? Look at Hagakura, look at Ojiro. Their quirks aren't flashy or extraordinary at all. Almost no different than a quirkless person, yet they still made it. Dark Izuku shot back and Izuku couldn't say anything to that. But All Might chose me to become his successor because he saw the potential I possess. That alone makes up for everything he said that day. Izuku replied as he had already forgiven All Might about what happened on the rooftop. He was the first person to acknowledge me. He added as he stood up again. Music. Naruto Ost to Avenger. Dark Izuku let out a sigh in annoyance. Foolish brother. Are you sure that's why he chose you? Are you sure he chose you because of that? You don't know, do you? All Might is a fraud, a hypocrite who hides behind his fake smile and you're no different than him. Shut up, Izuku muttered. What was that? Dark Izuku asked. I said shut up, you bastard. I don't care if you insult me, but don't you ever dare insult All Might. Izuku angrily said as green lightning began to gather and form in his hand. Shortly after, the sound that sounded like several eagles crying as they dive-bombed made itself known. His Sharingan began to spin so fast and the green lightning in his hand began to glow stronger. After that, Izuku took off, appearing like a lightning bolt more so than a human. All while Dark Izuku had his hands in his pockets and staring at him. Chidori. Izuku shouted and thrusted his hand. However, unfortunately for him, his dark self swiftly dodged the attack with a sidestep and kneed Izuku, right in the stomach. The lightning around Izuku's hand disappeared. The sound of a splash made itself known as Izuku collapsed on the bloody floor. His full cowl's green lightning grew weaker too, and he couldn't move anymore. He was utterly crushed and defeated. How? How is this possible? He wasn't even using his Sharingan. How come is he this strong? Izuku thought. You must be asking yourself how weren't you able to see my movements, right? Dark Izuku asked as he kneeled beside his counter-self. He then grabbed him by his hair and pulled his head. Look at your eyes. Izuku looked at his reflection in the pool of blood and gasped in shock as he saw his eyes. His Sharingan only had one tomo. He had one tomo in both of eyes. How? How is this possible? No, it can't be. How am I getting weaker? Izuku asked in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Let me show you what a real Sharingan looks like. Dark Izuku said with a hint of malice as he activated his Sharingan. Izuku gasped in shock once again as his dark self Sharingan had 3 tomo. The most important thing I want to tell you right now, is that your Sharingan can grow even stronger. Izuku remembered what Shisui told him the first time they met. Why is your Sharingan stronger than mine? If we're both the same person, then how are you stronger than me? Izuku questioned as he didn't understand any of this. Why am I stronger than you? Why my Sharingan is way evolved than yours? Simple, it's because you don't have enough hatred for this cursed world. Or to be fair, you're trying to hide it and suppress it behind that fake smile of yours. But I'm different. Even my one for all is different and superior to yours. Because I don't hide anything. I only have hatred inside of me. I have zero intentions to become a hero and try to save people who would never lift a single finger to save one poor quirkless kid. I only care about my revenge. Dark Izuku fully explained his motives and Izuku was shaking for a certain reason. That reason is because he knew exactly who his dark self was. I'm the hatred you've accumulated for this world for the past 11 years. The same hatred you've always tried to hide and suppress. Dark Izuku then tightened his grip on Izuku's head and threw him high in the air. What is he doing? Izuku thought as he saw his dark self doing some weird hand signs. But just then, his eyes widened in shock as he saw red lightning covering his dark self's hand. It's the Chidori. Goodbye, brother. I'll make sure to take care of our body. Dark Izuku then jumped high in the air towards Izuku. After I'm done with you, I'll have a fun time with Kachan. He shouted with an evil smile that would fit a psychopath. Hearing this, Izuku regained his composure and pulled himself together. He wasn't going to let his dark self hurt Bakugo. In fact, he wasn't going to let him hurt anyone. He was determined to stop him no matter what. Chidori. He shouted, and just before he thrusts his hand into Izuku, 4 chains appeared out of nowhere and latched into his 4 limbs. No, no, no. I won't go back. I'll never go back there again. He yelled as the 4 chains pulled him back towards the end of the room. Then, out of the walls appeared another door that led to another chamber. Meanwhile, Izuku landed with a loud thud on his back and watched as the 4 chains pulled his dark self towards another chamber. I'll be back, brother. You hear me? I'll be back. I'll get stronger and break free out of my prison, and once I do, I'll take your body and destroy this cursed world. He shouted before the doors closed. Izuku gasped as he finally woke up. He began to take some heavy breaths as he was still shaking after what happened. After all, he almost died if it wasn't for those mysterious chains that saved him. Once he calmed down a little, Izuku immediately ran to the bathroom and activated his Sharingan, only to find his Tsutomu Sharingan. He didn't become weaker or anything. It was just a dream. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief and laid on his bed after getting out of the bathroom. He stared at the ceiling and started to think about what happened. It was just a dream. Izuku repeated. Despite that there were some evidences that would prove otherwise, Izuku convinced himself that all of this was just a nightmare. Nothing but just one bad dream. Because of this terrible experience, Izuku failed to notice that he no longer felt any pain in his body, aside from his hand that went through surgery. And after a short moment, he took a quick shower and picked up his new white t-shirt with the Uchiha clan symbol, as well as black shorts that reached his knees, and of course we can't forget his precious red shoes. Izuku then sent a quick message to Himiko, telling her that he'll pick her up at 11 in the morning, and after that wore his sling. He was now ready to attend the small party. However, unfortunately for Izuku, not carefully thinking about what happened instead of running away from it was one big mistake he would definitely come to regret later. Because everything that just happened was far away from being a bad dream, but rather the start of a new and deadly threat.